Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday. Happy Football Friday to all of you. I can't believe it's week 16 already. I can't believe it's a game tonight. Why does this season have to go by so fast? Why can't it always be football season?
It's Friday already?
It's Friday, man.
Oh.
Yeah. And I got it right again.
Oh, good job.
The streak continues. Yeah, give it to me.
Yes,
Yeah.
like,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
oh,
you, Ben.
Double ding.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
Double dong. What a weird night last night. You and I are both discussing this.
Yeah.
Just two relevant games, both in the NFL and the NBA.
Yeah.
Where they went into overtime when you never would have expected them to go into overtime.
Yeah.
I was all ready to talk about how Sam Darnold had turned into a pumpkin with his awful interceptions. Mm-hmm. Is there any worse feeling for a quarterback than throwing an interception to a defensive lineman? I think not.
I wouldn't know, but you as a defensive lineman would know the other would know the opposite side of it. It's got to be the most.
I never had an interception.
No, I know. But ever? Like not even at the collegiate.
That's a rare thing. Yeah, that's not like a common thing. Yeah,
but you were a dominant player at the collegiate level. I thought maybe you J.J. Watted an interception somewhere along the way.
The forward pass had just been legalized back then. It hadn't really caught on. The ball was even looked more like a rugby ball
it was
than
a pumpkin.
Yeah,
the pumpkin ball. Yeah, it was weird last night. So I'm watching both those games, the Rams-Seahawks game and the other game you're talking about, the Pelicans and the Rockets. And I'm watching those games, and I kind of do that thing where I doze off in my chair because neither game looked like it was going to be exciting down the stretch. I'm like, I can close my eyes here a little bit and see what happens. And I like simultaneously, these things are happening 5 in the third quarter. The Rams are controlling the game against the Seahawks. I wake up, whatever it was, like an hour and a half later. I wake up, and at the same time, the Rockets are in overtime with the Pelicans, while the replay booth is spending 10 minutes breaking down this 2-point conversion for the Seahawks to tie the game. And I'm like, man, how long was I asleep for? What year is it? And it was really strange that both games the same thing was happening. There's this huge comeback going on, and the Seahawks and Rams weren't in overtime yet, but they were headed to overtime. And that 2-point conversion is the big talk this morning because if you missed it, the Seahawks scored a touchdown to make it 30-28. They go for 2. There's like 6 minutes left in the game, something like that. They go for 2 to tie the game. Sam Darnold takes the snap, throws a horizontal pass. Yeah,
it was backwards.
It was definitely backwards, but it didn't get called backwards at first. It got knocked down at the line of scrimmage. And then the ball rolls into the end zone, and everybody just thinks it's an incomplete pass.
And it was whistled dead.
It was whistled dead, but Zach Charbonnet, the running back for the Seahawks, alertly went and just picked the ball up in the end zone.
A clear recovery.
And handed it to the referee.
Yeah.
And so they literally line up for the kickoff.
Right.
Everybody thinks it's an incomplete pass. Nobody's looking at anything.
No automatic review.
No,
because it's not a turnover or anything.
Right. There's no automatic review, but the eye in the sky is looking at it.
Yeah.
The replay assist, and literally as everybody's lined up to kick off and thinking the score is 30-28, no Seahawk.
Right.
Everybody thinks it's an incomplete pass. Big Brother comes in and says, whoa. Let's review this. Sam Darnold, that pass that got knocked down 5 feet after he released it, may have been on a backwards trajectory. It never even made it to the receiver.
Uh-huh.
And it gets knocked down and happens to roll into the end zone. If it gets knocked down and rolls the other way, nobody's thinking about it. It gets rolls into the end zone, and on a 2-point conversion, and they spend several minutes looking at it, and then ultimately they decide, well, it was thrown backwards.
What was did the Seahawks not? Is that not reviewable? Could they not challenge that?
I don't even think they thought to challenge it.
I'm surprised Sam Darnold didn't think to challenge it. I guess just because it's a weird situation. It's not like your normal clear recovery on a fumble or something.
And I think if you're Sam Darnold, you know the intent is a pass there. It's not a lateral.
Maybe Sam Darnold's ego wouldn't allow him to say, like, no, I actually threw it backwards.
Yeah,
It's strange to me that the Seahawks, unless it's not reviewable, one of our texters will let us know about this. The Seahawks wouldn't think that. I guess in his mind he was thinking it was going to be a forward pass at least. So he didn't even think that, oh, no, it actually went backwards.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's got that much self-awareness where he knows, I was throwing it 3 inches backwards, you know? I mean, it was definitely a backwards trajectory throw.
Yeah.
This is, though, where replay,
like this one, but it's not like the Music City Miracle or something where it's kind of sketchy and you can't quite tell or anything.
No.
It's clearly backwards.
But it's also something, too, that I don't know, man. Like, this is replay versus, like, the use of replay.
Yeah.
Kind of becomes a thing for me. I'm like, I don't know. Like, everybody thought it was an incomplete pass. I don't know. Sometimes I think replay is a little too ticky-tack.
No, this is the thing, though. If the Seahawks had immediately made us think about it and they corrected it with booth review, would we not be saying, oh, cool, good, yeah, they got this right?
Right, you're kind of
I think it's the timing of it. Because I woke up to it this morning.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the end of it. And I also felt I slept through the Rockets relinquishing their 25-point lead.
You're lucky you did.
I thought everything was, I went to bed thinking the world was in order as it has been for these last several years.
Yeah.
And
you wake up to chaos.
Yes. I've grown accustomed to, over the past 5 years, everything's been pretty much status quo in the world. And
that's
and now,
what you thought was going to happen.
Yes. I don't know. And just having the benefit of not having lived through it in real time, I'm watching it and this morning and I'm like, oh, okay, makes sense. But I didn't live through going to actually line up for the kickoff and everything.
Yeah, and I'm not saying to the letter of the law it's incorrect. It's absolutely correct. I'm talking about the spirit of it. Like that everybody thought it was an incomplete pass, and that all of a sudden this eye in the sky comes in 10 minutes later and says, no, whoa.
Yeah.
Because that is not an earned 2 points right there. You know what I mean?
There's lots of things that aren't earned in football. It's an oblong ball.
I get it. I totally understand that.
It bounces weird.
Yeah. Is this what replay review is intended for? To me, replay review is intended for if you're getting screwed on something.
Right, but the thing is, if the Seahawks had made us think about it immediately, you would think they were getting screwed. They did get screwed on that. They got screwed, and then it got reversed.
Yeah.
How are they not getting screwed when a backwards pass, which is a fumble, it gets recovered in the end zone, and they don't get a touchdown of it?
I understand.
What you want to have your cake and eat it too.
What do you mean?
You want to be able to say, like, well, only on plays where what happens is what they intended to. You know what you are? You're a billiards player.
What am I?
Yeah, because if you don't call your shot and some weird thing goes in and it doesn't count,
a little bit.
That's what you are. This is the gambling man in you coming out.
A little bit. Yeah.
Doesn't count if it's off a glass.
Replay bothers me sometimes on fumbles where they're looking to see if the blade of grass is touching the knee. Is the knee down?
Well, baseball's the worst. The way it's become with guys coming off the bag and like if you
1 inch.
That's the one. Yeah, like
the ball is in the back of the glove.
The second baseman or the shortstop like just keeps his glove on the guy way past the guy sliding into second.
Yeah,
like that gets ticky-tack sometimes. We're like, all right, come on, this never would have been called back in the day.
And that's kind of what this is for me.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were so opposed to getting things right. It's kind of a shock to me.
I'm not opposed to getting things right. It's just the spirit of it for me. Like, was replay meant to see that Sam Darnold was throwing a pass backwards by like 4 or 5 inches? That play is not intended to be a lateral. I don't think he was throwing it to that guy at the 2-yard line so he could throw it back across the field to somebody.
Right, but okay, on any fumble, no fumble is ever intended. I think that what you
that's not a fumble.
Yes, it is.
Well, I mean, on the box score, it's a fumble.
Right.
But it's a backwards pass.
But it's right, but it's a fumble. Yeah. That's what happens when you throw. Okay, when you have a backwards pass and it's intended, and the receiver doesn't get it, it's a fumble, and you don't think that's not what they
fumble
intended.
To me is when you drop the football.
Okay, what if somebody? I think you also don't like that Charbonnet just kind of really just like lucked into it.
No. I actually commend Charbonnet for having the heads-upness to go and actually pick the ball up.
I mean, like by the extension of this logic, where you don't like it because it's not what the play was intended, then anything good that happens after a fumble for the offense should never be given credit or anything. That is just that happens. Like, lots of times, guys fumble the ball, somebody picks it up and goes on to run for 15 more yards or something.
Yeah. I'm not going to move on this argument. That's how I feel about it. But I get what you're saying. I understand the other side. I do. I understand what you're saying. Like, no, to the letter of the law, that they got it right. They got it right to the letter of the law. Sometimes the law is stupid.
I guess so.
Yeah. That's how
I'm happy about it.
You are?
Yes.
Well, I am too. No, you know why? I'll tell you why I'm happy about it. Because without that play, the Seahawks probably don't win. And I would much rather the Rams be the 5 seed in the NFC, which they are right now, than the Seahawks. I think the Rams, look, we can have these conversations as Texan fans now. The Texans, this probably changed last night due to last night's game. The 5 most likely scenarios, percentage-wise, according to PFF, for the Super Bowl this year, 3 of them involve the Rams. One of them was Rams-Texans, 5.4%. So the reason I bring that up is the Texans are in these conversations now. I think we can reasonably, and by reasonably, I mean if you have more than a 5% chance to win the Super Bowl, which by some odds boards the Texans do, or at least to get to the Super Bowl, hell, on ESPN, they're a 15% chance to get to the Super Bowl, then we can legitimately have these conversations about who we would rather see coming out of the NFC. And I know the Seahawks were more dominant against the Texans than the Rams were in Week 1. To me, both of those games, I don't know how relevant either game is now. If the Texans were to make it to the Super Bowl, the Texans were a very different team in weeks 1 and 7 than they would be if they got to a Super Bowl. I just think the Rams with Matthew Stafford are a real that's the scariest team. If they're the 1 seed, now they've got it. Now they might have to go to Chicago in the first round of the playoffs. Now
the trouble with either of those matchups is that they have what has been the thing that kills the Texans all year long, which is big, tough, physical defensive lines.
Yeah,
I think the Seahawks aren't as impressive on their defensive line in terms of playmakers and overall raw athleticism and everything, but they're big, burly dudes. And when it comes to short yardage situations and what have you, I think that's where the Texans really tend to struggle. The Rams have a bunch of freakish studs, and I think overall they're a better defensive front than the Seahawks, and yet might match up better against them the second time around, especially because they've got Ariante Ursary at left tackle and Trent Brown at right tackle, as opposed to Ariante Ursary switching sides in his first start ever and playing right tackle, and having Cam Robinson, who wouldn't even be on the team a few weeks later, at left tackle. I don't like either of the matchups.
No, I don't either.
And I think the Rams are a better defensive line, but I think the Texans match up more favorably against the Rams than the Seahawks.
I'm looking probably more at the quarterbacks than anything else when I have that take that I'd rather the Seahawks be 1 and the Rams be 5.
Yeah.
If you get there, I'd rather face Sam Darnold than Matthew Stafford.
You know, the thing that hurt the Texans' defense in the first game of the season versus Stafford was the play action. Mm-hmm. They've gone on to be one of the best play action defenses in the league.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I wonder, I do wonder how much, what it would look like the second time around. The Rams' offense has changed a lot too.
Yeah,
the Rams they're using 3 tight ends at times. Mm-hmm. They're being just a bigger, tougher, more physical team, which that doesn't jive well with the Texans' health at defensive tackle now.
No Devontae Adams last night. We should point that out. He's out with a hamstring injury. So, if you missed it, it was a hell of a game. Seahawks win in overtime. The Rams go down and score. Puka Nacua scores a long touchdown to take the lead in overtime. Seahawks come down. Jackson Smith and Jigba scores, and then the Seahawks go for 2 and they get it. It was one of those like the stars are out kind of games.
I forgot. I've got a Macaulay Culkin clip I have to send you. Macaulay Culkin always shows up this time of year because he's Home Alone. Yeah. But he's a huge Rams fan, and he went on a 1-minute soliloquy about how much he loves Poona Ford, the defensive tackle.
Really?
And it's really good. That's
an odd player for a celebrity to like.
He's a huge Rams fan, and he's talking about how the Rams have been able to stop the run. You know, last year their big weakness was stopping the run. This year they've been able to line up in nickel, which is not as suited to stop the run, but because they have Poona Ford at defensive tackle, they're able to stop the run lining up in nickel.
Yeah.
And it's a good take by Macaulay Culkin.
Really?
Yeah, I'll send it to Ben a little bit later.
Okay, good.
Hopefully.
Is this yet
Hopefully I'll get it right.
Is this yet another celebrity we need to be worried about taking our jobs? Is it that good a take?
No, I think he's just a hardcore Rams fan.
Oh, that'd be fun to get him on the show.
Oh, we probably could.
Macaulay Culkin. What's he up to these days?
I don't know. I think he's a working actor.
His brother's the star in the family now, right? He was in Succession. Isn't it his brother who's in Succession?
I don't even know what Succession is. I just hear people reference it.
I'm surprised. Yeah,
really?
Yeah, because you watch a decent amount of TV.
Brandy, if you're listening, put that on our list of shows to watch.
I'll tell you this. I've watched, I know what the text page is going to say. I've watched the first 3 episodes of Succession at least twice, and it's never pulled me in.
Yeah.
And I know the text page is going to say you got to stick with it. I tell people that about The Sopranos. You got to stick with it through episode 5. That's the one that'll pull you in when he takes Meadow to visit colleges. People will say, no, you got to get to like episode 4 or 5 because there was no more discussed finale of a series on social media that I've seen since probably like Game of Thrones.
The list. Why bother?
Good point. Good point. No, but it was widely applauded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Until the end, we just won't watch the last.
That's
episode.
true. Game of Thrones was discussed online for different reasons. People hated the final season.
Yeah.
People love Succession.
I'm more interested in Secession. Independent Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Except for the power grid. Can we do something about that?
Yeah.
But Independent Texas.
With an upgraded power grid. Yes, that's what we want.
Well, no, I'd like to share with that. That's
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We can work out some deals.
We'll figure something out. Speaking of Succession, Mark Davis is the owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. He took over from his old man. They're coming to town this weekend. Not sure if you've heard.
Yeah.
The Raiders coming to town. We'll dig more into this in the next segment too. But what's your early vibe? What's the Seth Payne early vibe on this game?
I think the Texans offense has a good chance to have a hey, yeah, that's what we want to see type of moment. Because the Raiders defense is the better of the 2 units on that team, but they've steadily been faltering as the offense does nothing at all to help them out. They're out there on the field for 80 or 90 snaps a game, the defense is. And just their style of play, it lends itself well to just Nico Collins eviscerating them, I think. There's a real good chance that you see a whole lot of C.J. Stroud getting rid of the ball quickly on well-timed routes to Nico Collins.
A little more than on our respective daily fantasy apps that we endorse?
That might be something you might think about.
Yeah. 74.5 is the number for Nico. You are like that.
I get nervous whenever you see a huge, more than 2 touchdown spread in the NFL, especially because the Texans they'll play ball control, you know, and if they get a lead early, it's going to be one of those games, I think, where you don't feel super comfortable. Why are you not stepping on their throat? Well, because we have a 13-point lead, and this Raiders offense is absolutely atrocious. Absolutely. Just unbelievably bad, this offense.
This is the rare 14.5-point spread where the total on the game is under 40.
Right. It's like 37.5.
It's 37.
Is it not?
Yeah, they're supposed the final score is supposed to be like 27 to, like 26 to 12 or something like that.
Yeah.
Like the Texans are absolutely supposed to completely not just beat this team, but smother this team. And you're 100% right. And in fact, in the next segment, I have proof of that. I found the biggest spreads in Texans history.
Oh.
So I've actually got a cautionary tale for Texan fans. So we can get that. We can get to the big storylines in this game with the Raiders. We'll dig into this game heavy today. If you want to text in, 713-572-4610. Very first text that I'm looking. Succession, overrated. Okay. Everybody's got their opinions on. I have no idea. I would like to be talked in to watching it because I hear it's so good, but it just doesn't pull me in. All right. So we'll do that in the next segment. We will get to the cautionary tales of large Texan spreads in the past. But first, before we get to that, Men's Tea Clinic. I'll be
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we sit and have the torture of watching the Rocket highlights from last night on the TV in here. Rockets lose 133-128 in a game where they led by 25 in the third quarter against the New Orleans Pelicans. Games like that will come back to bite you later in the year in this Western Conference, my friend.
Yeah.
That's not good.
That's that's the classic. Like, well, yeah, nobody back in December thought this game would matter.
Right? Yeah.
And yet,
like when the Astros get swept in April, like, yeah, that's going to come back to bite. I know it's an 82.
And turn into somebody who's fighting dirty in an argument, like a husband-wife, you know. Yeah, well, remember 2 years ago when you did such and such such and such. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the receipts. Here's Pete Carroll. This is Pete Carroll, Raiders coach, Texans-Raiders this Sunday, 3:25 kickoff. If you want to get in the stadium, well, you probably have to wait till like 1:30 or something like that. But if you accidentally get there at noon for the game, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would mean that many of you get into your seats before kickoff. So that would be good. 3:25. You can hear the game on Sports Radio 610, of course. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 12:25. Come by and say hello and Merry Christmas on the big stage outside the stadium. Here's Pete Carroll, coach of the Raiders, talking about the Texans' makeup.
As a coach who's in the middle of trying to turn a franchise around, what stands out to you about what DeMeco Ryans did in order to turn the Texans around so quickly?
The way I see the makeup of their team, they structured their acquisitions really towards putting together a defense that can really go, and that's what jumps out at you about their team. They're a good, solid offense, but they play to their defense. They've only turned the ball over 10 times in the season on offense, which is an incredibly good stat. They're plus 14, so that's playing to the strength of their defense. So it looks like that. It's not to take anything away from their big guys up front that run the football, because they're huge up front on offense, but. I see that's the makeup of this team. They're very solid in special teams. They don't make errors. They're not turning the football over, and they're playing great defense. That's enough to win a ton of games.
Yeah, and we'll play Nick Caserio later in the show talking about exact defensive players. If you ain't violent, you ain't getting on the Houston Texans, man. He's absolutely right. That is kind of how they've attacked this thing with DeMeco Ryans as the head coach. They have built an elite defense in pretty short order. And when DeMeco got here, a couple of the pieces were already here. They drafted Stingley and Petrie the year before DeMeco got here. But you make the big trade up for Will Anderson. Along the way, you make a big signing in Daniil Hunter, big signing with Azeez Al-Shaair, draft Lassiter and Bullock. It really has been a nice, methodical build on that side of the football.
Yeah, there's things that systemically are just they're operating better now, and the fact that they're playing the way they should when you have a really good defense on the other side. First and foremost, just being careful with the football. Running, not awesome, but running enough to just keep churning and grinding clock and all of that. It doesn't make for exciting football, but it does make for winning football.
Yeah. And
ultimately, the win is the most. It helps that the defense is exciting. Like, some defenses are really good, but not all that exciting.
This one's fun.
This defense is fun to watch.
Yeah.
This defense is fun to latch onto. You're just waiting for the next big collision. You're waiting for the next big,
big car crash.
Earth-rattling,
It's why I would go to a NASCAR event to watch the crashes. I'm not wishing death on anybody or injury. I just
I get annoyed by and I know you're not a NASCAR fan.
Yeah.
But that's one thing, and I'm not a NASCAR fan either or anything. But I've got a lot of people in my family that are my in-laws. But the people that just cars. Well, people only go to watch the crashes. Like, that's just such a stupid, ignorant dismissal of why people like something.
No,
they only go because they want.
The casuals go to watch the crashes.
Yeah. But I don't know, do they? That's a stupid.
One would.
But there's not that many crashes. Like, that would be a stupid reason to go.
That's true.
And spend an entire day and a whole lot of money. Yeah.
There's way more crashes in a Texans game than there are in a NASCAR event.
Yeah.
This is the second biggest spread in the history of the Houston Texans in terms of them being a favorite.
Oh, okay.
They've been a bigger underdog than 14.5 points. Just look up the David Culley season. There's a handful of instances of that. The two biggest spreads aside from this one, this is the cautionary tale. The third biggest spread in Texans history, Seth, was the Texans as a 14-point favorite Back in 2009, this was a season where the Texans didn't even make the playoffs. This was Gary Kubiak. This is the first year the Texans ever finished above 500. They finished the season 9-7. Week 15, they were 14-point favorites over the Rams. They won 16-13. Then the second biggest spread is this weekend. We'll see how that goes. But the biggest spread in Texans history, I know you remember this game. You weren't on the team, but it was a very memorable game.
Yeah.
It was in 2012, Week 11, home game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Texans were a 15-point favorite. So the Texans, in the middle of a red-hot start to the 2012 season, the Jags come to town the Sunday before Thanksgiving. Matt shot through for literally over 500 yards, and Andre Johnson walked it off with a missile screen that he took to the house. 43-37 in overtime. So the two other biggest spreads in Texans history are games that went as favorites.
Yeah.
As favorites. Went right down to the wire, and in the case of that Jags game, went to overtime.
I did a casual search this morning, and I couldn't find it, but I know one of the biggest spreads that the Texans have overcome was our game in 2003 versus the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And I want to say it was like 16 points or something absurd.
I can look it up.
But I tried to look it up casually, and I couldn't find it. But like that's what I always remember is yep, and it's not so.
Any given Sunday.
Yeah, any given Sunday. We were extreme underdogs. Even I know that there was at least one unnamed person from the team in an article at the time that said, I didn't think we had a chance of winning that game.
That was a season opener that year, huh?
No, was it the season opener or the second game?
2003,
Okay.
it was season opener. I'm looking at it right now. 21-20. You guys beat them. The spread on that game was Miami 14.
Yeah.
Yeah. With an over-under of 34.5. Even lower than the over-under
Oh, wow.
this weekend.
Yeah, they did not give us any credit at all offensively.
Yeah.
And they were right to not give us any credit offensively.
Yep.
But they underestimated the defense.
Did they ever? Do you remember who the quarterback was that day for the Miami Dolphins?
Jay Fiedler.
It was Jay Fiedler. Yep.
Okay.
17 of 32, 227 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Take that, Jay Fiedler.
Yep.
Dartmouth clown.
Yeah, Dartmouth clown.
You hear me, Matt Burke?
Mm-hmm.
Your hero, Jay Fiedler. Nothing on that day.
Boy.
Friend of mine as well.
Do you remember how many tackles you had?
Yeah, and then I tore my ACL the next week in New Orleans.
Yeah, but at least you went out on a high note with the 7 tackles in the opener.
But I kind of felt like, okay, this is my second year in the defense, and I felt really good.
That sucks, dude.
In all seriousness, I really did feel like, okay, yeah,
that blows.
Yeah,
that blows.
No big worries. It started a chain of injuries after that.
It started a chain of events that led you to this chair right here.
That's
and are you
right.
happy now? That's the big thing. You know, it all led to this.
Yeah.
Sitting here and making wiener jokes with me on the radio every day, you know?
I think I tore my ACL. I think I tore my ACL while getting a sack the next week. I knew I had like a half a sack or something in the game the next week. Jay Fiedler, that bastard.
Fellow Ivy Leaguer.
I tackled him for like a quarter-yard gain.
Were you teammates in Jacksonville?
Dolphins, in the Dolphins game, so I didn't get a sack out of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. And I think so along the theme of what we're talking about right now, that I was trying to find storylines for this game yesterday.
There's no interest in it.
The
there's
storyline is the storyline, to me, the number one storyline is the same one as the Cardinals game last week, which is do not have a letdown.
There was more interest in the Cardinals game last week. I look at stuff. I try to look at various social media engagement and things like that. And for whatever reason, even though the Raiders have a much larger fan base, the Raiders fans largely are talking about whether or not or when Pete Carroll's going to get fired. They're talking about mock drafts. They're talking about various things about quarterbacks and everything, but there's very little discussion about this actual game. And most of them want to lose.
Yeah.
You know, a lot
Raider
of them, not J.J. McCarthy, my goodness. A lot of them want Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much where they are with it. With everything. They really don't want the Raiders to win this game. A lot of them.
That plays into what I think is the number one storyline, which is you got to smother these guys early. You got to do what you did to the Cardinals last week in extreme nature. And I would say even more so you need to do it this week because this is a real opportunity that if you're able to kind of put the Raiders to bed by the third quarter, you can get some guys off the field that maybe could use 20 or 25 fewer snaps of activity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the big thing for me. And I would guess that, the other big storyline here is what DeMeco Ryans is in line to accomplish here. No coach in Texans history has ever won 10 games three times, let alone 3 seasons in a row. Gary Kubiak got over 10 wins twice. Bill O'Brien, if I'm recalling correctly, got over 10 wins twice. He was 9-7 a bunch of times. But no Texans coach has ever done it 3 times, let alone 3 times in a row. And if the Denver Broncos take care of their business against the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Texans are all of a sudden in the driver's seat for a 3rd division title in a row, which has never been done before either.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans can cement his legacy as the greatest coach in the history of the Houston Texans 3 seasons in within the next couple weeks here.
Yeah, this is it's big for the playoff race especially. I mean, if the Broncos beat the Jaguars and the Texans win out, they have a very, very good chance of winning the division.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that we would not even allow ourselves to enter ago. I mean, there was early in the season, it looked like the Colts had just run away with it. Mm-hmm. And now you're at a point where we're not so sure the Colts would have run away with it even if Daniel Jones had been healthy.
That's right.
Or is still available, because the Colts are really starting to falter. And now, I don't know, maybe watching Phillip Rivers this week and seeing, I saw Kyle Shanahan talking about how, we're not even sure if you can make he might be able to make some of the deeper throws. They just didn't ask him to all that often. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I don't either. Hey, by the way, before we hit a break here, you had a full sack in that game.
I did in the Saints game?
In week 2. Is that who you guys played?
Yeah.
I went straight down. Yeah, it was against the Saints. Yeah. You guys lost 31-10. You had a full sack and 2 TFLs in that game.
Yeah.
It was starting to click.
I was having a good 1 1/3 season until the Superdome took me down.
This depresses me now.
No,
22
why?
years later. I don't know. You were on the verge of a breakout season.
That was the ACL where I ended up having a whole bunch of complications and ended up having 5 surgeries because of it. That's why I always, whenever somebody says,
"Oh yeah,
such and such had a successful surgery," shut up.
Is that the one where they almost lopped your leg off because of it?
I was afraid they might have to.
Yeah.
I was having all kinds of issues. Yeah.
Man.
I had to walk around with an IV attached for 6 weeks, and it was.
Merry Christmas, everybody! Wow. All right, headlines coming up next. We'll get to that. Top of the hour. I do want to. This series between the Raiders and the Texans historically has been for a handful of historic things that have happened throughout the course of the Texans' existence. I want to relive the magic of the Raiders-Texans history. There's some good ones in here. You will not want to miss a few of the cuts. I promise you that. But before we get to that, we'll do headlines coming up next. Before we get to that, Prize Picks. I did not realize that the 2 best
agency.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we'll start with the Texans. We've not dug into the injury report from yesterday. The good news, after having about 10 guys not practice on Wednesday, the Texans had several of those guys back practicing at least on a limited basis, including Azeez Al-Shaair, Danico Autry, Jake Hansen, Kamari Lassiter, Sheldon Rankins, and E.J. Speed, who missed the game last week, and his absence was for a game that they won by 20. I would say E.J. Speed's absence was felt at times.
Yeah, at times in the run game, and just also his presence, his ability to make big plays. I think teams are going to try to get the Texans in their base 4-3 as much as possible, and get some of those freakishly scary defensive backs off the field, or at least make them, not as effective versus the run, etc.
Yep.
And EJ Speed helps a lot. He's been a really, really good signing.
Really good signing. Back at full strength at practice were Trent Brown, Nick Chubb, so Nick Chubb's going to suit up and play this weekend. I think we can assume that. Darrell Taylor had his practice window opened and was a full participant at practice. The defensive end who's not seen much action this year for the Texans, but nice depth piece to have as you're going down the stretch here. He practiced yesterday. The two big names that did not practice yesterday, and I don't think it's a huge surprise, Woody Marks and Derek Stingley Jr., who both missed a big chunk of the second half of the game against the Cardinals on Sunday. Stingley with the oblique injury, and Woody Marks, I think, is an ankle or a knee or a foot or something lower leg with Woody Marks. Those are the two guys I think of, Seth, when I think, like, okay, let's get a lead on these guys, on the Raiders here. Let's put them away in the third quarter so we can do what we did last week with those two guys and sit them out for the rest of the game.
That's the one little lingering thing that I don't even like to talk about, but so much of how dominant the Texans have been defensively has been that their cornerbacks are so good. And losing one of those guys is losing either of those cornerbacks is probably would be the most devastating blow. They could win Anderson or Danielle Hunter a lot better than they could losing one of those cornerbacks.
I agree with you
100%. It's not like they're going to be a bad defense or anything, but this is a defense that's on a win streak specifically because their defense is so good. And if you want to have any hopes of a deep push into the playoffs or whatever, the health of those cornerbacks is of paramount importance.
The Texans are being talked about as a dark horse Super Bowl team because of largely those four pillars that you're talking about, the two defensive ends and the two cornerbacks. And I'm with you. I feel like D'Amico Ryan's defense, I feel like they got enough. They don't have another Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter in that room, but you can throw Derek Barnett and some other guy, Danico Autry, out there and still feel pretty good if you were to lose one of those guys. You lose either Kamari Lassiter or Derek Stingley Jr., and you're talking about Traymon Smith playing 100% of the snaps in an NFL game.
Right.
Literally.
Yeah.
Like those guys play. Stingley and Lassiter, when they're healthy, play 100% of the snaps.
And then Damone Clark or whoever else they shuffle in there.
It's a big drop-off, man. No question. Rockets lose last night. If you went to bed at halftime of that game, you're like, I don't need to watch this. They're up by 20. They were up by 25 in the third quarter. They lost in overtime to the New Orleans Pelicans last night, 133 to 128 or 129, whatever. They lost. They blew a 25-point lead, people, and they lost the game they had no business losing. Alperen Şengün missed a couple of free throws at the end of regulation that would have put the game away, but it didn't. The Pelicans score a bucket to tie the game, and then Şengün, for yet another game, basket. He's the guy with the ball in his hands and not Kevin Durant. I find that interesting. Şengün kind of dribbled into nowhere and didn't get a really good look at the basket, and the game goes to overtime, and the Rockets lose in overtime. So they've lost 4 straight on the road. It's 23 games into the season, so I'm not ready to sound the fire alarms for anything Rocket-related yet. But, losing 4 in a row on the road, and the Pelicans are a bad basketball team, so I don't know. The thing that concerns me, Seth, they're heading into a patch of schedule now. They just have not played many games. There's NBA teams that have played 4 or 5 more games than the Rockets have already this year.
Yeah, all of those tests remain about how they fare versus the better teams in the league. Whether Udoka is going to have a vendetta against him by the officials from here on out. What all those huge questions we have. Dropping one like this, where it's it's not even. It's just when you can point specifically to, okay, they lost their focus, they didn't play defense, et cetera, et cetera. That's a frustrating one.
Yes.
I haven't listened to any of the Udoka press conferences yet, but I'm guessing it was choice.
Yeah. I don't know if he had choice words for the refs again, but yes, I'm guessing he was not happy. Meanwhile, talking about comebacks last night in professional sports and games that went to overtime, Seahawks beat the Rams 38-37 in overtime. Seahawks were down by a couple scores in this game. Got things ignited with a Rashid Shaheed punt return for a touchdown. That's been a really nice pickup for the Seahawks at the trade deadline. And then the game goes to overtime. Rams missed a field goal that would have won the game. Game goes to overtime. Rams get the ball first. They score a touchdown. Seahawks. For a game with two good defenses, there was not a lot of defense being played last night, other than a couple interceptions that the Rams had off Darnold. But the Seahawks go down and score in overtime, and they go for two in the win, and they get it. And they are now the 1 seed. Take that risk. No risk it, no biscuit, man. They're the 1 seed, and the Rams, who were Super Bowl favorites coming into the night last night, are now the 5 seed in the NFC.
And Sam Darnold, who in a lot of ways hadn't been the same guy since they played the Rams the first time around, picked himself out of the muck in this game where he looked like, yep, this is Sam Darnold. This is who he really is.
December Sam.
He's shown his butt.
December Darnold.
Yep, and he did the exact opposite. He did what all great quarterbacks do, Sean.
Yeah.
All great quarterbacks.
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, Tom Brady throw a couple of back-to-back picks in a championship game and then come back. Yes.
That actually is
Sam
what great
Darnold,
quarterbacks
Tom
do,
Brady.
yes.
There you go.
They're the same breath. Same breath. So the Seahawks, the number 1 seed in the NFC. These two teams are widely viewed as the two best teams in football right now, so that was a really fun game last night. All right, Raiders-Texans coming up on Sunday. Those are your headlines for the day. Raiders-Texans coming up on Sunday. There's a long history between these two teams. Some of the things that have happened in Raiders and Texans games, very underrated in the amount of interesting history in these matchups, including some audio that you will not want to miss. We've got that for you coming up next.
You do not want to miss your
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Succession's getting more love on the text page, Seth. I may have to make this a project after the season's over.
So what's it about? It's about a rich family they're battling, like jockeying for position within the company. Brothers and sisters.
Dad's getting old. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Dad's getting old. Yeah, this is the text. Behind on the Odyssey app, as far as Succession goes, you've got to commit. Had the same problem Sean did with the first 3 episodes. Decided to put up with it because my coworkers wouldn't shut up about it. Unbelievably good. One of my top shows, on par with.
Oh, wow.
That's high praise.
You know, The Wire's the one that I never. That's a big gap. And now I.
You never watched The Wire?
No,
huh?
No.
It's good.
I know.
It's good.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, it's not. It's. I like The Sopranos better.
Yeah.
But I like The Wire. It doesn't mean I don't like The Wire.
Forever, I was saying, like, okay, I got to go and watch The Wire.
That was the debate forever, was Sopranos and The Wire.
Yeah. I'm aware of all of this. Yeah. I just never watched it.
Yeah, it's good. I think you'd like it.
I'm aware. Yeah, thank you.
I'm not trying to get chippy with you.
No. I know. I just,
You're getting hot right now.
I get it. No. I'm saying yes, I understand how big a show The Wire was.
Yeah.
I just haven't watched it.
Yeah, it's good. All right, so the Raiders and the Texans. They've got some history between the two teams. I went back through this. Yeah, I like to do this, especially with teams outside the division. I'm like, what's happened in the history between these two teams? And I don't think they're going to make any history on Sunday. Put it this way, if they do, it probably means something horrible happened for the Houston Texans. That if the Raiders, like, the only noteworthy thing that can come out of this game would be the Raiders winning it. I said this to Vandy when we were doing the pregame show with him last week. The men behind the mics, when we were doing that segment. I said the goal with this Cardinals game, and I think the goal with this Raiders game is similar. The goal with this Cardinals game is to make sure you don't show up on the halftime highlights of the Sunday night game. Because typically they only show noteworthy. They've only got like 3 minutes. So they show like maybe 6 or 7 noteworthy things that happened throughout the Sunday. The only noteworthy thing that can come out of this game is the Texans losing this game.
It is. I'm almost having a little bit of PTSD of what it was like in 2021 and 2022 about the Texans, other than any kind of drama that was unfolding behind the scenes.
That's right.
And you would, and because you know what, lo and behold, I go to a podcast doing a preview of the entire NFL, and I'm looking at the bookmarks. There's Texans-Raiders, the timestamps all the way at the bottom.
Yeah.
I got to go all the way to 2.5 hours to get to the Texans-Raiders. I mean, what are we here? I mean, come on. It's one of the most exciting teams in the NFL. Playing against a lost and forgotten soul.
Yeah. Albeit one that has one of the iconic uniforms. I'll give them that.
It feels like back in the day when you'd find out, like, oh, there's a Tyson fight tonight. Whatever.
Yeah.
He's going to knock somebody out in 37 seconds.
Plunk down my $29.99 to watch 90 seconds of
I don't
fighting.
know how many people actually saw the Buster Douglas fight in real time.
It was in Japan. Nobody did.
Yeah, everybody just assumed it was. So that was one of those. All of a sudden you were alerted to the fact that Mike Tyson
woke up to it. Yeah. It wasn't even in the United States. That was crazy. So yes, that's a good comparison, Seth. They've got Buster Douglas coming to town. Hopefully not. Hopefully this is one of those tomato cans that Tyson used to just steamroll back.
Yeah, hopefully this is the guy from Milford, Mass. or whatever.
Oh, Pete McCall. Is it Macaulay, I think?
Was it McNeely?
Peter McNeely. Yeah, I'm thinking of Macaulay Culkin from the first hour of the show. Yeah, Peter McNeely. He got a Pizza Hut deal out of that.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I'm sure he invested it well.
Pizza Hut deal.
I'm sure he's doing great.
I hope he is. You know what? This is your Irish racism showing through again, like the end of the day yesterday.
That poor schmuck. I remember because they had him really play it up and everything.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing. He knew he was going to get destroyed.
Exactly what he was getting.
But he talked a lot of smack beforehand.
Exactly what he was getting into, yes. All right, so some of the history between these two teams, between the Raiders and the Texans. 2010, the Raiders played the Texans in Week 4. Arian Foster was at the very beginning of his breakout season. He had 3 huge games to start the year. And then for some reason in this game, he was benched for the first quarter of this game against the Raiders. And it was we didn't find out, I don't think, until right before the game. Whatever CBS crew was doing the game said, and Arian Foster is not going to start this game.
Yeah.
He's benched. And I don't even know if we knew he was benched just for the first quarter. We just knew he wasn't starting. We're like, oh, man. My first feeling was, that sucks. Dude's finally getting his break here, and he's had 3 great games. He's on his way to a Pro Bowl season, and now he's shot himself in the foot. Well, he came back into that game in the second quarter and wound up with 189 total yards in the game.
Did we ever find out why he was benched?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm late to a meeting or something like
surprised.
that. It wasn't a hanging offense.
It wasn't like
that.
Arian was ever. I know Arian would, kind of, disagree with people and kind of has his own personality, but he never struck me, even as a young player, like a guy that was unprofessional or anything. Or,
right.
Right. There's guys that you're surprised when they're suspended for the first quarter of a game. Where other guys are like, yeah. Yeah,
get it.
I get it. Yeah,
get it. Yeah.
Now, Arian wasn't I get it type of guy.
Arian had a 74-yard touchdown run in that game. Boy, Arian didn't think of back in the day as a guy with huge top-end speed. He sure did have a lot of really long touchdowns.
I think he was almost he was deceptively fast in some ways because he was so smooth that people didn't realize how fast he was running.
He was bigger than you remember, too. You go back and watch the highlights of Arian Foster.
Yeah.
He was a big back. 2011. The Raiders beat the Texans. The Texans were off to a 3-1 start that year. This was the first truly, really, really good Texans team. And they got off to a 3-1 start that season. And the Raiders come to town, and the Raiders were not a good football team, coached by Hugh Jackson. And this was the first game after Al Davis passed away. Al Davis passed away that week, and the Raiders came in and upset the Texans, and it led to a big, they won it for Al kind of narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Texans, boy, you couldn't have caught the Raiders on a worse week.
It was a nice story for everybody. It was a nice story for everybody in the NFL except for the Houston Texans.
Except the Texans, who had the football gods made them lay down to a horrible Oakland Raiders team. So there was that in 2011. Now we get into the juicy stuff. 2013. Remember that season? If you're a Texan fan and you don't, it's okay.
My first year of full-time sports radio. God, I remember it.
So someone...
I don't know if this is the business for me.
You would really question it, right?
This isn't fun at all.
For those who don't remember, that was the season the Texans won their first 2 games, then went on to lose 14 in a row and get the first pick in the draft, who would become Jadeveon Clowney. But that season, a 2-7 Texans team who were in the middle of yo-yoing back and forth between Matt Schaub and Case Keenum. Let go of Matt Schaub, but also I think knew that Case Keenum gave them a better chance to win football games at that point.
Yeah.
In this particular game, the Raiders game, and by the way, a 2-7 Texans team, if you want to get an idea of how underachieving this team was, they were a 10.5-point favorite in this game against the Raiders. Now, the Raiders are a bad football team, being quarterbacked by Matt McGloin, who was O'Brien's quarterback at Penn State. But the Texans were a 10.5-point favorite. Keenum started this game. Gary Kubiak puts Matt Schaub in the game in the second half, and the Texans are driving for what would be a game-winning touchdown. Matt Schaub throws an interception in the end zone, and Andre Johnson goes ballistic on Matt Schaub. Ballistic as Andre Johnson can go on the sidelines, and then this happened.
Andre Johnson. Oh, he and Schaub had exchange of words on that play.
Boy, this is something you don't see.
Yeah, Schaub was expecting one thing, and I guess, Johnson's one of those quiet guys. He's not going to say much, but watch this now. See, he's saying something, Andre Johnson. Johnson saying something back. There's the exchange right there. And then Johnson walks away.
He walked, not just walks away, walked into the locker room with a minute to go in the game.
Who was that color commentator who is not allowing Kevin Harlan to do the play-by-play?
I don't know.
Exchange?
I was thinking it might have been Rich Gannon. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's look. If you got a scenario like that, you've got to let Kevin Harlan do the play-by-play on
Agreed.
it because he's incredible at it.
Yes. I think it might have been Rich Gannon. I'm not totally
Rich Gannon,
sure.
Your nemesis.
Oh, we'll hear from him later. Don't worry.
I didn't be on a show earlier this week about how much you hate him. Yeah. I didn't see that. Hey, Rich, nice to talk to you again. By the way, my co-host says you're a coward.
I found the audio of him with the 2-point card set.
I should have said that. Yeah.
Well, we'll get another chance someday. Go on with him next week. It's not a Raiders-specific show, right? You can play the segment for him. Hey, listen to what we did.
Hey, Rich, can I come on your show? I've got some beef. You seem like the type of guy who's totally going to have fun with this.
No. You do what you're supposed to do. Lie about why you're coming on the show and then ambush him Jerry Springer style.
Yeah.
All right, so 2013, that was a Raiders game where I think a lot of Texan fans remember Andre leaving the field, but they don't remember who the opponent was. It was the Raiders. All right, fast forward to 2016.
This is the one.
The Raiders and the Texans.
This is the one. If you're trying to figure out a way to get angry about the Raiders, this is the one.
Okay. So the Raiders, they played this game in Mexico
City.
In Mexico City, the Raiders and the Texans. The Raiders beat the Texans. This was the breakout year for Derek Carr.
Mm-hmm.
They went 12-4. That was a good Raiders team that year. They would face the Texans in the playoffs without Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, yeah.
Did I say David? Yeah, Derek Carr. Derek Carr. This was Derek Carr's breakout year. This is in the regular season. Carr played in this game. This game is best known for, at times, somebody aiming a laser pointer in Brock Osweiler's face.
Yeah.
That you could see on the broadcast.
Yeah. And yet Brock Osweiler had one of his better games.
He did.
By Brock Osweiler standards.
He did. Maybe it was a LASIK laser. Maybe he had LASIK surgery and he could see the field better.
There's something about the altitude in Denver. One of the last times in his career, it might have been the last time in his career it looked like he had any kind of an arm left him. It was when he played in altitude in Denver.
Beat Peyton Manning.
Yeah, and then likewise Brock Osweiler at extreme altitude in Mexico City looked like a different version of himself.
That's right.
While also having lasers shined in his eyes.
That's right.
He was the original crypto dude.
He was.
You know,
he was.
He was foretelling just that you should get in on crypto now by his laser-eyed meme.
Are you ready for this audio? This trip back in the Wayback Machine, this was Brock Osweiler being asked after the game about having a laser beam shot into his eyeball during the game.
I've never experienced, a laser being shined into my eyeball during a football game, let alone a professional football game in the National Football League. So I think that was certainly disappointing.
Did he say a professional game in the
professional football game in the National Football League?
I loved his hatred of acronyms so much. I loved how he had to speak out every acronym.
He would have loved being on a swarmy team.
And abbreviation. He didn't say pro football. Professional football.
Professional football.
That is a professional, my friends.
That is someone who had a hard time writing essays where it had to be at least 300 words. Back in the day,
he was adding.
He spelled everything out.
When I awoke this morning as a quarterback, a professional quarterback in the National Football League.
National Football. No, it wouldn't be quarterback. It'd be signal caller because that's 2 words. You got to maximize.
Yeah.
Use vary a lot.
That's a good thing. So these go up to NRG Stadium. At least by this point, they've probably moved on to drone warfare.
Right.
So the fact that there's an enclosed roof helps the Texans.
Do you want to hear Bill O'Brien on the lasers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he for him?
Well, we know that Bill O'Brien and Brock Osweiler didn't have the greatest of relationships.
You think it was one of his stooges up in the stands?
I wouldn't go that far, but I would think that a lot of coaches, if it were their quarterback, they would express some degree of anger over the situation, right? Like they were, and Bill's angry about everything.
Yeah.
But like specifically, like very personal, like, man, they did that to my quarterback. Like Sean McVay with Matthew Stafford, did that happen? Like you're putting my MVP quarterback in danger.
It was honestly like something out of a sci-fi movie from the 80s before everybody had little pocket lasers and everything.
Yep.
Like, yeah. Here's this game in the future. Turns out they're pointing laser beams at your quarterback.
Here was Bill O'Brien.
Do you see the laser pointers or the paper airplanes?
I have no idea about that. No idea. That's a question for security people, not me.
It is true. Like, what do you do if you're a coach? Somebody mentions something to you about laser beams as you're headed up to the podium. You're like, I have no. What do you want me to say?
It's not my job.
I've thought long and hard.
That is Ben. Good job. That is a not my job situation.
We've prepared for every possibility in a game, including we did an off-season study about how to react and respond to laser beams being shined into my quarterback's eyes.
Stay comfy, listener. Eyeballs are going to be a topic here in just a couple minutes with the Raiders and the Texans as well. Just to close out that season, the 2016 season, Texans lost to the Raiders. Derek Carr would suffer a season-ending injury, so the Raiders had to start Connor Cook.
That's right.
In a playoff game here.
Connor Cook with he of the vocal father.
Remember
his father was on message boards and everything. Yeah.
The thing I remember about Connor Cook is how downgraded he got at draft time because he wasn't the captain of his team at Michigan State.
There was a whole vibe, draft day vibe about him.
Yes.
What was the name of the character?
Bo Callahan.
Vibe about him. That he might really be lacking in leadership.
Yes, yeah. So the Texans would beat the Raiders. They would avenge the Mexico City laser loss. And they would beat the Raiders 27-14 in what, to me, Seth, is probably the least memorable win that the Houston Texans have had. Of their 6 playoff wins, the Texans have made the playoffs 8 times. Twice they've gotten knocked out in the first round. 6 other times they've won a game and got knocked out in the next round, in the divisional round. I don't remember anything, not a thing, about Brock Osweiler versus Connor Cook. I'm sure if Mark Vandermeer's listening, he'll be able to recite the game chapter and verse and give me the 3 most memorable things about that game. I remember nothing. I think Clowney made a play in that game, like a fumble recovery, maybe for a touchdown, something like that. But I know the final score was 27-14.
I guess almost depressingly interesting trip back through memory lane in all these Raiders games, because there was a lot of weirdness.
The weirdness, that's what I'm saying.
Not of them, most of them weren't big-time matchups because one of the teams at least wasn't all that relevant when they were played, but a whole lot of weirdness or notable things like, Al Davis had Raiders team pulling off the upset. Laser beams being shown into people's eyes.
Andre Johnson walking off the field might be the most noteworthy thing. A guy like Andre Johnson leaving the field with time still left on the clock.
Connor Cook's father's involvement in his son's affairs and his outsized, what the hell, pop up? Sometimes abrasive personality were noted by several NFL evaluators as potential red flags for Connor Cook.
Okay, there you go. The old man. He's a
LeVar
Ball of Big Ten quarterbacks.
And just like the previous Raiders quarterback in Todd Marinovich, same story. You know, overbearing father.
Big time. All right, last one. Texans-Raiders. This one is in, by the way, we're going to do the Circle of Swarm here in a few minutes. Texans-Raiders in 2019. This was
another weird occurrence.
This was week 8 of 2019. Deshaun Watson throwing the game-winning touchdown pass while being kicked in the eyeball.
He got kicked in the eyeball,
accidentally.
Everybody. This kid's got it. I don't know what it is, but he's got it.
Arden Key was the one whose foot hit Deshaun in the face.
Yeah.
A little trivia for you there.
Deshaun was already a little eyeball challenged to begin with, so this is a dicey situation. You know, like this is a scary moment,
right?
For multiple reasons,
right? Here's what it sounded like on the Texans broadcast.
1st and goal at the 9. Deshaun calls for the ball. Here's the snap. Watson looking, pocket collapsing. Watson trying to get away. He does to the right, throws to the end zone. Caught by Fells. Magical touchdown, Houston, and the Texans take the lead. And Watson is shaking it up. Down. We'll go to the replay and see. Somehow he got away again. Crosby got him by the feet. He went down. Let's see what it is.
That was 6 years ago. Max Crosby making plays back then too.
And yet Max Crosby's only 28 years old.
Yeah.
That was really shy. It feels like he's been around forever.
Yep.
But he hasn't.
But so on that play, Deshaun got kicked in the eye inadvertently, but Arden Key's cleat came right up inside the helmet, kicked him in the eye before he got rid of the football. That was the crazy thing about that play. If you go watch that play, Deshaun, man, peak Deshaun was something else to watch, man.
You know,
I know it's not ended well. But
no, I know. It was, I mean, that's the weirdness of it all. The entire Deshaun saga, I think people probably by now have kind of forgotten just how incredible some of the things he did were, because they're not going to be showing highlights of this on NFL Network or anything.
No, probably not. Yeah, but that was noteworthy. That was also the game, Seth, where J.J. Watt tore his pectoral muscle.
Ow!
And managed to come back like 9 weeks later.
Yeah, that was
play in a playoff game.
Yeah, we mentioned that there was just enough time for him to come back from that. Mario Edwards, it's too late in the season, and obviously Mario Edwards not the same caliber of player as J.J. Watt, but still, it's for J.J. to come back on the timeline that he did was.
You never saw it.
We didn't talk about it.
That was a season-ending injury.
It was really one of those things you wouldn't even throw it out as a hypothetical because it. And then I think there was a report at some point that JJ was thinking about it, and we were all like, whatever.
He ended up doing Steve that year.
Yeah,
saying I'm coming back.
He was our Christmas miracle.
He was basically.
Should have announced it from a crib in a manger.
From a manger. That's what I was thinking. And they should have had the coach, all 3 coordinators come in with frankincense and myrrh and gold.
More appropriately, he should have. It could have been like an Easter miracle. He should have walked out of a cave.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah,
that would have been good.
Would have been well received.
Conflating the holidays
would have been well received.
Would have been really well with people.
Yeah, Max Crosby was 22 years old. Why does it feel like Max Crosby's been around forever?
Because by NFL standards, he kind of has.
Not really. He's only in his 7th season, and he had a relatively he didn't have one of these super incredible. Well, he was runner-up for Rookie of the Year.
I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Because the last 7 years have been longer for Texan fans than they've been for a lot of teams.
That's true. We've lived through a lot of eras.
A lot of ups and downs. I think it would have felt shorter if the Texans were terrible for 7 years than it did feel being good and then laughingly terrible.
Or even if they were really good for 7 years, or if they were competitive steadily through 7 years.
That would have felt fast
if
they were competitive. But the fact that it was so up and down and it felt so dire at the bottom, I think it's made the last 7 years feel generally longer with everything. That's my theory, at least.
Makes for a good Netflix series. A lot of highs and lows, ups and downs.
Are you ready to do the Circle of Swarm, or do you want to play a little Caserio audio first?
Casario's audio is probably a good lead into the Circle of Swarm.
Is it?
So let's do this. This is Chris Long on the Greenlight podcast asking Caserio their player evaluation process.
I was going to ask you straight out, do you take lazy people off your board or something? Because you don't have any players that take plays off. Do you strike through guys that you see on tape and you say, hey, if he's picking and choosing, I don't want him?
We're very discerning in that respect, Chris. We'll absolutely remove or eliminate players regardless of how quote-unquote talented they are or they're perceived to be. Because ultimately, when it matters, you need guys that are mentally and physically tough, that play with urgency, that are selfless, that play fast, that play competitive, and are violent. So we're not afraid to eliminate players, understanding they're going to be on other teams. We're probably going to play against them. That's okay. We understand that. But we also understand what's required and what the expectation and the standard is on a day-to-day basis. So our responsibility is who are those players that fit that profile. And that's where our scouts do a really good job of identifying those traits and characteristics. But we absolutely will eliminate players if we don't feel like they're a fit for our building.
Identifying killers.
This is the part that got me all excited, where I actually had to kind of keep myself from fainting. Was the part in the middle there.
Ultimately, when it matters, you need guys that are mentally and physically tough, that play with urgency, that are selfless, that play fast, that play competitive, and are violent.
Violent.
And he stressed violent, too.
Yeah. And that's the thing about I love the idea of the Texans trading down, not because they don't have a good grade on the player, but because ultimately this guy just isn't violent enough.
Yeah.
And I do think also, as good as Laramie Tunsil is, he's awesome, but he's more judo than he is Brazilian. He's a finesse player. He's not violent. So when it comes to getting the prototype player on offense and what we want the offense to look more like the defense. I think they're really trying to get more towards just gritty, tough, physical football players.
I wonder, is that harder to identify on offense than it is on defense?
I don't know. Well, on the offensive
I feel like
line,
defense is an inherently more violent endeavor than offense.
I don't think so, because I think with receivers, you have, do they actually like blocking, and what's their run after the catch look like? Puka Nacua, you watch him. It's going to be a different type of violence than a defensive player, but man, all right, that guy plays with a lot of violence. Offensive linemen, are they just absolutely finishing and dominating guys in college? Tight ends, do they have an appetite for blocking? All of that. I don't know if it's a different type of violence, but I don't think it's as hard to identify.
It might be harder for the average person to identify as opposed to a scout. Is that a good question? Do you think we get a good answer from Caserio if I asked him that?
We should ask him about. Well, he won't talk about Trevor Penning because he's a current player in the NFL,
right? But he might have some good anecdotes about guys the Texans picked.
Yeah, with Trevor Penning, the Saints draft pick, who I despised because he liked to play the tough guy after the snap, which was fake violence.
Yeah,
there's fake tough guy stuff on. There's more fake tough guy stuff on offense than there is in defense.
Yes.
And sometimes scouts are fooled by it. These people were gushing about Trevor Lawrence as he was getting destroyed during an actual football play.
Yeah.
But because he drove the guy down after he got destroyed during the actual play, it'd be like, oh, he's violent. No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's a coward.
Yep. Boy, Chris Long, we interviewed Nick the same day that Chris Long did that interview, and I'm like, I heard that question. I'm like, God, I wish we'd asked that. That was a great question.
I've asked him that question before, but not in as good a way.
I just love the way he said, do you just cross guys off your list?
The video helps a lot, too. No, the answer we got out of him was that he flat out said that he gets excited when a guy runs a bad 40 time.
You asked him that, and that was a great answer,
but that
too.
was,
That was a great answer, too.
We got to have him on Zoom. I don't know why we don't.
Yeah, that's it's funny. I've been talking to people about that. Yeah, we're going to try to get that set up. I think those interviews are still really good, but the Zoom, I think, the ability to see each other.
But no. The thing about Chris that's really, like, Chris will ask questions about the Texans where you're like, oh, wow, that's a really good point. But he does that for every team. So, like, which is hard to do. It looks like when he does an interview, he's asking questions that it's obvious that he's actually paid attention and watched and knows what he's doing, as opposed to the standard kind of, what a lot of national media people do.
Yeah, he's really, really good. And by the way, if the Texans scouting staff is so good at identifying people who are football sociopathic killers, they would make good FBI agents someday. Maybe James Lipford's career path isn't necessarily in football. Maybe he's going to be the head of the FBI.
They wouldn't necessarily be good FBI. This is a thing, though, but it's identifying a certain...
I knew you'd have a counterpoint to this.
It's a certain type of violence. It's not just a brazen, without violence type of... or
That's
without
true.
discipline. Yeah, it has to be a disciplined violence.
Yeah.
It has to be like D'Amico. Honestly, they go and look for guys who are like D'Amico. They go and look for guys who are upstanding citizens, but when they flip the switch, same thing that make good soldiers or good firefighters or anything else, like they're able to balance the actual life side versus what they do in their given profession.
Civilized savages. That's what I said the other day. Civilized savages. Are you ready to, with that as a lead-in, now knowing the type of player that the Texans really like and how they vet them, let's pick 6 of them in our Circle of Swarm for today.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Circle of Swarm, and this one I don't want to poison the water by putting out, by putting opinion into this thing before we even get to it. I'm just guessing that last week's post-Chiefs Circle of Swarm was all defense.
Mm-hmm.
Might be one of the first times all year, and maybe even in the history of Circle of Swarm. Well, no, it's probably happened.
That's been a lot.
It's probably happened before. This one, there will be defense in it for sure, but it will not be nearly as lopsided, I don't think, as last week's was. Offense put up 40 points, and D'Amico Ryans was very specifically critical of the defense this week.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can find 6 guys who were swarmy last week with a glance ahead at the Raiders game. Seth and I each picked 3 of the swarmiest Texans. Seth,
I'm going to go with this guy whose performance in this game was unfortunately put into the shadows by trading the best game of his season for the Cardinals. I'm going to say Dalton Schultz.
It's a good one.
Who has been very, very steady. And, it was revealed this week by Caserio that it was something we all kind of knew but assumed. But it sounds like his injury issues last year were even worse than maybe we thought. And he played through a lot of it, and we've seen him play through a lot of injuries this year. And yet, especially as of late, over these past few weeks, is really just consistently produced. So Dalton Schultz.
Produced, and I think he's been good in the run game, too. He's been a much better version of himself blocking. I'm not saying he's Gronkowski or anything, but he's not the liability that he had been at times last year. That's a good one. So Dalton Schultz is the first one in the Circle of Swarm. I'm going to put Jawar Jordan in the Circle of Swarm. Okay. Jawar Jordan, the first 100-yard rusher in this season for the Texans. Biggest rushing output of any debut in the history of the Texans, 101 yards. And people are going to remember his 50-yard carry. I thought he ran for some tough yards in this game.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have any negative carries in this game. He kept the chains moving. The very last touchdown, he had a 10-yard run and a 12-yard run on that drive. They really leaned on him on that drive until they got inside the 5-yard line and decided to, for some reason, start running stupid Daria Gumbawale plays down there. I think Jawar Jordan deserves to be in the Circle of Swarm. And trust the Circle of Swarm.
Good job, Jawar, or as Brian Baldinger calls him, Jahar. Which is, that's how it's spelled. That's how I remember how to spell it.
It's a silent W.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, you ready?
I don't know why that tickled me. You're 100% correct, but I've never ever heard a silent W before. I don't think.
For Baldinger, it was.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to go with this guy.
Okay.
And part of this is that I hope is a sign of things to come. Ariante Ursary had the best PFF grade that he's had all season in that
look
game.
at you leaning on the PFF grades.
For offensive linemen, I'm starting to acknowledge that I think that's where a lot of people say for offensive linemen, that's where the PFF
Welcome to
grades
the
seem
20th century, boomer.
Yeah. With your letting supposed advanced analytics fuel bad takes because the analytics are bogus. But I think Ariante Ursery, who like many offensive linemen for the Texans had a rough day versus the Chiefs. Ariante Ursery, we need to see more of that. So Ariante Ursery.
Ariante Ursery in the circle of swarm. All right, so you've got 2, I've got 1. I'm going to put CJ Stroud in the circle of swarm. CJ Stroud had a really, really good, consistent beginning to end game. I know there's some red zone issues again, but CJ had 22 of 29, 260 yards and a touchdown. He continues to have, as he does this death by 1,000 paper cuts and continues to evolve his decision making, he still has 3 or 4 plays every game where you go, oh my God, there's 6 guys on the planet that can make that throw.
Right.
He's still the touchdown to Nico Collins, I think, is one of them. Through a maze of hands, and it just lasers it to Nico Collins. And I like that was something that CJ said he and Nico saw on film before the game, and they managed it and got the Texans off to what was their best start to a game of the season by far. And then the throw to Dalton Schultz, and just the way CJ is operating right now, I'm really encouraged by the direction this is going, and I would hope he has another game like that, so I'm going to put CJ in.
I think that this is one thing, a stat that who knows how accurate this is or not, but it comes with a graph and from a nerdy guy, and it's got this thing, a stat for quarterback read progression distribution.
Yeah.
So how often are they hitting their first read versus their second read versus their check down or scramble? And CJ is ranked in weeks 9 through 15 number 1 in progression rate. And I don't know exactly how they grade it, but other than it looks like CJ has his first read, is not hitting the first read of the designated receiver nearly as often as most quarterbacks. He's hitting his second read with a lot of regularity, or his check down. His scramble rate seems to be appropriate for however they decide that. All of that combines to make him number 1 in progression rate. So which speaks to me of a quarterback that's seeing the field and reading the defense pretty well.
Yeah.
But he's also doing it as he's getting rid of the ball way faster than he has in his career.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is kind of a tip of the cap to both C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley and how they've evolved in the defense. This is weeks 9 through 15.
How much do you trust what you're looking at right there?
Oh, I'd say at about 37.3% chance. It matches the eyeball test in a lot of respects.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious.
I don't trust how much they're evaluating every quarterback and knowing for sure who the designated
my
receiver.
Point. Yeah. No, but the point is well taken that CJ is doing some really good things for sure. All right, last one for you.
Oh,
Circle of Swarm. You got to pick one more.
Noel.
Jalen Noel. Oh, the kick returns. Yeah.
You gave me a response like that. Did I say the wrong name or
no,
something?
No.
What did I do? He had some nice returns in that game.
He did. He had 2 nice returns.
This is one of the last competitive games the Raiders played was versus the Jaguars. Raheem Mostert had 2 really nice returns in that game.
Did he?
And it was a reminder to me that, hey.
They got Raheem Mostert returning kicks, huh?
Yeah. And he hasn't done an incredible job of it or anything, but in that Jaguars game, they ended up taking the Jaguars to overtime, partly because of these big returns by Raheem Mostert. So it made me think about Jalen Noel and the fact that he maybe he's actually the full-time returner now. I'm not sure. Who knows?
No, I think he is. They were I think on kick return they were only putting him back there, whereas they used to have 2 back there.
Yeah.
So I think that's a go. Sorry if I got a little inquisitive about Jalen Noel.
Was it that bad of a pick, Ben?
No, it wasn't a bad pick at all.
Okay.
I had forgotten that he had the 2 big kick returns. That's a good pick.
Did you think, Ben, for a second that Jalen Noel's on IR or something?
No, this is where I know you'll back me up. There's a lot of Jalen's on the team.
Oh yeah.
So
I said Jalen and you were waiting.
I thought Petrie's always one you think of putting in there. I don't know that he did anything in this game that deserved it.
Yeah,
but he's like a perennial now.
I thought about Kalen Bullock just because he had to make some plays because the front 7, the front 10, I'll call them, didn't always do their job as well as they typically do. So Kalen Bullock.
I'm going to put a defensive player in because I feel like with the Texans, for the offense to sweep the board, we've been all offense and special teams here.
I know when we're a little D'Amico just flat out said that wasn't up to their standards. We have a higher like one of our listeners said.
Yep.
D'Amico treats the team like he does his children, like where there's one that you're always tougher on.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's what he said. He treats the defense like they're his boy, and he treats his offense like it's his daughter.
Yeah. I was going to put this guy in anyways. He was on my list right here. He was the only one still left. Kamar Lassiter. Kamar Lassiter had the pick in the end zone. Kamar Lassiter had some nice support in the run game when they needed it. Kamar Lassiter was called by the GM on this show earlier this week, pound for pound, the toughest player on the team.
Yeah.
So Kamar Lassiter is going to make the circle of swarm this week.
No,
the interception alone is enough to get
Sean,
him.
your response wasn't inappropriate or anything. Your facial response to me is just it's the exact same look you give when I say the wrong name, and it's like somebody who's on IR and has been since August or something. I say the wrong name, and you're like, well, he's actually playing for the Seahawks now, Seth.
It's funny. No, the reason I probably made that look is when I go to do the circle of swarm, I am looking at the box score, and I never get down to kick return. I didn't even I didn't have Jalen Knoll on my list right here. I'm like, Jalen Knoll. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. He only had 2 kickoff returns. He averaged 54 yards. On the 2, and the 69-yard kickoff return was awesome. That was really cool. All right, so the circle of swarm for this week: Dalton Schultz, Jawar Jordan, Ariante Ursary, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Knoll. I don't know if we have any newbies on there. Jawar Jordan, obviously, is a new one. But that's a lot of guys who are still trying to climb the charts. No Will Anderson. No Hunter.
Well, and I thought about putting Will Anderson in specifically because he didn't talk to the media afterwards. Just to piss off the media types.
Yeah.
Look, he was upset that he had a donut in production. And I know a lot of people thought, oh, he's upset because he didn't get a sack or anything. It's more nuanced than that. I think if he was upset about his play, it wasn't that he didn't get a sack. It's that he didn't feel like he was playing up to his standards.
Yeah, impactful.
You know, he was disappointed in himself.
Yeah.
It wasn't an ego type thing.
Yep.
It was just that he was upset with. That's how I choose to interpret it.
For sure.
And if he doesn't want to talk to the media, everybody go die. Okay.
Nobody's been friendlier with the media than Will Anderson.
Right. Yeah. It's like all of a sudden,
day.
like, oh, Will Anderson, you've never been anything but pleasant and delightful and just the incredible everything that I want in a football player. But this one time, because you're upset with your performance, you don't talk to the media. How could you do this to us?
Everybody's entitled to a bad day.
Yeah.
You just can't have a ton of them strung together in a row. All right. College football playoff begins tonight. It's this weekend. What is at stake in this college football for the game at large? I'm not talking about for the individual schools, because the college football playoff committee and the people making decisions have shown that based on the playoff, they will make big changes to it the next season. They did it last year. Could this big change be something that we see after this weekend? We will discuss that coming up next.
You guys won't be disappointed.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
There's always opinions after we do the Circle of Swarm each week as to how we did. Nico Collins seems to be the one that people think we may have missed on this week.
Especially because he would have had over 100 yards receiving if the official had seen Blake Fisher report eligible.
Yes. Yep, he would have. 3 catches for 85 yards, 82 yards, something like that.
And it was in the 20-plus yard reception negated on that play.
Yep.
Well, and the efficiency of it was the big thing, too, because it was 3 catches on 4 targets. It should have really been 4 catches on 5 targets.
Yeah, well, look, when you win 40-20, there were more than 6 swarmy guys.
Yeah.
That's a Jalen pick. The 2 kickoff returns. Very underrated.
I thought I was thinking about Nico Collins, but
because one was the opening kickoff.
Jalen Knoll deserved a little bit of love. Yeah, that was part of stacking up that
tone.
huge lead initially.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so that was good. Here was Nick Saban on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, saying that I'm sure they love Nick Saban wherever James Madison is located. I think it's in Virginia.
It is. I don't know that.
I think it is. They must love Nick Saban today. Nick Saban compared James Madison making the college football playoff to basically the Sugarland Space Cowboys making the MLB playoffs.
Look, would we allow the winner of the AAA baseball league, the International League, whatever they call it, I don't even know the name of it, would you let them in the World Series playoffs?
I don't think they do. No, I don't think.
No, they don't, but I'm saying, but that's the equivalent of what we do when JMU gets in to the college football playoff and Notre Dame doesn't.
You know what? I think he should have. I wanted them to follow up with his thought on Japanese baseball stats. Whether they should be
allowed.
Yeah. I feel like that was what do you know about Ichiro's numbers for the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously it's an exaggerated opinion. I don't think there's a lot of AAA teams that could go out and beat a major league team in a regular season game.
How do you feel about having two?
I don't like it for football. I don't like it. I understand philosophically and I'm a little bit of a hypocrite there because I do like the idea of just flat out stop trying to act like you're able to get it perfect, or if there's even such a thing as this team's actually better than that team or whatever, because everything changes from week to week anyway. That in every other sport, in every league, in every college, pro, whatever, sometimes the good teams, just because of the way the divisions and everything are set up, they don't end up making the playoffs.
Right.
Or it happens every year. Think about state tournaments in various sports, where a lot of times the second best team in the state doesn't get to go to the state tournament because they lose to the best team in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's just, that's the way it works in every other sport.
Yeah.
So I don't like the way it ends up looking, but I also philosophically don't object to just, this is the way the tournament is, and the winners of the divisions get to go, and then there you have it.
The mistake they made was when they said the five. If you believe that having James Madison in this tournament is a bad thing, because it's James Madison and Tulane. So James Madison and Tulane both won their conferences. The problem is that the ACC's winner was Duke, who wasn't even in the top 25.
Yeah.
The rule is the top 5 ranked conference winners make it into the tournament, not the Power 4 conference winners plus a group of 5.
Yeah.
That's how you're winding up with 2 group of 5s, because the ACC was a joke this year, and their tiebreaker to put teams in their conference title game stinks. Miami should tiebreak stupid in that league. So last year they had it so that the 5 top conference winners got into the tournament, and the top 4 of those all got a bye.
Yeah.
Which meant that Arizona State and Boise State were getting byes over teams like Ohio State and Notre Dame and the 2 teams that eventually made the championship game. And it made for a lesser tournament. So what did the committee do in the offseason? They said, well, the top 4 conference winners aren't going to get the byes anymore. They'll all get in. But the top 4 ranked teams in the rankings, the committee rankings, are going to get the byes. We want to make sure the 4 best teams get the bye in the first round. You conference guys can still get in. You'll get an automatic bid, but you're going to have to earn your way into the quarterfinals and semifinals. I could see a scenario, Seth, where if James Madison, who plays Oregon, and Tulane, who plays Ole Miss, who's already been blown out by Ole Miss once this year already. Ole Miss beat them by 5 touchdowns earlier this year. If Tulane and James Madison get blown out tomorrow, I could definitely see the committee putting some guardrails around how much group of 5 we could have in this thing. I don't think they'll go full bore. It's just the 12 best teams anymore, because then you probably are going to court over the whole thing. But I do think they'll put some guardrails around it and say, look, we can't have 2 group of 5. Just 1 group of 5 team gets in.
Yeah, that's and that seems to make sense.
There are blowouts.
Until something just gets completely distorted and warped. And
then they'll make other changes.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I guess I've kind of accepted that there is no perfect solution to it. And as long as you keep trying to have human beings' opinions, going to get it right. So I guess moving away from so lean into that and make it more about the human opinions. If that's what you're into.
Yeah, I don't think the committee's going anywhere anytime soon.
There's a part of me that just wants to just go ahead and have a couple of super conferences in the rest of college football. You can have your Big 10, Pac-12, which is the Big 10, and have your your SEC Big 12. What did I say? Yeah, and just have at it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've loved college football forever. So with every change that comes up, I'm like, I hate this. I hate the big conferences now. Like the conferences are all 16 teams with no divisions, horrible tiebreakers, all that. And I'm not even giving this opinion because, Nick Saban cited my school as the one getting screwed in this thing because they were the last team out. So you got James Madison in Notre Dame out. I understand I think the rules, they went into this thing and they didn't think a lot of stuff through.
And part of it was just because they'd been back. Yeah.
They just didn't think a lot of stuff through.
But whenever you look at any scenario, how many different versions of this have we had since they went from just the strict AP vote?
We had the BCS, which was two teams forever and involved computers.
Yeah.
And then we had we went from 2 teams to 4 teams in 2014. And then we went from 4 and the 4 team was a committee.
Yeah.
And then the committee came in when it came to 4 teams.
Right.
The BCS was writers and computers. And then we changed to 12 teams 2 years ago.
So that's 5.
Yeah.
And then, but then the parameters are we have changed as well. So 7 different versions of it.
Yeah. Within the 12,
within those,
we've already had 2
it's
versions.
not just the number. Yeah.
We've
had like 7 different versions of it in our lifetime.
Yeah.
And
they're not afraid to pivot.
Nobody's ever happy about any of them.
Yeah, they're not afraid to pivot. I just want it to make more sense as it goes forward.
Yeah.
That's it. So we'll see. But I think James Madison and Tulane. I say all this to say I think James Madison and Tulane are in some ways playing for the future of the little guy in this turn. This has gotten more because there's 2 of them in there now. It's gotten more attention than any other time in the last couple of years. And if they both go out and lose by 5 touchdowns, I guarantee you there'll be some guardrails put in to make sure they don't get 2 of these teams in again.
Yeah, and there is, and then
it's a TV product at the end of the day.
The teams that are clearly better than those teams that are outside looking in, they have a right. They have a right to feel disgruntled about it.
Yep. All right, going into the 8 o'clock hour here. We've talked a little about the college football playoff. There's a lot of games this weekend that affect the Texans. All right, we're gonna do 5 reasons I hate you at 8:25. So we'll get back to the Raiders. They don't get off the hook, but we'll do a viewer's guide for the Texan fan for this upcoming week coming up next. But first, you got the Mokaram injury report.
Oh, the Mokaram injury lawyers report, where there was some good news this weekend that Nick Chubb has been practicing. That's good. The fact that Woody Marks and Derek Stingley both did not participate yesterday, not so hot. Woody Marks with his ankle, Derek Stingley with his oblique. Remember, he had oblique issues earlier on in the season. Full participation yesterday out of also Trent Brown, Nick Chubb, and Watson. Limited participation from Azeez Al-Shire, Danico Autry, Jake Hansen, Kamari Lassiter, who just is not going to let any kind of foot issue slow him down. Sheldon Rankins and E.J. Speed. That's your injury report brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in an accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Who do you turn to when some jackass is
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Let me just read these back to Viewer's Guide. Viewer's Guide for the Texans fan this weekend. Back-to-back text here, Seth. I'm somewhat disappointed Sean isn't more fired up about his alma mater missing the college football playoffs. Very next text, literally very next text. Stop whining and crying. If your team hadn't lost the game, they'd be in the playoffs.
You didn't even say anything about Notre Dame in that game. In that segment I did.
Yeah, well, I just pointed out that they were the last team out, and they'd probably be in if there were some guardrails here.
Right. Yeah.
So it's.
I didn't know. I didn't know we had so many JMU listeners.
Stop whining and crying. I wasn't whining and crying. And for the person who's disappointed, I'm not more upset about it. It's been like 10 days now. It's been 2 weeks now since the.
Right.
You want me to carry it, or you want me to get angry on a Friday when this thing happened like 2 weeks ago?
Sean to turn this into a Notre Dame football show?
No, nobody wants that.
Sean's very careful not to do that.
I try not to do that. Yeah. All right. So the viewer's guide, the Texans viewer's guide for this weekend, for Week 16. We know we need the Texans to win out. If we want the Texans to win the AFC South, in all likelihood, the Texans are going to need to win out in order to win the division, because the Jags, this is their last. No, acknowledging anything can happen in the NFL. This is their last real test this week. They're going to face probably Phillip Rivers next week, maybe Anthony Richardson, and then they face the Titans in Week 18. So the big one for this weekend for the Texans, if we're prioritizing rooting interest, who to appeal to the football gods via prayer to win over Jags this weekend. Absolutely. If you want to win the division, if you want to take control of the division with 2 games left, Broncos over Jags, and obviously the Texans need to take care of business.
Look, the Broncos are 3.5 point favorites in this game, and Jacksonville's on a 5-game win streak. Normally, I don't care much for red zone stats all that much, except that this year it's been very relevant because the Texans' offense has been so bad in the red zone. But as we look forward to potential playoff matchups and what have you, the Broncos have an awesome red zone defense. They're the best red zone defense in the NFL.
We know that firsthand.
Yes. And the Jaguars' offense during their 5-game win streak, they've scored touchdowns on 70.8% of its red zone
That's
drives.
really good.
They've been really good.
Yeah.
We know that because the Texans have scored 43% touchdowns.
That's really
on there,
bad.
and that's really bad. Third worst in the NFL.
Yep.
But that's one of the big things is what happens when the Jaguars get down into the red zone. But it makes me think about, all right, Bills or Broncos, who would I rather face? I think that might be a better matchup for the against the Bills in some regards, given how good the Broncos' red zone defense is and how bad the Texans' offense is.
You say the Texans eventually play them down the road, you're saying? Yeah.
Well, you and I disagreed. You said you'd rather play in Denver than Buffalo. I feel like I'd rather play in Buffalo than Denver.
I'd rather play the Broncos. And if I had to go on the road, I'd rather go on the road to Denver than go on the road to Buffalo.
Yeah.
But relevant to this weekend, we are big Bronco fans.
Yes.
Big Bronco fans.
I hope their red zone defense stays as
60 more minutes. Absolutely. So that's the big one. Honestly, the rest of it matters. The rest of these games combined matter less to me than that Broncos-Jags game, because if the Broncos beat the Jags and the Texans beat the Raiders, the Texans are the 3 seed right now. But if we're going to have rooting interest in these other games, some of these are more feasible than others. It'd be nice if the Browns and Shedeur Sanders were to pull off an upset at home against the Bills this weekend.
It'd be freaking awesome.
We are big,
not to mention just for the content alone.
We are big Shedeur Sanders fans this weekend.
Have been forever.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys listen to this show, but we've always loved Shedeur Sanders.
I've been pretty ambivalent about Shedeur Sanders, and that's just how I am about the draft in general. I don't fall in love with any of these hoes. Any guy that gets drafted, I'm kind of like, let's wait and see. And so for people that want to proclaim that Shedeur is either trash or he's the best thing that ever lived, prematurely. It will make it interesting if Shedeur figures out a way to be a huge part of this upset.
Yeah, that'd be big. I mean, Shedeur's had big games.
Yeah.
It's not like we're asking for something that hasn't happened yet. He's had some good games.
Reason to watch this game. Myles Garrett is one sack away from tying the NFL single-season sack record, shared by the fraudulent Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt.
Did you that sack, that Brett Favre, Michael Strahan sack popped up on my social media timeline within the last couple weeks? I forgot just how offensive that was.
I feel like the state of Mississippi needs to investigate Michael Favre. Started in on misappropriating funds way back then.
Big media career now, you know. You got Good Morning America and $25,000 pyramid, and
Favre took a sack that he'd been given to him by a Mississippi State charity fund and gave it to Strahan.
Strahan and Nate Burleson, man, they're into a lot of stuff. They're both.
Well, Burleson's losing his.
He's losing his CBS mornings gig, I think. Yeah, but for the last couple of years, they both had a morning news program they were part of, News and Talk. They both had a game show because Burleson.
They did?
Burleson does Hollywood Squares.
Really?
Yep. And Strahan does $25,000 pyramid.
Oh wow!
You know I'm a game show enthusiast.
Yeah, I didn't know either of those things.
Yep. They both host a game show, and they're both on a studio show for the NFL on Sundays.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. They must not like their families very much.
Burleson, it doesn't surprise me that Burleson was could transition into being a morning talk show guy.
Mm-hmm.
Strahan, who I know has done, he's done a good job of it, right? People really love him. Yeah,
he's not losing his job.
When he was a player, I would never have expected that.
No, I wouldn't have either. He's done a good job with it though. A couple other things to root for. Some of this we're having to compromise a little bit if you're a Texan fan, like rooting. You know, I don't know how. I think Shedeur is very polarizing. If you're a Shedeur fan, this will be very easy for you to root for him over the Bills. The next one, this is yet another weekend, Seth, that Texan fans need to root for the Cowboys to beat the Chargers. I know the Texans play the Chargers next week, so against the Chargers, you still control your own destiny in terms of being ahead of them in the standings. If it comes down to the Cowboys, just took care of some business
nice
against
to have
the
a
Chargers.
little cushion.
Little cushion, baby. Yeah.
A little cushion for the playoff pushing.
That's right, man.
That's what I've always said.
That's the old saying, yes.
This game, why do I, in my head, I just did it. I almost said San Diego Chargers. It's so hard.
I still have trouble with that.
I think I said Oakland once this year, but caught myself at least.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind cheering for the Cowboys.
No, I don't either. They did us a service against the Chiefs a couple of weeks ago on Thanksgiving, and it felt good.
Well, plus, and your hatred of Justin Herbert is so irrationally wild and strong that the Cowboys could really do you a favor.
It's not my hatred of Herbert.
I don't hate him.
No. I don't hate Herbert. I hate the love, the seemingly disproportionate love that experts have for Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
I don't hate the man. I hate the people that prop him up.
Yeah, I know.
And put him ahead of CJ. Yeah.
As you've pointed out multiple times in your non-hatred of him, he has the third most interceptions in the league right now.
Is that what it is? I pointed out he had 12. I didn't know it was that many.
You know, he has the second most, Geno Smith. And he's got a chance because, he's facing a very opportunistic Texans defense. And the guy he's competing with for most interceptions in the NFL, Tua Tagovailoa, likely will not be throwing any more passes or interceptions
unless
this
something
year.
bad happens to Quinn Ewers and Zach Wilson. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So let's help make that happen. Let's help, and the Texans can help make that happen against both guys over the next couple of weeks. I've got Chiefs-Titans in here. I just have it in here. I don't really have a big rooting interest in it. I just think it's interesting that before Mahomes got hurt was 11.5. Chiefs, obviously. Chiefs are still favored in this game. It's in Tennessee by 4.5, even with Gardner Minshew at quarterback. But Mahomes, if you're wondering what his worth is on the betting market, 7 points.
Okay.
Which is a lot. The line went from 11.5 to 4.5.
I'm intrigued by Gardner Minshew just because he's not under contract for next year, but it's not like the Chiefs would have to spend a boatload to get him. And it's way too early for them to know whether or not Pat Mahomes is going to make a comeback or anything. But you'd think you want a veteran quarterback in there. If Mahomes might miss the first 4 games of the season, you're going to want a veteran in there, not some third-round draft pick or something.
Yes.
So there's a good chance that over these next 3 weeks, Gardner Minshew is trying to put his best foot forward, obviously.
Yeah, a little audition.
But they are mathematically out of the playoffs.
They are out of it, yeah.
Which people around the media are telling us we should be really upset about that.
Oh.
We're going to miss it. It's not going to be as much fun without the Chiefs around.
Oh, you just provided a little Take-A-Mania preview, my friend.
Bunch of bastards.
Little Take-A-Mania preview coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll do 5 Reasons I Hate You at 8:25 today. Couple more here. Rooting interest for the Texan fan in games coming up this weekend. I am rooting for the Steelers over the Lions, and I'm rooting for the Patriots over the Ravens.
Okay.
Because I do not want the Ravens to win the AFC North. I'm not worried about either team relative to the Texans being in the postseason anymore. So I'm just worried about if the Texans somehow wound up in the 5 seed, where they would have to go to play the 4 versus 5 game.
Mm-hmm.
And I would rather go to Pittsburgh and face, even on a win streak going into the playoffs, than go to Baltimore and face Baltimore even at like 8-9 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, and especially
I don't need Lamar Jackson flipping the switch on the Texans.
In the way the Baltimore defense has been playing since 2 weeks after the Texans played the Ravens.
They shut out Joe Burrow last
Yeah, they got it together. They figured it out. This is what Sean, they've done it in 4 of the last 5 seasons where the Ravens have been a bad defense in the first half of the season and then one of the best defenses in the league in the second half of the season. The difference this year is just that Lamar Jackson is not any semblance of his normal self, and it's weird. And meanwhile, if the Texans were to face the Steelers, look, we've seen this before, not with Aaron Rodgers individually, it's any of these old quarterbacks. Man, when the weather gets cold, and Aaron Rodgers is throwing for 5.9 yards per attempt, the lowest in his entire career. They're one of the worst teams in terms of time of possession. Like that doesn't age well deep into the playoffs. When your defense has been on the field forever. TJ Watt's waiting for his lung to seal back up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
He's out again this week.
Is he again this week? Yeah, this is yet another. I honestly, even leading the division, I think this is yet another season that frustrates Steeler fans because they're kind of purgatorying their way to a 9 or 10 win season, which is admirable. You know, Mike Tomlin hasn't had a losing season ever as a Steelers head coach, and yet they haven't won a playoff game since 2016.
According to ESPN, if ESPN pulls off this victory, their playoff odds will increase.
Oh, if the Steelers beat the Lions.
Yeah,
they'll be at 9-6. Yeah, that sounds right. So I want the Steelers more than I want the Ravens if the Texans wind up with the 5 seed.
Is there any part of you that feels, or I guess with some people, are people tired of the Lions being the darling? Oh, look at this! They picked themselves up, and now they're one of the scariest teams in the league. Yet they falter in the playoffs over and over again. Do you want to see the Lions out of the playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get sick of everybody real quick.
You know how I feel about when it comes to playoff time. If my team is not in it, then teams that have already won a bunch of championships, let them win another.
Yeah.
You know, like that doesn't bother me. Like when the Patriots had won 5, what's the difference between Patriot fans when they've won 5 or 6?
You don't want the Lions to win a Super Bowl before the Texans
Now I got a new fan base on my hands that's going to tell me how football is played.
Yeah, and Houston football in general, just between the Oilers and the Texans. Because a lot of times people say, people try to throw shade when somebody points out a stat like the Texans have never done this or done that. The historically bad teams will say, oh, must be tough.
Right.
Look at my misery. Like, no, we include the Oilers in a lot of this. The Oilers at least made it to a conference championship game, but a Super Bowl eludes the entire city of Houston.
It does. Did you see Aaron Rodgers the other day? I probably should have gotten this audio, but he was asked the other day about the team, about the Steelers. He's really enjoying playing for the Steelers.
He was talking about how they've got a bunch of cast-offs.
And
he was saying it almost like as a
he was listing them all, like Marquez Valdez-Scantling and this guy and that guy. He listed them a bunch of cast-offs, a bunch of misfits, a bunch of guys who were discarded by their old teams.
Yeah.
And the appropriate follow-up was, do you feel like you're a cast-off? He's like, oh, no.
Yeah, and turned and looked for the next question.
Yeah, no. When in fact he was.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's been cast off by 2 teams.
He gave
now.
a little bit of a David Culley. Remember when Culley would be asked a tough question, usually about Deshaun Watson, and then he would immediately he'd be like looking to his right, giving an awkward answer about Deshaun Watson, and then immediately turn to his left as if he's answering somebody's question, even though nobody had asked yet.
Right.
He would point. I liked it. I thought it was a savvy move by him. He would look like, yeah, I'm ready for your question. And no, everybody's just sitting there like, oh, I was kind of waiting to see where that last one was going to go.
Good move.
Yeah.
It's a good move.
That's what Rodgers did.
That's great. Yeah, it is what he did in that instance right there. Last one, Monday Night Football. I'm not worried about the Colts anymore. The Texans would really have to poop the bed for the Colts to become relevant to them again.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to play each other in Week 18, so there is that. Let's let the 49ers – I would say let the 49ers beat the Colts, but don't beat up on Phillip Rivers too much, because I'd rather face Phillip Rivers in Week 18 than Anthony Richardson in Week 18.
Yeah, because the any given Sunday dynamic is
You're worried
large.
about the ceiling with Anthony Richardson.
I'm not – listen. I'm mildly surprised that Phillip Rivers is still walking around upright this week. And
fine,
I know he didn't look great, but he's good at not taking hits and all of those things. He's from week 1. So one of those options I don't like when they are just one game behind the Texans in the playoff standings.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sleep on the Colts. Just as earlier in the season, it felt like, no, boy, nobody's ever going to catch the Colts, I guess. Looks like they're the greatest football team since Johnny Unitas was wearing cleats.
Yeah.
I think that I'm gonna watch this one.
You're maintaining the appropriate fear of the Colts right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Need Phillip Rivers to really, really not even turn into a pumpkin, just stay what he is, which is a beleaguered old man.
Of the two of us, I'm the one that gets way more out over my skis when it comes to, I don't
getting cocky
disregarding
about
that team and disregarding this team. You're the way more any given Sunday guy, which makes sense. You're the former player. I'm the gambler. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, coming up next, 5 Reasons I Hate You. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Raiders edition. We will do that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, third generation.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
There's a listener who thinks I should be in Take-A-Mania this week, Seth, for my take on the fumble two-point conversion play. I don't want to litigate it here because we got 5 reasons I hate you to do. But listening on the rewind, the very open of the show, Seth and I had a spirited debate about the two-point conversion that was originally called an incomplete pass, and then upon further review was changed to a converted two-point conversion to the Seahawks for the Seahawks last night, and a very important juncture in the game. Tied the game at 30 and sent it to overtime. So
Sean and I disagree because it was the correct reversal and booth review to make. Sean, I think, and this is my theory, I think people who watched it in real time are more likely to not like it because the Seahawks didn't even complain about it. They didn't think it was a backwards pass. And then B, the booth review just took forever to the point where so nobody was talking about it or anything. And then all of a sudden, as they're lining up for kickoff, you find out that, oh, wait a second,
this is
what actually happened.
It's not even the length of the review. It's the length of time it took to initiate the review.
To even know that it was an issue or whatever.
I guarantee you people in the stadium had no idea what was being discussed.
Yeah.
They pointed that out on the broadcast. They're like, God, Seahawk fans, because the explanation by the referee as to why they had to stop and pull everybody off of the kickoff formation and everything was not really sufficient. They're like, it's being reviewed for, I forget what he said, but I'm like, it wasn't something where if I was in the crowd, I would know what the hell he was talking about.
It is really fun. And then you told me, too, that watching in real time on the TV copy or, live, it didn't look like a backwards pass.
No, it didn't.
So when I wake up this morning and I'm just watching the recap of it, I see the review, I see the angle and everything. I'm like, oh, that's the right call. What's everybody so upset about?
Yep.
I think if I were watching in real time, I might feel the way you do.
Maybe.
To me, the first thing I see is, clearly that's a backwards pass.
Yeah.
And clearly the offensive Charbonnet picks it up, so they got the call right.
I have a looser I have a looser desire for what replay should be. I think replay should be there for the egregious screwings of teams.
Yeah.
That would not have been an egregious screwing, I don't think. I know.
Immediately, you might feel differently, too.
I might.
That's the thing.
I might. But they were all lined up and ready to kick off. All right. 5 reasons I hate you. Replay edition. No, that's just kidding. Raiders edition. 5 reasons I hate you. Let's do this. All right, let's start right off the top here. It's the one we've teased all week. And I'll thank Figgy Fig for this one. Because last week when we were doing 5 reasons I hate you for the Cardinals, I accidentally said Rich Gannon when I meant Jonathan Gannon. And Figgy texted me and said, hey, you can do Rich Gannon next week. He's a Raider legend.
Yeah.
He's also a former CBS analyst. Rich Gannon, Seth's new BFF.
Not my new BFF. I've liked him since I was a player.
I love how you're contesting me, not on the BFF part, but on the new part.
He was he was doing a game when I was still playing in the league, and he knew who I was. I was always because I had played against him and everything, and I always I formed a rapport with him when we did the production meeting.
This is why I hate Rich Gannon.
Yeah.
2020, Week 6.
Yeah.
Texans-Titans. Mm-hmm. Texans take the lead. That was the COVID year. Texans take the lead in that game 36-29 on a Deshaun Watson to Brandon Cooks 4th and goal touchdown.
Yes.
I'm watching this. I'm like, God, they're having all the same problems in goal to go that this Texans team had. They're running right up into the line. They convert on 4th down. They take a 36-29 lead. If you kick the extra point, you're up 8.
Yeah.
Romeo Crennel, there's like a minute 50 to go in the game.
Yeah.
Romeo Crennel chooses to go for 2 because you win the game there.
Yeah.
You go up 9, the game is over. A high-scoring game. You go for 9, boom. And they don't convert. Rich Gannon thinks it's the dumbest thing he's ever seen because he's got this stupid card in his pocket.
Everybody has these things. It says right here, when to go for 2, right? And you look at it, it says you go for 2 or when you kick the extra point. And if you're up by 7, every coach in the National Football League, Greg, has one of these in their back pocket. The guy up in the booth that spots for the play caller and the head coach. And they have them. I just don't understand. Everyone's talking about this new wave of analytics and hiring all these experts and these computer guys. I just think you make a big mistake. You're on the road. It's a divisional game. You score a touchdown, kick the extra point, and make it 8.
And you'd be feeling the same way even if the conversion attempt was good.
Absolutely.
Okay. We'll see about that.
I think, I don't know. Yeah, and the thing about that is I feel like sometimes analytics gets introduced into those discussions about whether to go for 2 or not in certain situations where there's common sense arguments on either side of it. We don't have to we don't have to drag analytics into it. And I think with Gannon, it was more a matter of like, hey, they have a different chart. You know, it's not like I think Gannon believing that there's one standard chart and that's what it's the exact same for everybody else. No, there's room for different charts out there.
They would not have gone for 2 if there was anything more than 2 minutes left, and they wouldn't have gone for the Texans wouldn't have gone for 2 in the 3rd quarter after scoring. They're trying to win the game.
Yeah,
there's difference. They're
trying to win the game because a lot of coaches feel like, and again, old school more so than if I can win the game right now, I'm going to
make it a 2-possession game by going up 9. That in the eyes of a lot of people is not applicable in that instance in the last 2 minutes of the game. That's why he sounds stupid to me in there, and that's why I hate him for purposes of this segment. And by the way, if they kick the extra point, I know he's your friend. If they kick the extra point and they go up 8, this is a game, as you pointed out, that's being played in the 30s, and Derrick Henry's on the other side.
Yeah,
they're getting the 2.
Derrick Henry,
they're getting the 2.
What year was this? 2020.
2020.
That was before he had established his freakish streak.
No, it was during. He established it in 2019. He started killing
That was when
the
it started.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
You know what? All you had to do is mention Derrick Henry.
Right.
And
Gannon, stupid.
That was the right decision.
Yeah. You took to go for 2. Yeah.
Stupid. Here is a difference of opinion
in this segment. He was being stupid. He's not stupid. He was being stupid right there. Reason number 4. 5 reasons I hate the Raiders. Mark Davis cuts his hair with a spoon and a fishbowl. Puts a fishbowl on his head or some sort of, pasta bowl, and then takes a spoon and takes 2 hours to cut it.
Give me the dunce cap.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Give me the Cuisinart.
He might be a good owner. I have no idea. I mean, his franchise stinks, and they've not been good in a long, long time. But just if you change the haircut around, I think people would lay off.
Has he ever done? What was the last? He's done a pretty good job of avoiding really bad comments, though, right? For a guy that looks like, and, if he'd been born into any other family, if he'd been adopted or something because he was one of Al's, it's just, I made a little mistake here. Rising above anything other than maybe fired bus driver or something?
Yeah, with that haircut.
I couldn't see him holding a job.
No, that's a great point, Seth. Yeah. He does surround himself with attractive women quite a bit, which I think throws people off.
He must be charming.
Yeah, he must be.
Yeah.
He must have that gift of, every press conference I've seen, I'm like, that guy's really charming.
Yeah.
At haircut. Number 3, Raider legend John Gruden.
I'll give you another reason. Apparently, he pays a boatload of money for that haircut.
Does he really?
Yes. He flies somebody in for it.
You're kidding.
I do not. I am not kidding.
Okay.
I would not kid about Mark Davis'
I trust
hair.
you. Number 3, 5 reasons I hate you. Raider legend John Gruden will not return my texts.
Yeah, what the hell? He probably, you know what? Probably got something against Irish people. He's kind of wired that way.
Probably so.
Yeah.
So. John Gruden, racist.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what got him in trouble with the emails and everything. That was something else. But,
no, there was both.
Oh,
there
was it both?
Homophobic and racial,
Okay.
at least what they perceived as racial. There's arguments about
Gotcha.
whether,
I didn't know he checked both boxes. Okay, Raider legend John Gruden, who I met in a very impromptu situation at a po' boy restaurant in New Orleans.
And he promised he'd call you.
I didn't ask for his number. I told him you and I like playing some of his audio on our show because we find him to be entertaining and informative. And he said, well, why don't I come on the show and just talk to you guys in person, huh? And you don't have to play the audio anymore. And I said, that would be great. Mm-hmm. He said, I never asked for it. Stop being such a tease, John Gruden. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. He's number 3. Reason number 2. You know who's on the Raiders? Life of Lotto. Lonnie Johnson Jr. is a Las Vegas Raider.
All right.
Yeah. Lonnie Johnson Jr., one of 2 failed second-round picks of the Houston Texans back in 2019. Can you name the other one? They were picked in back-to-back picks in the second round. That was Titus Howard in the first round, and then they took an offensive lineman and Lonnie Johnson in the second round.
Who's the offensive
Max
Sharping.
Max
Sharping. Okay.
Yeah, Max Sharping. So, that's...
I feel bad. I wish Max Sharping would have made it.
I wish Lonnie Johnson would have made it.
Yeah, well, Lonnie was a guy that he just couldn't figure things out. But he had that web series that didn't make him look any better.
Life of Lotto,
in which one episode was 15 minutes of him arguing with his personal trainer about why he was
showing
late.
up on the wrong day.
Yeah. He had showed up at the wrong time and losing the argument. Basically, the trainer's showing him no, here's you texting me saying that you understood what time you were supposed to be here.
And there was no production value to it at all. It was basically just someone walking around with a camcorder following Lonnie Johnson around the whole time.
Mark Davis, he's had 3 barbers since he got out of college, he said. And there was one instance in which he needed a haircut, so he traveled 500 miles to get to his barber.
That he's being asked about it goes to show you how ridiculous his haircut is.
I can't believe that any of his barbers would I mean, they're giving him exactly what he wants.
He's probably their highest paying and highest tipping customer, I would imagine.
Yeah.
All right, number 1. Lonnie Johnson, number 2. Number 1, the Raiders staff is as Nepo baby as Nepo gets. Pete Carroll brought his 2 sons with him to the Raiders to coach on the offensive side of the football. Both sides are really failing, if we're being honest. But the offensive side is the side where Chip Kelly got fired. His son Brennan is the run game coordinator and O-line coach, and his son Nate is the assistant QB coach and in charge of game management.
Ooh.
That sounds made up.
Yeah.
That sounds like the role that they gave Tony Khan with Jacksonville. Hey, you're in charge of undrafted free agents.
Yeah.
Game management is part of his title.
The Deuce Gruden one is one of the most interesting ones because he just looks like a tiny... He looks roided up. I'm sure it's all natural, but he's that big.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
But he's very, very... He's not tall at all.
No.
But he's massive. You would not mess with him.
He's their strength
You would
coach.
not make a short joke in front of him or anything.
No.
He's massive, but it's weird because he looks enough like Gruden that you're I think Gruden's on the sauce.
Yeah.
Is that John Gruden?
That's right.
No, it's his ridiculously large son.
Nepo babies on the offensive staff and in the strength room.
I don't know. The whole thing about Deuce Gruden is like, this guy knows lifting weights. I'll tell you that much.
Nepo, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Of reason number 3.
Yeah, it's reasons they hate him.
In 5 Reasons I Hate You. Yeah, that's right. All right. That was 5.
I don't think Deuce Gruden's even that much shorter than his dad. It's just that he's so wide.
Oh, he's yoked,
that he
man.
looks shorter.
Yeah, he's wide.
He's as wide as he is tall.
He's a barrel.
And it's all muscle. Yeah.
All right, that was 5 Reasons I Hate You, Raiders edition. All right, the ESPN did a projection of the rest of the season for the Texans. If the season ended this way for the Texans, they kind of played it with computers. Some good things happened, and it all kind of fell apart. If this is how the season ends, how are we feeling after the season? And is anybody on the chopping block? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness just expanded the
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, top of the hour, Take a Mania time. All right, so the Take a Mania, for those that are new to it, bad takes of the week is what that is. Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco.
Yay!
Yep. No, it is other than the champion, it's a Shador-free zone this week. Take a Mania.
Yeah.
It's free of Shador.
At least with some
free of the racial element that comes into play when we have Shador.
Well, with the Shador, at least now that he's actually out on the field, I think it's gotten a little bit more sane because it's not a whole bunch of conspiracy theories or this or that. It's like, oh, okay, cool. We're going to get to see how it plays out.
Yep.
So there you go.
Seth Walder of ESPN, who's I think is kind of one of their NFL computer guys. He is the steward of the Football Power Index for them, the FPI. And they used it to simulate the rest of the season. They simulated the rest of the season 10,000 times and came up with a projection as to how the season could end.
Yeah.
And I wanted to run by what happened with the Texans in this project and how we would feel if this is how it played out. I'm going to go week by week here.
Oof.
All right? So this week, the FPI simulator has the Texans, where are they? Beating the Raiders 33-23.
Oh, okay.
It'll be a lot like last
unless
week.
That's garbage time production. Yeah. I'm not super enthusiastic about this. I'm kind of greedy right at this point. I want a flat out walloping. So if that's 33 to 13 headed into the fourth quarter, and then they get garbage time, I'd feel better about that.
A little better about that.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, the Broncos beat the Jags 23-21.
Mm-hmm.
So now, boom, Texans in 14, in which they play the Chargers.
Okay.
And throttle the Chargers. 33-6.
Take that, Harbaugh.
I would have expected it to be the other way around.
You will pay for the culture you created at the formerly great University of Michigan, a place that was once respected.
I will, as you pointed out, I've got a glitch about Justin Herbert. I don't hate him, but I hate the love for Justin Herbert.
You hate that people just slap him up there in that top
automatically,
tier.
And I think a lot of people do. If I was a fan of any of the quarterbacks between quarterbacks 5 through 12, I would be like, okay. I mean, Herbert's probably better than 12, but you know what I mean. I would enjoy that outcome right there. 33-6 means either Justin Herbert stunk or he got hurt.
Well,
I don't want him to get hurt.
Look, the last time the Texans faced the Chargers, they looked like haphazard idiots for most of the game. Once CJ had that botched snap and then hit Xavier Hutchinson down the middle of the field, it was off to the races.
Yeah, man. And then you're right, and then they beat him by 20. So they would be 11-5 going into the final week of the season.
Okay.
The Texans.
In that situation, if they're 11-5 and the Jaguars lost to the
Jaguars lose to the Colts in week 17.
Then the Texans, all they have to do is win that final game, and they're definitely the division champs.
The game would be actually meaningless at that point.
Oh, they'd already have sealed the division? Okay.
Which is probably why they lose to the Colts in week 18 at home, 20-13.
So I'm still cool with that because they rested their starters.
They're the 3 seed in this scenario.
By the FBI calculation, if that's what they figured, like, oh, okay.
Here's the seeding in the AFC.
Yeah.
1 seed Broncos 15-2, 2 seed Patriots 13-4. I think that's how it's going to play out too. Texans are the 3 seed at 11-6. Steelers win the AFC North at 10-7. The 3 wild card teams are.
So the Patriots end up going 2-1 down the stretch.
Yep.
Yeah.
13-4 would be their final record. They'd be tied with the Bills in record, but they would win the tiebreaker. Bills 5 seed, Jacksonville 6 seed, Chargers 7 seed. Jacksonville, therefore, comes to Houston for what would undoubtedly be a 3:30 Saturday afternoon game.
Oh, God, yes, 100%.
It would 1,000%.
Sean Payton in his media availability this week brought up the small market size of the Jaguars. He was trying to make a point about I think why they don't get that much attention, but he never actually got there, so it almost looked like he was just throwing shade.
Yes. So the Texans would be the 3 seed. The Jags would be the 6 seed. The Texans lose to the Jags in the wild card
No,
round.
that wouldn't feel good at all. That's the worst possible outcome.
Okay,
I think of
that was
anybody
my
else in the
overall
playoffs
question.
losing to a divisional opponent in the wild card round, that sucks.
Yes.
Especially after you've won the division.
We saw it happen in 2018.
Yeah.
Against the Colts.
They pull the Hakeem, except it's on us.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Get a dose of our own medicine. We don't like that. No. I don't like that one bit.
No, yeah. So whose heads roll if something like that happens? Anybody's?
What's the score of that game?
They don't have
Did the score of the other ones,
They
but
did
not
the
the
score
playoff?
of every regular season game, but they only have the results.
This used to be a country.
Yeah. It's funny you say that, though. I'm like, because that was a question I'm asking myself. Like, okay, who are we blaming? I'm like, well, I kind of need to see how it played out.
Yeah.
That the offense down the stretch would have scored 33 this Sunday and 33 against the Chargers in L.A. I'm probably feeling pretty good about the offense down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
So if they lost, like, to the Jags,
what would drive you the craziest is if Trevor Lawrence went off against the Texans defense, because Trevor Lawrence has a good stretch here on this 5-game win streak. After really just some really bad play earlier in the season at times, he's been on a good stretch.
Yep.
Versus some bad teams.
Yeah.
But also one good team. That would be the most bitter pill.
Yes. I would not like that at all. Now, the Super Bowl matchup that they have is projected Super Bowl matchup. How would you like this? Rams, Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Oh, I'd like it, especially if the Rams just beat the snot out of the Patriots.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would love it if all of a sudden Drake May looked just like haphazard and lost. Yeah. Which, by the way, I didn't realize this. Had I just missed it? There's some. We'll talk about it later. Some kind of drama between Josh McDaniels and Mike Vrabel, apparently.
Oh, I hadn't heard this.
Yeah.
Save it for 9 o'clock.
Okay,
cool. Because on the hotline right now, we've got our good friend, Gallery Furniture's own Mattress Mack, joining us right now on the show. Houston legend Mattress Mack. Mack, it's great to talk to you. How you doing today?
Guys.
We're doing great. We're just sitting here talking some Texans. Everybody's super excited about this football team right now.
They sure should be. They're red hot.
Yep, no doubt. Are you going to be watching the college football playoffs this weekend, Mac, or are you, like me, a Notre Dame grad? I know you're a Texas guy. Are you a little less interested because our teams got screwed in this thing?
Certainly I like the Aggies, and I hope they blow out Miami. They can see my picture on the Aggie screen on the seat update. Other than that, I could care less because it's a big money grab, but they miss grabbing two of the biggest money teams, Texas and Notre Dame.
I'm with you. We can go share therapy together, Mac, on that whole thing. Hey,
that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Mac, I know you're part of a huge thing going on right now to get some toys to some Houston kids in need. This Poncho Claus initiative. I would love for you to tell our audience about it and how they can participate. And this is just some great stuff that you're doing.
Sure. Bring out a toy for anywhere from toddlers to teenagers at the Gallery Furniture North Freeway or Gallery Furniture in Richmond on Highway 99 in Belfort. Anytime Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're collecting thousands of toys this weekend. So the famous Poncho Claus can give out these toys to kids all over Houston on the 23rd, 24th, 25th. Poncho Claus has given out toys to about 15 of the guys that works here. He gave them to them 20 years ago when they were in elementary school.
Yeah, this has been going on. This has been going on forever, the Poncho Claus initiative. And it's just something, Mac, it's just, I would imagine like these kids, a lot of kids don't get toys under the tree at Christmas time. It's got to be just incredible to see totes like that from 20 years ago, people that work for you now.
Yeah, it's especially memorable when somebody says, I love Poncho Claus. He came in his swanger banger in my junior high school way back when, giving away toys for Christmas. That's all I got. So it's a great time to make these kids happy. There's a lot of rough patches in the society with immigration and this and that going on right now. So to make people happy on Christmas is a great idea for all of us.
It is an incredible sled with swingers on it. Have you had the same sled the whole time for Poncho Claus?
I don't know Poncho Claus. I didn't know much about him, but he is a legend on the north side. So we're thrilled to be associated with him because he's a genuinely good guy. He's a little older than I am, and he hustles all the time taking care of these kids. So that's what it's all about. Bring a toy out to Gallery Furniture this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and do something bright to brighten up these kids' Christmas because a lot of them are going to get nothing.
Yeah. Is it, Matt, give out the times. Is there a specific time people should show up or just any time during the day on those days? Give the people one more time, just specifics on how they can get out there.
We're open 9 to 9 at Gallery Furniture North Freeway, Gallery Furniture Grand Parkway on Highway 99 in Richmond. So just come on by 9 to 9. Give us a toy. I'd love to shake your hand and tell you thank you for helping these kids. And Christmas is all about giving. This is a great way to give and make some kids happy that thought they were going to get nothing, but because of your generosity, Poncho Claus can get them a toy they'll enjoy all year long.
Tremendous stuff. Tremendous stuff. That's the great Mattress Mack. Hey, Mac, you and I used to make picks long ago. On your way out here, you got us a pick for Texans minus 14.5 against the Raiders on Sunday?
Get all over the Texans. They're going to win by 25.
There you go. There you go. I knew Mac would have a pick on that one. That's a great Mattress Mack. Get on out to Gallery Furniture in Richmond or, the OG location up there on the North Freeway, I-45, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. all day long this weekend, and get some toys in the hands of some needy kids here at Christmas time. Mac, we appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Keep doing all the great stuff you're doing.
Thanks, guys. Go Texans. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mac. We appreciate that. The great Mattress Mack.
The Poncho Claus. I can't tell what car that is, but it's a convertible. This one doesn't have swingers on it.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Yeah. It's been doing it for a long, long time. That's great. All right. That was a great Mattress Mack. So, yeah, take note of that. If you got toys, you know where to take them this weekend. All right. Take-a-mania. Bad takes from the week. Can anybody take down the champ, Shannon Sharp? That is coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. That's
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. It's 9 o'clock on a Friday.
Good news, Sean.
Ben's playing the music.
Hold on. I might be busy.
Why?
Turns
What
out Gemini can help me generate complex matrices.
Doing over there.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
What the? Generate complex templates. No.
You've been talking about that for the longest of times.
Yeah.
How you want complex templates.
I want if there's one thing I want in my spreadsheets, which I use way more than just as a checkbook. Yeah, please.
Do you use spreadsheets?
I use spreadsheets just for my as my ledger.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't get any more complicated than that.
That's it, man.
Tell me if I'm going to have enough money at the end of the month.
That's what I want to know.
I've got projected expenses every month, so I can just,
Look at you.
Sometimes I'm irresponsibly responsible.
Yeah.
I'll have something that I doesn't need to be paid right away, but it's a big bill, and I'm like, I just want to get it off the books.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden I realize, whoa.
That took a big chunk.
I was way too responsible.
That took a big chunk.
No college for you, kid.
That's right. All right, here we go. Take a mania. We have a defending champ. We've been doing this almost a year now. And we've had many champions along the way.
Started off, Ross Tucker held the title for a while.
The first ever.
Yep, and then the big guy from New York there, Mike Francesa, held the title for a long time.
Well, Angelo Cataldi, I think, is who you're thinking of, too. Yeah,
Philadelphia, that's
Cataldi,
right.
Cataldi for his take about the mastermind Mahomes.
Yeah,
and
now
Andy Reid is a fraud.
He might end up in the greatest redemption story of all time.
Could wind up a great
What if Andy Reid looking like a haphazard fool now?
Boy, that's
and mismanaging Mahomes and all his greatness.
You and I are going to go back and play some of these takes, probably like the week between Christmas and New Year's, where things are a little slow. I'm anxious to see how some of these have aged. The ones that have been champion. Now this one.
This one won't flat out wrong.
Yeah. There's nothing that can change this.
Yeah.
This is Shannon Sharp, mad that Kevin Stefanski a couple of weeks ago named Shedeur Sanders the starter for the Final Four.
Mind you, because he's in Shedeur Sanders' corner,
right?
That's why he's mad that Stefanski did something that that Shannon Sharp had been demanding Stefanski do all along.
Yes.
Now he's mad that he's done it.
Key distinction. Absolutely. Here's the take. This is the defending champion.
That looks like it might be promising, they still have an issue with that. So it looks like what they're trying to do, based on some of the things that we've seen, some of the things that we've heard come out of that locker room or that organization in general, they still don't think the person that is at the helm right now is the answer. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, and I really hate to feel this way, but a part of me is like, yeah, we're gonna let him start the rest of the season. Oh, Bears, Bills, Steelers, Bengals. If I'm Shedeur, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I already showed y'all what I can do. Put Dylan in there.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so this is the problem I have.
Chad Ochocinco is the other voice.
Regardless of how you feel about Shedeur Sanders or not, I searched for it. I couldn't find any evidence of Shannon Sharpe demanding that they bench Shedeur Sanders before this final stretch because it would be cruel to Shedeur Sanders, who, by the way, 3 of those 4 defenses aren't even good defenses.
Right.
One of them, and the Bears' defense is really good at taking the ball away, but they're not necessarily one of the best defenses in the league.
They held Shedeur to 3 this past week.
Yeah.
And turned him over 3 times.
But this is the problem, is that I don't, if we're going to test this theory, they had benched Shedeur Sanders for Dylan Gabriel, that Shannon Sharpe would have said, yes, this is the correct thing to do, and Stefanski cares about Shedeur Sanders.
Logically, that's...
Now there's evidence that he cares about Shedeur Sanders.
I don't think he would have done that.
No, I don't think he would have.
I don't think he would have either.
That's why he's the reigning champ.
Yep, so he's the reigning champ. So let's dig in here. This one got a lot of attention. I actually heard this one on In the Loop the other day, and this is Joel Klatt. College football analyst for Fox. He's their lead guy. He's with Gus Johnson on all their big games. He has a hot take on the NCAA basketball tournament.
Hot take. I mean, like the hottest of all takes that I've ever had in my entire life. The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a one-game affair. Like, that doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. You know, like, if anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games, and they should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see, like, you know, Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid.
Okay.
It's one of the most popular sporting events on the calendar every year. March Madness.
We're in dangerous territory, in that territory where he's able to convince dullards who are in decision-making roles that he is correct. Mm-hmm. And I might just be one of those dullards. Joel Klatt and I have a place in government. We should be in Congress. Because he is in the business of I do agree with him. One of the things that bothers me about the NCAA tournament is that it's one and done.
Yeah.
Where if you were truly determining the best team, we know in basketball and baseball, sometimes you need 7 games to really feel good about it. There is an element of that I actually like. I think the way he prefaced it by saying it's the dumbest and this and that for something that is still very popular, even as the sport itself wanes in popularity. Yeah. So bad preface, but I don't hate the take.
No, I honestly, I don't either. I wanted to see what you thought of it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people did hate the take.
Head dullard in charge.
Yeah,
They call me.
Yeah. Okay, so this definitely doesn't win.
No.
Bad take. All right.
You, sir, could be senator.
Kick out. Unbelievable.
All right, next, Dave Portnoy. Dave Portnoy, who we know
future senator
earlier, possibly earlier this week,
Massachusetts especially.
We're not gonna we're not gonna play this whole one, Ben. I'll down cue you on this one. This was Dave Portnoy, and this is not the take that's up for debate here. The follow-up take is the one that's up for debate. This is Dave Portnoy prematurely calling for the death of the Bills as the Patriots were up 21-0 on Sunday in a game they'd eventually lose.
Yeah.
Here was Portnoy bebopping and scotting during the game.
We are destroying this team. We were underdogs going into this game. I don't want to get too cocky. I don't want to get too loud. But nobody knows championship football more than this guy, more than these fans. I've seen it. I have 6 rings.
Right there. I have 6 rings.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of people raised their eyebrows at that, myself included.
Yourself included, yeah. We played it during the Pettycast on Tuesday. Portnoy decided to respond to the people who pointed out to him accurately,
you ain't got no rings.
You don't have any rings. Yeah. Here was his take.
This is something I feel strongly enough. You get the same yahoos, same people. Dave, you have 0 rings. You haven't won. You haven't won. Wrong, buddy. I have 6 Super Bowl rings. 6. And I got 4 World Series rings, okay? I got 2 Celtics championship rings. I got a Michigan national championship. I got so many rings, I got them coming out of my ears. Now, I know what you're going to say. Hey, Dave, you're not on the team. Fans don't count. This, that. Wrong. I hate people who say fans aren't on the team. Fans are the whole team. Fans are the only ones who are rooting for laundry thick and thin. Who'll be rooting for a team from the age 5 to 105? What do you mean fans don't get the rings? That's all you're playing for. Your city. Of course you get the ring.
Okay, I got to hear the former player talk about the take that I have the rings.
Yeah.
I'm there. I am as much, if not more, the team.
Yes. Here's the
caveat, yeah.
This is the thing.
Yeah.
As long as you say we when you win as well as when you lose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a term in psychology, sports psychology, called the basking in the reflected glory.
Mm-hmm.
That's what fans like to do. You bask in the reflected glory. That's great, but that comes with a responsibility, which is you can identify the team with the team when they win, but don't turn it into we won the championship or the next year those guys are bums.
Yep. Okay.
It's got to be we are the bums.
You got to be consistent.
We are the bums tonight.
My friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem with we're falling into Kendrick Perkins territory with Dave Portnoy, which is so much of what they do is strictly just to get a response or a reaction.
Yeah.
I'm having a harder and harder time putting some of Kendrick Perkins' takes into Take-A-Mania because
they're so ludicrous.
It's so ludicrous, and I know he's too smart to be saying some of that stuff.
Yep.
So it's done for effect.
Okay.
So no, this almost by its contrived nature, and also possibly for the mental illness that fuels his genuine thoughts. I don't want to honor him with it.
Fair enough.
Can he do it? Cover!
I'm gonna be politically incorrect and not give him an award based on his mental illness.
Okay, we've got a couple more here. This is Jim Bowden of The Athletic, former GM. You know, these free agents are signing with all these big money teams.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to talk, it sounds like here, Pirate fans into a solution as to how they can be less sad all the time. Here is his fans of small market teams.
Bottom 15 markets have not won a World Series in a decade. Yeah, I get it. But I tell people as fans, you don't have to be a Pirate fan. You can retire as a Pirate fan or trade yourself to the Dodgers. If you want to see your team win, right now the Dodgers have got the best chance to win a World Series again this year. So if you want to win, you as a fan, you can go to any team you want. You don't have to root for the team that's your home city. And you can see the Dodgers come play in your home city. They'll come into Pittsburgh and beat you. So, look, if it bothers you that much, just become a Dodger fan. It's fine.
Just become a Dodgers fan.
You think he's serious?
No, he sounded like, just be that last part.
The last part about the Dodgers coming to town.
A little bit. It was like, that's fine. Just be a Dodgers fan. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, if that is his solution, then the entire framework of sports falls apart.
Yeah.
Just become fans of teams that win all the time.
Handicap.
With no geography.
I was kind of thinking it through the guise of so many Cowboys fans who are only fans because they were 12 years old and the Cowboys were good. So now they're diehard fans for life of a team that was really good back then.
Yep.
I give people a pass if they're 12 years old when that happens. Sometimes partly because they had to get in a lot of arguments with kids at their school and everything. But no, he gets a pass for potential sarcasm.
Okay, all right.
Can he do it? Cover!
These are entertaining clips, but they're not good challengers to Shedeur. But I think we might have one coming up. We got two left. This one I don't think is eligible because the bad take is actually in writing. It's not audio.
Oh, yeah.
There is adjacent audio to it, though. This is Kirk Herbstreit and Joey Gallagher, a couple more Ohio State guys, talking about how last Saturday, the first Saturday that the two of them haven't been working since August, was just, wow, it's just, I don't know what to do with myself because there's no college football on today.
This was a weird weekend, the first weekend being home and not.
Yeah.
It
since
was
August.
So weird. Yeah, Saturday was like, what?
Totally.
What are you supposed to do? It was so weird.
I completely agree.
Sounds like a real energetic podcast. So there was college football last Saturday. The Army-Navy game took place last Saturday.
Yeah.
Well, Kirk Herbstreit, I don't know if he caught heat for it or anything, or if he kind of caught himself after that went out on podcast, but Kirk Herbstreit took to Twitter and said, I want to address a mistake I made on my socials earlier this week with Joey Galloway. We posted the video with a caption that was very misleading about, quote, it being weird not having any college football this weekend. Some took that out of context and ran with it.
That's exactly what you said.
What do you mean?
Specifically said Saturday.
Yeah.
Not the week. At first, you misquoted the misquote.
Yeah.
You said this. You said Saturday.
My apologies for any disrespect to the teams that played last weekend, especially Army and Navy. Not sure this is the part that I feel like is Take-A-Mania worthy, but won't win because it's in writing. But I had to read this. Not sure there's a game I personally look forward to more every year than Army and Navy. You mean the one you totally glossed over?
There was no football on
didn't
Saturday.
Watch? Yeah.
Stop it.
Don't make me go Craig Carton on your dog either, all right?
He's like, yeah, I was sitting at home, no football, no dog. Meanwhile, the dog's outside hungry. He doesn't take care of that dog. He's got nannies.
That's right.
That's all the rich folks
probably
do.
Does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably does.
He shows up for photo ops with that dog.
Not eligible for Take-A-Mania, but had to be done. All right,
Horrible. The defense, the cover-up's worse than the crime often. And that's a bad cover-up.
It's a bad cover-up.
Whenever somebody claims their quote was taken out of context when it was 100% not, that's a rough one.
Yep. And quotes himself. All right, last one. Rich Eisen. I hate this take regardless of who it comes from. Here's Rich Eisen on the downfall of the Chiefs, finger wagging at all of us.
Here's what I want to say on this front. With the Kansas City Chiefs not making the playoffs, first time in the Mahomes era, you're going to miss them. You're going to miss the Kansas City Chiefs when the AFC playoffs are hitting. You're going to miss the buzz. You're going to miss the pizzazz. You're going to miss Mahomes versus fill in the blank. You're going to miss Mahomes versus fill in the blank with no time left. You're going to miss something. The AFC playoffs will have less juice to it without the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. And one day, all you Chiefs fatiguers out there, all you Chiefs fatiguers out there will admit it. You might have to go higher register.
Leagues people are happy about their downfall, but we got to see a generational talent.
Yes.
Rich, we got to see things in this decade.
All right, good. We got what we need.
This is you pompous, sanctimonious, entitled bastard. There's no bigger disconnect between sports media and the fans and how they believe we're supposed to view dynasties. That somehow you're supposed to just bask in the greatness of a great football team and not get tired of them, not want them to fail, all of those things. And it's born out of a selfish, self-centered desire to talk about it, write about it, have something on your show. You have zero clue about what actual football fans want. You disgust me.
And talking about the juice and pizzazz.
Using the word pizzazz alone.
Pizzazz that he brings, coming from a guy who wouldn't know pizzazz if it pulled him into a dark alley and beat him over the head with a club.
Right.
Rich Eisen.
You'd be like, are you the Chiefs? This would feel good if you were the Chiefs. I would be admiring how well you're beating me up, sir.
This is a bad take.
This feels like Vrabel. Is this Vrabel? I don't like this.
I'm anxious to hear how you adjudicate this
No, honestly, I hate this pompous attitude from sports media, from the old guard in sports media. It's media privilege is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's got the new take of the week.
New take of the week? Take-A-Mania champ. Rich Eisen.
Usually I give style points for bad takes, but delivered well.
Yeah.
It's the closest it can come to him speaking with any kind of passion or emotion about anything. Is him feeling a little bit more pompous and sanctimonious and what have you. Yeah.
That is phenomenal analysis by you.
I feel viscerally, disgusted by it.
I can tell. My buddy John is in the control room. John's daughter went to college with Sammy.
With Rich Eisen?
My son. No, not with Rich Eisen.
He doesn't look that
John's not 105 years old. No, but I'm just saying, I'm glad my friend John was here to see a title change hands on Take-A-Mania.
Yeah.
History.
He chose the right day to
Saw
come
history, yeah. You got to see Rich Eisen win the strap. He'll be telling all his kids and his relatives about it for the longest of times.
Honestly, this is just how much he bothers me. Because we had him on the show once, like 10 years ago. And 10 minutes, like after the interview, I was like, I never want that guy on the show again. He sounded
energy.
So incredibly bored to be talking to us.
Yeah, man.
And this is, and again, in fitting Rich Eisen form, probably the worst take we've ever had as a champion. And just like him, he doesn't deserve it. But part of it just how much he
was
drives
so
me
bad.
insane.
It was so bad.
I hate watch him sometimes just because he bores me so much.
Yep.
I'm like, I'm going to sit here and be bored by you.
Yeah, by you, Rich Eisen.
I'm going to say something interesting.
2.5 on a scale of 1 to 10 energy level. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio was on the Greenlight podcast earlier this week. This got Seth super excited. Something Nick Caserio had to say in response to a question. Chris, player that you look at. Use the V word, Nick did. We'll tell you what that was coming up next.
Hey, if you're looking for a great deal on a vehicle right now, happy Honda days.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment. In the final segment, we will stack the card for this weekend. Tomorrow is a great day to have nothing to do but sit on the couch and watch football. You got multiple NFL games and 3 college football playoff games, 2 of which might end up being pretty lopsided. But still intriguing. I'm intrigued to see if James Madison or Tulane can make a game of it.
Love to see an upset or even a game of it would be really, really nice.
Something topical would be great.
I've been a big JMU fan for a long time.
For like at least 3 hours
back
now.
Until I learned that they weren't in the FCS anymore.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to be FCS brethren. Now they're big shots. They're FBS. They are in Virginia, by the way. Harrisonburg, Virginia. Harrisonburg.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll love this. This is a perfectly on-brand Sean Pendergast thing. Is that when you and I were talking about James Madison earlier, I went to Google.
Yeah.
And all I put in was James Madison.
Uh-huh.
And all it was just, I forgot there was a president named James Madison. All it was stuff about James Madison, the president. I'm like, oh, probably should have put in university.
Get it together, Google. Yeah.
That's Google's
the
fault.
important James Madison
That's
these
Google's
days.
fault. Here was Nick Cassera. You want to set this up? You had this on the Greenlight Pod.
This was on the Greenlight Podcast with Chris Long, and Chris Long impressed by the Texans. He's always speaking very highly, especially of the Texans defense. But asking Nick Caserio about what their personnel selection process looks like in the draft and what have you.
I was going to ask you straight out, do you take lazy people off your board or something? Because you don't have any players that take plays off. Do you strike through guys that you see on tape and you say, hey, if he's picking and choosing, I don't want him?
We're very discerning in that respect, Chris. We'll absolutely remove or eliminate players regardless of how quote-unquote talented they are or they're perceived to be. Because ultimately, when it matters, you need guys that are mentally and physically tough, that play with urgency, that are selfless, that play fast, that play competitive, and are violent. So we're not afraid to eliminate players, understanding they're going to be on other teams. We're probably going to play against them. That's okay. Like, we understand that. But we also understand what's required and what the expectation and the standard is on a day-to-day basis. So our responsibility is who are those players that fit that profile, and that's where our scout knows trait characteristics, but we absolutely will eliminate players if we don't feel like they're fit for our building.
So 2 things popped out at me as I was listening to that, and the first one I thought of was when Caserio had said before the draft this year that their board is probably smaller than a lot of teams.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that some teams just have they have more latitude in whether they'll accept guys that either have this character issue or that whatever issue or whatever it might be. I think for the Texans, a big part of it is just simply the part that got me most excited was the last word in the middle part.
Ultimately, when it matters, you need guys that are mentally and physically tough, that play with urgency, that are selfless, that play fast, that play competitive, and are violent.
Violent!
He said that with a little extra pizzazz, if
Violent.
I can use a Rich Eisen word.
Yeah.
Right there.
Pizzazz.
A little pizzazz.
Caserio doesn't he's not scared to use the word violent because he's talking about football violence, obviously.
Yeah.
But they've done a good job of finding guys who have an appetite for football violence, but who are good disciplined football players. It's easy to find a Vontaze Burfict type. The guy who's just got a loose wire, but he's also violent. Yeah, I shouldn't say it's easy to find a Vontaze Burfict, but a Vontaze Burfict type, they're out there.
They're out there.
Yeah.
There's plenty of dirty players out there.
But I think also, though, there's a lot of really talented players, and maybe they'll be good in the NFL, but if they don't fit that mold of we want guys that are going to physically impose their will and play with a certain level of violence, they've done a really good job on the offensive side of identifying those guys.
Yep.
Or, did I say offense? I meant defense. Making progress on the offensive side.
That's what I was going to ask you. Where are we at? If the defense is the fully built Death Star, what is the offense?
We need C.J. Stroud to be a little bit more violent. That's what I've. No, I'm joking. It's hard.
I think there are people that feel like C.J. is. I don't know what the word is. I like that he. Not that he doesn't have dog in him, but like that he's very low key.
I think that's just a quarterback's a completely different position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of those classic things that. It's a strength or a weakness depending on how the team is doing.
Yeah.
Remember Eli Manning, how by the end of his career, he's just so calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah.
The first 3 years of his career, I think this guy's just dumb.
He doesn't
look
care.
Look at the stupid look on his face.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that
the results shape the narrative.
Yeah, I take quarterback out of it, but I think that it's like some of the offensive guys, especially. Well, if you look at, and this is before DeMeco got here, but Xavier Hutchinson. Or wait, was that DeMeco's first draft?
That was DeMeco's first draft. He came in with CJ. Yeah,
I think some of those guys that aren't even that don't necessarily have the physical traits have a certain physicality about them.
Mm-hmm.
Nico was here before DeMeco, but he's very much the epitome of the type of guy they want.
Yeah,
where he is strong and physical, and especially with the ball in his hands, he gets after it. Dalton Schultz would be an interesting one because he's not an imposing blocker. He does try to block, but there is an element of Dalton Schultz that surprises you, where when his run after the catch, especially as the season winds down and in the playoffs, he's pretty consistently had he's trucked some guys in the playoffs. The offensive line is the really interesting one because I think there's guys who they want to be physical. I just don't know how physically gifted all of them are for it. And that's where, as time goes on over these next couple of years, hopefully, I think Ariante Ursary is wired that way, and he's going to continue to get better. Ariante Ursary has more of a desire for the physical side of the game than Laramie Tunsil did.
How high would you prioritize offensive line in the draft this year?
Okay, so if we're going to do our mock draft injection right now, it's still way up there.
It's way up there. And they've got 3 picks that are in like the top. Well, their second round pick is getting lower and lower because they keep winning games. But that Washington pick is going to be one of the first 8 or 9 picks in the second round.
Yeah.
Which I was told a few years ago is basically a cheaper first-round pick.
Yeah, even better than a first-round pick.
It's better because it's cheaper.
Yeah. But it's the same guys.
Yeah.
Like, wait, no. Didn't some of the guys you want go off the board late in the first? Yeah, but this is cheaper.
It's cheaper. We really wanted Ross Blacklock. Yeah.
That's like some speech I'd be giving to my wife about why we didn't get the car we wanted. Yeah.
Exactly.
This one's actually, the Ford Focus is actually way better than those other vehicles.
It's a cheaper Porsche.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what it is.
No, I think that there's, like, Ed Reed's been a good signing. And he's done way better than I expected him to.
Ed Reed.
Not Ed Reed. That was Ed Ingram.
Ed Ingram. Yeah.
But I think like Jake Andrews, Titus Howard at left guard. You can get Titus Howard back out to right tackle.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
The interior 3 is still necessarily have an awesome future with right now.
Okay, so this is clearly the 5 they've settled on as being the best 5 for this season. For now.
I'd rather have, and like, hey, you're talking about the depth of the offensive line too. I'm not super enthusiastic about Blake Fisher in his role as the 6th offensive lineman.
Right. So going into the offseason here, so we know Ariante Ursary is going to be around a long time. Titus Howard will be here in some capacity.
Yeah.
I think Jake Andrews, of the 5 that they've settled on, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, and Trent Brown are question marks about what their future is with the Texans.
Yeah, and I think that I also, though, want to give some of the younger guys time to be in this system for an entire year and see how Cole Popovich being the coach affects even the guys like Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had a conversation with anybody yet from the Texans that thought Chris Strausser was good for the Texans offensive line. So you had an offensive line coach working with young offensive linemen for a couple of years, and those guys might have just not made the progress that you should have seen out of them. So there's still room in my mind for Jarrett Patterson or Juice Scruggs or some of these guys to maybe be a much better version of what we saw from them in the last couple of years.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even that they haven't been getting good coaching. It's and you got to coach them up to get them moving in a positive direction. You got to coach them out of some of the things they were coached to do before.
Yeah.
And that takes a long time sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, when we saw Jarrett Patterson early in the year, I thought he performed better than I expected him to.
When he had him at left guard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
So there's maybe, remember Dwayne Brown, it took a few years for him to catch on, and that was when he had Alex Gibbs as his coach.
Yep.
So
that's right.
There is still, you see the physical potential in some of those guys. They've made progress this year in the offense playing more like them in the mold of the defense. They're just obviously not on that same level yet.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll stack the card for this week, and we'll give you our final thoughts on the Texans and the Raiders as well. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop, question of the day, and such. But before we do that, we're getting down to it right now. We are 6 days away from Christmas.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
We have a deluxe football extravaganza coming up tomorrow. If you're a fan of college football, we got 3 college football games, and we got 2 NFL games tomorrow.
Kirk Herbstreit's going to be happy. Lots of football to watch on a Saturday.
Nothing I look more forward to than Army-Navy, the game that I just admitted forgetting about this past week. Alabama-Oklahoma is actually tonight. That'll be kind of fun. Those two, I wish they hadn't played each other like 4 weeks ago. But it was a game that Alabama probably should have won, but their quarterback, Ty Simpson, turned the ball over a few times. Games at Oklahoma. My favorite part of the college football playoff is the playoff games on college campuses.
Oh, yeah.
Not in a sterile bowl atmosphere.
That's a great point. That was one of the things that I haven't heard anybody complaining about. Well, I'm sure there's complaints about it. Yeah. I just haven't seen it.
Well, think about where these games that we're getting this weekend are going to be. I mean, these are some pretty sweet experiences or environments. Oklahoma tonight. I've been to Norman, Oklahoma for probably 4 or 5 games. It is phenomenal, especially at night. The Aggies are a little upset that their game is at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah. It's not a primetime game, especially when you consider the 2 games later in the day have group of 5 teams involved in them. Like the expectation is that the middle of the day game, and I forget what order they're in, but the middle of the day game, which I think is Oregon and James Madison, and then the late game, which would be the other one, would be Ole Miss and Tulane, that those are going to be more lopsided games than Texas A&M and Miami. Now, I hope that's not the case. I want Miami to lose by 50 because I want the committee to be proven stupid for what they did in the final minutes leading up to the reveal, which was flip Miami and Notre Dame. But I've seen Aggies upset that their game is at 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, well, Aggies upset in multiple ways. We're gonna have to ask Lopez when he comes in about it. But Elko's message in September is looking like it's really come around. He told the Houston Touchdown Club in September.
What did he say?
Stop being scared and get excited about what this program is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He's done a great job, man. Done a great job.
He really has, and done it in a way of, without, again, it kind of speaks to, like, okay, you got to go get your Lane Kiffin, or you got to go get your Lincoln Riley, or somebody like that. The slam dunk makes all the sense in the world. We're going to poach this guy.
Right.
How about you go get a football coach?
Yeah.
Like, is there any guy
with a big belt?
Does anybody look more like a football coach without all the pomp and circumstance
than
Mike Elko?
God, no. Central casting, dude.
Especially, too, I think now that the paradigm of successful college football coaches might start to change a little bit because recruiting isn't what it used to be. A lot of it now is just flashing a wad of cash in front of an 18-year-old's face.
That's right.
It's one of the purest and most wholesome things you could do.
Yeah. It's capitalism. It's free markets.
We're introducing young men to capitalism.
Thank you.
Very, very early. But doing it above the table.
Yeah, now.
Yeah.
We won't talk about before 2022. So we got college football this weekend.
Is Clint going to be in at the Arkansas game?
At the Arkansas game.
Oh, excuse, I'm sorry. I blanked. Apologies. I had my football dyslexia.
That
for a moment.
almost feels,
I know.
Feels like you're making fun of Clint.
I know. Or Oklahoma, more so.
Is that what you were thinking of? I thought you maybe.
It's all the same up there.
Maybe Arkansas.
No,
had
in my mind, all of a sudden, I connected Clint to Oklahoma, but then I remembered that he went to Arkansas, but I still was going to say something about Clint. That's the way that works.
I think it's silly as hell.
Yeah. In my mind, Clint had gone to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wait, no, Arkansas.
Seth, you got this. There's 10 minutes left in the show.
Will Clint be in Arkansas at any point this week that we know of?
He might. It's Christmas time. He's probably got people up there. The 2 NFL games on Saturday. How do these float your boat? Philly at Washington. Ooh, Marcus Mariota. Green Bay at Chicago does float my boat. That's for the NFC North. With the first game with no Micah Parsons this year.
Yeah.
Micah.
And Parsons, too, every Green Bay game I've watched, whether he got sacks or not, he shows up at least 2 or 3 times a game and ends a series.
Yes.
With a tackle for a loss, or it's a pressure that causes an interception.
He's been very impactful for
He's been incredibly impactful. He's probably enjoyed being able to do it on an actually good defense.
Yeah.
And they're still a good defense. But it's kind of like we talked about earlier. All right, the Texans have been the number one defense in football. Without Derek Stingley out there, I don't know what they are. I think they're still a good defense, but they're probably not the number one defense in football. And that's what Green Bay faces right now.
Is Stingley the most valuable player on this defense?
Well, Stingley or Lassiter, it's kind of, you can't separate the two.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
one of those two. Yeah, the corner, the guys on the outside and the secondary are the most important component.
Never a successful marriage when just one of the spouses is a good spouse.
I don't know.
You never say like, wow, that's a successful, happy marriage, when meanwhile he's out philandering and she knows it.
That's true.
There's a lot of ones where people think on the outside it's a nice marriage where he's philandering and she doesn't know it.
I've already admitted Amy's the MVP in our household. Not because I philander.
In terms of philandering?
No, because I made the analogy. It was a day that you were out, I think. I made the analogy of the Daniel Jones injury, the fibula. The fibula only takes on 15% of the stress of walking and what the leg does. It's the tibia that does most of the work.
Mm-hmm. But without the fibula,
well, you have to have the fibula. But if we're assigning value to it, like I said, Amy is the tibia of our household. She does 85% of the work.
Yeah, but without the fibula, she'd be in rough shape.
She'd be in rough shape, but she would probably find a way.
Yeah.
If I lose that tibia,
the fibula's got to be
Seth,
important.
I don't know how to work any of the appliances in my house.
You're so incredibly but that's not just helping out with the traditionally, women folk stuff, the stereotypically women folk stuff. You're not good at the stereotypically man stuff either.
Anything, yeah.
You can't fix a damn thing.
Nothing, yeah. So fibula. I am probably being disrespectful to the fibula by saying I'm a fibula.
I feel like I'm the fibula of our show.
That's not true.
In some ways.
No, that's not true.
Well,
we're more like the arm, the ulna, and the radius.
You do 85% of the work.
I don't know, it's 85%.
But I'm the thing that kind of tags along and makes it all whole.
It would be a different show without you.
If the fibula were such an unimportant bone, people would be willing.
They'd have it removed.
They'd have it removed to make them faster.
Yeah.
So obviously the fibula is doing something.
That's right.
Yeah.
If you want to be the fibula, that's fine. But I think you do more work than the average fibula does, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Risen to the level of clavicle.
We're an ulna and a radius. That's what we are. All right. Doing equal work like this. Reggie and John are here. What's up?
I am so perplexed.
Hey, what were you gonna ask John?
Something. Oh no, nothing. I was just vague. How's it feel? To be an Aggie today, all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you tell me you're an Aggie.
That's right. Good
point.
Well, they swept their opponent last night.
That's right.
Yeah.
Swept Pitt. Playing in the national championship game. Got a playoff game Saturday.
Did they upset Nebraska along the way? Is that what I saw?
They upset 33-0 Nebraska.
Well, the Aggies were the 3 seed in their bracket.
Yeah. Like beating UNLV back in the day.
You know what? It feels pretty good.
I'll tell you about about that. And I need to bring Sean into this little off-season venture. Brandy's been so nails in calling some of these games in volleyball, including the Aggies. She's been in their corner since the very beginning, and she told me she thought they were going to beat Nebraska. I'm like, well, we need to get Sean T. Pendergast and figure out a handicap in this volleyball a little bit.
Yes.
Where would your daughter go if she could go anywhere?
Not a sports fan. So
No, for volleyball.
My daughter, I
thought you had a daughter.
No, my wife coaches volleyball.
Oh, coach.
Yeah.
I thought you had a daughter and
No, we got a theater kid. Yeah.
Oh, that's even better.
Zero interest in sports, who was very put out by the fact that the college game day was blocking the entrance, the main entrance to the anthropology building.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome. This big event.
Hey, what's it like having game day there?
Hey.
Is that the stage that's blocking my entrance to the class?
Is that why I'm late to class?
Yeah.
It is funny that you asked, what does it feel like to be an Aggie today? Weird. Obviously, haven't been here before in the playoff. I'm actually kind of feeling like found money at this point. Not nervous, not like apprehensive.
That sounds like cope.
No.
It sounds like a coping mechanism to protect yourself from potential.
It sounds like,
but I'm gonna sit there.
I will.
And I'm gonna. It's like, yes, of course you. I mean, yeah, you want to win, and you're gonna be disappointed if they don't. But it's like, hey, let's see what happens.
Sounds to me like you're treating the Hurricanes the same way that many of us have been treating the Raiders this week. It seems
I don't
like
know. Maybe there's a little bit of that, but it is weird.
You're a little laid back right now.
I am.
And I don't like it because I want the Aggies to win by like 60. I sure hope Mike Elko is instilling. I hope Mike Elko is instilling a different attitude in the Aggies than you seem to be instilling in them right now.
I'm just saying, I guess the feeling is it's cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
It's cool.
Which is fair, and especially like with it being a home game. Obviously, I'm sure you would.
Maybe that's it.
You would preferred A&M to have a bye week right now and not host
and it would
the game
still be
at Kyle.
cool,
But
just to be there.
I think that's also part of it is to give the Aggies a credit. Like Kyle Field is one of the most fun home experiences in all of college football. So to be able to have that in the college football playoff, I'm sure is fun.
Just cool.
What are tickets going for? Do you know?
they're the highest. Well,
it's like $700, ain't it?
They're the.
That's the get-in price.
I actually tricked the fellas with this the other day. I said, "What's the highest price ticket in the playoff this year, in college football playoff?"
Oh, I heard you do this.
Yeah, the Aggies have the
dirty pool.
The Aggies have the highest price ticket.
And you heard me clarify too. I was like, so we're talking about the college football playoff, right?
And I said, and I repeated, I said, college football playoff. Yes. Montana State is the highest price.
Is that
ticket.
FCS?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
It's like it's more. The Aggies is the highest of the FBS.
They played a small venue. Oh, and it's Montana
20,000
State.
Yeah, 20,000
so
seat stadium.
In-state rivalry.
In-state rivalry.
$1,100.
They play it at the. Do they play it at the home stadium? It's always super cold.
I think they do. Yeah.
Well, for a while they've been playing it in Frisco. I think that they had taken the chance, but I think that they've moved it back to having
either
that home
way.
game.
Montana State, huh?
And then A&M in Miami.
You get from $238 is what they start at.
Okay.
Oh, that's down.
Yeah,
that's down.
That's for the Aggie
closer
game?
To
from what it was. Yeah,
you can sit on the 50-yard line for $1,437.
That's actually
lower level.
That's lower than I thought it would be.
Yeah. It's probably dropping now.
Well,
that, people had to make their.
Here's the thing: if you are playing in this round of the playoffs, you've got to win four games, right? To get the there may be Aggies.
Remember this
back.
though too. Like I'm looking at look at the stadium. You can tell where the Miami tickets are and where
the whole
where the
empty
A&M
part
tickets
up there.
are.
Yeah.
There's hardly anything available on the Aggie. There's like one of the sidelines and one of the end zones. Hardly anything, and then the other is so Miami fans, Ben, not traveling well for this game.
Oh, I forgot. I gotta hate Ben.
Yeah.
How could you do such a thing?
More.
How could that happen?
More. All right,
you see why I come to the defense of my friend Ben.
I saw, be careful.
Hey, you back here talking smack about you, man.
Oh, Ben, hey.
The mic was just off.
Hey.
That's great.
Yeah.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk is, as always, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Question of the day, fellas.
Yes, sir. You saw the Rocky Top kid, right?
I did.
Nope.
We love the Rocky Top.
I love the. He was on with David Pollack.
The kid who is singing.
Really?
Yeah.
Rocky Top, but there's one kid.
Chorus style.
Yeah, kind of like a
arms crossed,
a husky kid. Which makes it awesome.
He's mini Kirby Smart. We could just call him.
That's what I said to Seth.
And with wearing an Alabama T-shirt and just not participating whatsoever.
Yeah, he's got his arms folded. Was he Alabama or is he a Georgia?
Georgia.
Yeah, is he a Georgia?
And then he put his hands in his pockets like, nope.
Not going to do it. Yeah, and that kid's famous now.
Yeah,
his
so
15 minutes have started.
He was on with David Pollack. We will play the audio later.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he said, no way I'm singing that song. That song is trash.
How old is he? He's got to be
fifth grade.
He's got to be like 9 years old.
Yeah.
Good old-fashioned indoctrination.
Oh, my God.
So what's a song that irritates you?
Okay.
What is a song that irritates you? I love. I have the English version and the German version on one of my playlists. 99 Red Balloons.
I like that by Nana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's not bad to look at either.
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And my family freaking hates it.
They hate that song.
Every time it comes up. They try to switch it or whatever. I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
So, but that one the one that irritates me, and I'm sorry to say this because I used to love it, is Yeah by Usher. It's just it's oversaturated, overplayed.
You know the song that this is the opposite. Is a song that I keep waiting for me to get sick of, but God help me if Hey Ya comes on.
By Outkast?
I don't. Yeah, I have never once a song that was incredibly overplayed and still gets played a bunch.
That's how I am with Yeah.
Yeah,
with Usher. one.
Dude, I cannot get enough Hey Ya. I listened to it 3 times after the show.
Is it the lyrical content that really hits you home?
Well, there is that point when you first, some people to this day still don't realize that the song, the lyrics aren't nearly as
happy as
upbeat and happy.
It's
as
like
the
Copacabana.
Actual, yeah. I think there's a lot of girls like singing Hey Ya that don't realize that this is the guy that broke their heart.
Was Baby Shark associated with the Washington Nationals when they beat the Astros?
At that time,
Or
I don't know if it
Angels? Was it the Angels? Who was Baby Shark? Bugged the hell out of me when it became attached
I feel like it was even before. It was early. It was like it might have been in the 2017 or so.
Yeah, I seem to remember it being tied to some issue, like to some bad Astros baseball, like an opponent of the Astros. Either way, I hate that.
It might have
song.
been the Nationals.
I think
you might have been
I think
right
it was.
there.
I think Baby Shark was tied to the Nationals back in the day.
Yeah, I think it was.
This opinion made me very unpopular with a former co-host of mine by the name of Ted Johnson.
Oh wow,
that's a bad person to be have on your side.
I brought other good traits to the table, but this particular thing he didn't like.
No fibula.
I hate.
Still don't understand.
I hate. I was a Tibby on that show.
Yeah.
I hate the band Rush. I don't like Rush.
Oh, boy. Oh, there's some hardcore music dudes out there right now.
Yeah,
that
there's some that I like. Yeah, there's.
What you got against prog rock?
Yeah.
I'm not a big
The
fan.
fact that it's called prog rock. That's what I don't
What
like
does
about
that
it.
mean?
Progressive rock.
Yeah.
Sean, it's more advanced than
That's right.
Yuka, of course you don't appreciate Rush.
Evidently so. God. Oh my God, nails on a chalkboard.
You don't have a voice like that and not do punk, all right?
Right.
That is a punk voice.
Is that what it is? The Washington Nationals outfielder Geraldo Parra adopted the children's song Baby Shark as his walk-up in 2019.
Yeah,
I knew
there
I
it is.
hated it.
You're right.
I knew I hated it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
By the way, it is the FCS semifinal that the Brawl of the Wild is.
Okay.
Had. That's why I was like,
That's
I'm
why
pretty
it's on
sure
a home field.
Yeah, there we go.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, boys. This should be a good one. Football Friday?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
How
sir.
are we feeling about Sunday? How we feeling?
Feeling great. In fact, I have questions about this game that I'll ask at noon because they're not ones that will determine whether or not they win. The Texans do, but the way that they win that I want to ask the listeners and of course John.
Yeah. ESPN did a simulation of the rest of the season. You guys might have seen it. They had the FPI computers simulate 10,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
The score of this week's game, according to the simulation, is Texans 33, Raiders 23. I think we would get an even saltier D'Amico if they give up 20.
I think you're right.
Unless
they're
it's garbage time, yeah.
I think even garbage time.
Even
D'Amico
garbage time.
would get agitated.
Well, no, and people are, as far as the fans, we like having that number one scoring defense.
Yeah.
So you get greedy in the fourth quarter.
Do we still have it? We must after last night.
Yeah.
The Rams give up 38 to the Seahawks.
Yeah.
That game was
clowns.
That was crazy, huh?
It was a delight.
Okay, real quick, one other thing. Seth and I debated this earlier. The 2-point conversion.
Yes.
That didn't come pass and lined up to kick off.
Yeah.
And the eye in the sky swoops in, says, no, wait, that was a backwards pass. And it rolled into the end zone, and Zach Charbonnet just casually picked it up. That's deserving of 2 points right there. I don't think it's deserving of 2 points. I don't think the spirit of replay, was put in to overturn things that are legitimately screwing people, like horrible calls.
Yeah.
Nobody thought that was a horrible call.
How do you adjudicate that then? Or you just let that go?
No. I mean, ultimately, it was used the right way. I just don't like the system.
Okay.
I agree with you
Within
on
the
that.
confines of the system, they did the right thing. I don't like the system.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
In fact, I thought I heard a whistle.
Well, yeah, but it's a clear recovery. Was
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
deal.
And what's funny is Zach Charbonnet had no real reason to go pick it up, and that entire game, turns on him just deciding, I'm gonna pick up this football.
That's on the defense for not doing it. Like that's Wade Phillips tweeted about that after the game. He said that's why the defensive
Cover it no
players
matter
you
what.
always pick it up no matter what.
Say what you will about Jim Harbaugh. Zach Charbonnet was a Jim Harbaugh coach player at Michigan, if I remember correctly. That feels like something Harbaugh would harp on. Like Harbaugh's a really
Although
good
he didn't exactly
coach in
pounce
the
on
details.
it.
No, but
he
he
was
went
like,
over.
somebody might need this.
Nobody went over and picked it up. Well, I mean, he didn't have
Ref,
to.
don't worry about bending over. I'll pick this up for you.
There's nobody
I disagree
near him.
with that part.
What are you talking about? There's nobody near him. Why would he? He'd look like an idiot if he pounced. Nobody else is walking towards him.
But that's why you have rules like that. You don't think about it. You just do it. It's a best practice.
That one is a reach. He kind of went like, "Oh, you left your coaster here," or
yeah,
whatever.
but you gotta always be.
He was the only guy the field.
Instances where I
feel like he was finishing the play.
You don't think about it, you just do it.
Yeah.
I saw a guy step over a ball carrier once who had just recovered and stepped over a football that was still a live ball. It didn't touch his feet almost. And
Lopez out here thirsting for false hustle from people.
Texans.
That's right. It was false hustle.
Texans,
diving on it would have been false hustle.
Texans are the number one scoring defense with 21.4 points per game. Seattle at 21.6.
That doesn't sound right.
That doesn't sound right.
Texans have been giving up 16 points all year.
Yeah, and they gave up 20 this last. That doesn't. Yeah, something's wrong. Oh, wait, no. Okay, 16.3.
Yeah.
Okay. I was looking at last year. 16.3 points per game. Seattle is second with 18.6.
That's a monster improvement from an already good defense. For you to go from being an already good defense to giving up 5 less points a game.
Yeah, the Rams are way down now, 7th.
Yeah, because they gave up 30 to the Panthers a few weeks ago. They gave up 38 last night.
Seattle and Denver tied. It's for second.
Scrubs. Scrubs. All right, boys. Have a great show. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula.
Just trying to be agreeable.
John Lopez. Biggie Fig. Yeah. They are in the loop, and they start now.
As you can tell, Football Friday is going to be fun. Have fun with us. 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. Again, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mocha Injury Lawyers for the live streams. I almost called them the law streams. The live streams on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. It is indeed a Football Friday ready for what's going to be a action-packed weekend of football in which, dare I say, the Texans might not be the biggest draw on the weekend. Is that fair to say?
The biggest draw? You talking about what?
There's college football playoff football happening.
on the TV, yes.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff.
I mean, they're not even close.
Even in the NFL, right? We got a Raiders game where we can say it, they can't.
Yeah.
This one should be a fairly easy victory, but I think the way that it goes, it could serve as a particular stepping stone in very different ways for the Texans. We'll get to all of that. I think something that I was not planning on talking about at all, but has made itself a conversation, is the Houston Rockets finding a way, really and truly finding a way to grab defeat from the jaws of victory in New Orleans at the Smoothie King Center against a Pelicans team that has not been good all year.
5 wins.
And they lost after
they're on the 3-game winning streak.
Yeah, they are. The Pelicans are, while the Rockets rather on what, 2-game, if you can call it a losing streak.
Clutch fans over there.
I appreciate it. Bring it to the table.
Hey, that's what they said. I'm like 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
25-point lead at one point in this game. 20-something point lead at half. Even still, I think you had something like a 14-point lead towards the fourth quarter. Into the fourth quarter.
It was like 99-83 is what I remember.
And the Rockets managed to lose to the lowly New Orleans Pelicans. And this is astonishing, and I feel like we need to talk about it. It feels, though, like it somewhat falls in line with things. I don't think that game was solely a that game proposition. I think it points to some of the issues that they've had a little bit recently and talk about themselves.
Yeah, look, that's why Okay, so Ime Udoka after the game, and rightfully so, and a lot of fans and a lot of others were talking about, what horrible defense in the second half. It was bad. It was really, really, really bad. 38 points in the third quarter is what I think they gave up after 45 in the first. And I'm not saying the defense was great, but you just touched on why I think there's something else going on here, and it was very evident at the end of the game in overtime, and that is it's the offense. It's the offense trying to figure out a half-court set, which, by the way, you run a lot in very close games and especially in the postseason because, everybody talking about the defense. You just mentioned it. They were up 99-83 going into the fourth. That's a 16-point lead. Now, yes, you still need to play defense, but your offense has to finish that off. And Ime Udoka afterward did touch on the offense briefly, and I was like, thank you, because that's what really got me.
And then offensively, not only the turnovers, we had 11 at the half and didn't get much better, had 9 in the second half, but, guys looked intimidated, scared, whatever, out of double teams to make plays, and teams are going to do that with Kevin and Alperen and make others beat us and couldn't execute tonight.
That's the thing that was frustrating to me. And I wouldn't go so far as to say intimidated and scared. That's his place to say that.
He said that.
So you're acting like some punks in here.
But unsure.
Acting like some B words.
Yeah, I mean, he flat out
I've been
said
trying not to say that word, but that was the closest I got. That's as close as I got.
Yeah.
And so maybe, if he says so, well, what I saw was an offense that was just lost, looking for some sort of answer outside of Alperin and Durant.
I mean, you say outside about Alperin was 2 for 6 in the fourth quarter himself.
But I'm saying in general, yeah.
No, and I think that's it, right? This loss was one of those things that makes you go and check and see, oh, this is a microcosm of a lot of other things. Like this is an issue. Can I take you to the Fred VanVleet? What is the name of the podcast again? Fig? Unguarded. Where KD was sitting down with Fred VanVleet, and one of the things that was said took a different light. I was going to bring it up yesterday because it was one thing that I was interesting, but it took a different light. Seeing this game and really thinking back to some of the things that they've been dealing with since really December started.
Yeah.
This is Kevin Durant and Fred VanVleet talking about, the process that they have and the things that they could still wring out of what they're doing.
I wish that I was out there helping you solve them, but
it's only gonna make us.
You know what I mean?
Y'all holding it down though.
Y'all holding it down. That shit look good. I know it don't feel good all the time.
It could be, man. It could be better though. And I'm not gonna say. I mean, obviously, I miss you out there every day.
Yeah.
I'm always feel that way. But even with how we playing now, I just feel like we haven't even scratched where we should be.
Not even close.
For sure. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about us losing some late games or winning some late games. It's really about the process of us.
Our process up right now.
It could be better.
Yeah, our process
be better. And we got the talent, we got the coaching staff, we got the size, athleticism to figure that shit out.
Boy, I just wish you could have seen it.
Because that's a whole different thing that I found fascinating. Was the juxtaposition that Fred made between where they were, and I'll talk about that later. Maybe that's a confession. But you hear KD talking about it, he's like, and this is when they still feel like, oh man, we're doing a great job. We've got a good offensive rating, we got a good defensive rating, the record is still pretty good and all that. He's like, yeah, but the process, man, it's messed up and there's still things to, and here you go. You see late in the game, talk about process. Kevin Durant was fantastic, 4 or 5 down the stretch, but it feels like he's not getting the ball enough. Even when he is getting the ball. In those situations, teams are figuring out, and they know we can attack KD when he has the ball. We can attack Alperin when he has the ball, and we can particularly leave men out there on the three-point line. We don't have to guard him. We can guard 4 versus 5, force them to pass the basketball, and then get in the passing lanes and create turnovers and get ourselves back into games. That's all process-oriented, and that's something that needs to be figured out because if the Pelicans have figured this out and are capable of maximizing it, how much more teams that are better, teams that have more assets to throw at you, and teams that are not going to find themselves down 20 before they make that move?
Yeah, that was very profound in retrospect now, what he just said, the frustration in his voice. And then it also ties in with something I heard him say after the game last night. And he says that game was not indicative of who we are. And I thought to myself, are you sure about that? Because we're pretty far along in the season here now, and this is who they are. You know, this is like they can't. I shouldn't say they can't because they're clearly the 5th seed in the West and they have their moments. But what I'm saying is they're playing 4-on-3 basketball. You should not ever struggle playing 4-on-3, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and I hesitate to say this is who they are, but this is clearly above just a blip on the radar. This is something that has to be addressed, and honestly, this probably speaks to the larger thing that they've been dealing with, which is you talk about those turnovers, and that's finding ways to initiate offense that is consistent and works. And I think this was something that popped up in the Denver Nuggets game where the juxtaposition for me made it clear. You look at the Nuggets and they know exactly what their bread and butter is in big moments. We're going to go to 2-man game.
And how to get them open.
With Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, and we're going to create disadvantages for our opponent. When you go down the stretch for the Rockets, I don't know that they have a clear bread and butter, one that they can do consistently and confidently. And I don't want to make this the sky is falling because they've done it in certain circumstances, but in the biggest moments where they need to close against the better teams, it's gotten a little dicey. And now you're seeing that spread out. And maybe that's just guys aren't keeping that same energy. And you know what changed that energy? If and when Tari Eason returns, he's an energy guy. He's a catalyst type guy. I think Dorian Finney-Smith is the type of guy that brings that kind of energy that can help in those moments. But I think also, again, and when you hear your best player come in, and this has been a simmering frustration for him of the process, it's clear that there's still work to be done to be the championship team that you want to be.
Well, you say energy, and it definitely will help, but it's more than energy because we've used this word with the Texans. What is their offensive identity in those moments? We know they like to slash. We know they take the ball. You know, Şengün can do so many things with the ball and facility that, and he started hot in this game. Kevin Durant will knock down those shots, all that stuff. But when you get in those moments, what is your identity? And I feel like energy doesn't have a lot to do with that. In fact, I mean, you got to ask the question, who's drawing the X's and O's in this thing in the half court?
Have we returned here?
Have we returned here?
Because this was a question that I had for you a number of times last year is the coaching staff, especially on the offensive side. We know that they can gear up these
on the
guys.
Defensive side.
Rather defensive side, thank you. We know that they can gear up to play fantastic defense, good schematic defense. They can get the fundamentals correct.
Mm-hmm.
Offensively, sometimes I ask, what is the level of acumen there? And I ask that not as a gotcha question because I know the answer. I ask that because I don't have the answer. And it has been better, but I think that there's still progress to be had there. So there's this unearths, and maybe unearths is too strong because it probably is there if you're looking consistently and hard enough. But there's questions that the Rockets need to answer, and very quickly you get thrown out of the frying pan back into the fire because you're back in Denver on the road tomorrow versus a Nuggets team that you lost to in overtime. As you lost in overtime, and you've got to figure out your ways to get this ironed out late in games because you're not going to win a game like Denver if you do the same thing that you did yesterday.
You could hear the frustration in Kevin Durant's voice in the audio we played with Fred VanVleet. You also saw it at the end of the game, and I'm sure you noticed this. After the final attempt, he kind of threw both his arms up.
Yeah.
In frustration, and I'm sure a big part of that was frustration and not being able to get. Damn, what are we doing? And I think that's the question. What are we doing on offense in those situations?
And you know what the beauty is? It is December 19th as opposed to March or April. These are things that a 82-game regular season allows you to iron out when you know you're the type of team that will be playing in April. But it's going to take that ironing out. And so this is going to be something to watch with this team because Jabari going 0 for 4 is not good enough there. Steven Adams, even though he gets you a few rebounds, 3 rebounds in that in a few minutes, 5 minutes in that fourth quarter. He also needs to have some of these putbacks go down. There was one of those instances where late in the game they've got multiple attempts at the rim and they're not making bunnies. That's been a thing with this team sometimes.
And the
is not
turnovers,
finishing
as a texter,
within 4 feet.
As a texter pointed out.
And then of course the turnovers have been a constant thing. That's one of those things that I keep looking. I go, what is the actual answer to this? Because that comes back to the point guard issue, or at least an initiator issue. There's interesting things happening with the Rockets on a day where I wanted the Rockets to be deeply uninteresting.
Yeah.
I really, really hate that being the case. A loss in overtime to the lowly New Orleans Pelicans, and that only makes tomorrow's game even more interesting to see how do they respond against a very tough opponent. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Friday, Football Friday, in fact. So let's dive into it. The Texans have a big game, 305? Or 325. 325. There we go. On Sunday. And this Texans offense, I think, continues to be the focal point down the stretch here. We know what the defense is. If the offense puts up another big performance, the competition ticks up. 713-572-4610. Let's have a conversation next.
The Drive is live. to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. Football Friday. Here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. You hear the jingle bells in there, gearing up for the holiday season really coming to a head with Christmas next Thursday? Thursday.
Yes.
That's right. So we're all in the mood. And our Christmas present as sports fans this weekend is a banger.
Oh, especially starting tonight and all day tomorrow.
That's right. I mean, hell, starting right now. Although we are watching a Pass the Sticks affair at the Myrtle Beach Bowl right now. All sorts of it. If it's just
Jesus taking the back seat.
Yeah. Well.
Jesus might be the opener.
I heard he's really good, though.
He ain't the main event.
I heard he's got some real good stuff. You know what I mean?
Like back in the old days at concerts, they had a comedian open. Whatever happened to that?
They used? I didn't know they used to do that.
Oh man,
at concerts.
Concerts back in the day, every major band, from Rush, which was mentioned earlier, to and anyway, Stevie Wonder, and they always had a comedian come out first to warm up the crowd.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's how a lot of comedians got started.
You get your openers.
I think I'd rather do that than how they do concerts now. Now they just have a playlist playing.
Yeah,
and you sitting there waiting the whole time.
My generation and a little after will remember that. I used to. You got to get to the concert early. Maybe that's what the Texans need. Let's get a comedian out there.
That's not the worst idea.
Hey, I would be fine with that.
Well, that's such a tough gig, right?
Yeah. Got 70,000.
But it depends who it is, though.
You're playing a stadium, but you're not playing a stadium, right? So you're not getting headline acts.
Yeah. But a lot of headliners did it because, think about it, you're opening for Led Zeppelin.
It's a different era, John Lopez. Headliners,
my generation,
the money on a stadium is different.
It
will
remember that.
So if you had unlimited money right now, you had to book a comedian for the Texans game.
Nate Bargatze.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Nate Bargatze, and then
clean, pretty wide appeal. Yeah, it'd be Nate Bargatze.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly the one I was going to say. But think about it. I mean, we might have stumbled upon $1 million idea here. The Texans want to get fans in the stands early. Get Nate Bargatze out there for 20, 30 minutes.
And here's the thing. I don't think you're getting Nate Bargatze out there. That is my point.
Or someone big.
They got money, man.
Yeah. For a game, brother?
Hey, what they be doing for the doggone halftime shows sometimes?
I remember a concert, and I can't remember who the headliner was, when Steve Martin opened. Steve Martin opened for the concert, 20 minutes.
At his peak?
Well, this was probably late 70s, early 80s, so he was just getting to his peak. Yeah, he was just getting to his peak.
I think it'd be a very interesting proposition, but something like that.
I think it was Earth, Wind, and Fire. And Steve Martin opened. Yeah.
What a night.
That is hilarious.
What a night.
I wish I was around there in that time.
Yeah.
What a night. Indeed.
Texters, back me up because I know you.
We already got some people talking about, seeing comedians.
Imagine laughing to Steve Martin and then going to the reasons. The reasons.
I didn't have to imagine.
He lived it.
I didn't have to imagine.
Hopefully we can live not just the Texans' victory. I think I feel fairly confident in that. But we can live a Texans offensive glow-up even. As I think people around the national media, I don't know what your consumption has been, but my consumption has seen various people talk about, oh, man, this Texans offense starting to come along, starting to round into form. But maybe I'm greedy. I am greedy, actually. I don't even have to put a maybe on there. I want more. And it feels like this is an opportunity to give more.
Yeah. For the record, my consumption has been tamales and Christmas candy. But let's talk about the Texans. Let's say they put up 40 last week, right?
That is correct. There was 40 points on the board.
Let's say they put up another 40 plus.
Another 40 burger. I love a 40 burger.
And yes, there's going to be a certain segment of people say, well, I mean, it was the Cardinals and the Raiders.
That's right.
You may well say it. But while the competition on the field is not going to be what it is later, I'm going to use one of your favorite words. Won't that momentum
Rose.
Won't that momentum?
That's not a thing.
And confidence that not just the players have on the field, but the coaching staff has on the field, together. Won't that make them better? Just generally speaking, make them better.
Momentum,
and I'm
no.
actually going to paint you in a corner here.
Momentum, no. I don't think that they believe in that.
I'm going to paint you
as
into a
concept.
corner here, all right? Because you don't like the term momentum. I think it is real to various degrees. We can talk about that later. But I think momentum. I think momentum is real.
Nobody wants to hear that.
But you know what else is real? Another term that you like, proof of concept.
Sure.
So in terms of like the proof of concept of what this offense is, the collaboration in the offensive room, won't that also lead to more confidence, maybe more momentum when the competition levels up?
I will not hear on the momentum, but I will.
I painted him into a corner.
I will. No, you absolutely didn't. I appreciate the effort to. Always try and box me in. Like I think this is the sparring that we do verbally that allows us to have fun every day on this show. But no, I think that this is the thought process that I've had all season long. Show me the capability, show me the capacity to do these things. I think that those will give you some confidence in doing that. But then also, what have we talked about? This is a first-time offensive play caller with a lot of different cooks in the kitchen, not in the bad way necessarily, but there's a lot of variables that need to be figured out. I think that these are the opportunities. How can you get to the higher ends of your offense, and what does it look like, and what are the things that you do well when you're there, so that you don't need to try and figure those things out in the highest leverage circumstances. You figure them out in these. So I'm very much with you on the idea of prove to me that you can get to those levels. Prove to me that you can, and prove to yourself that you can do it. Or maybe they believe it intrinsically. Because anytime we have one of these things, whether it's Jawar Jordan popping off for 101 yards or C.J. Stroud finding his level again and looking like the C.J. Stroud, it's like we always believed that was there. That's cool. Put it on wax. Put it on paper. And I think this is an instance for you to put the highest levels, hopefully, of this offense's capability on paper so that you know it's there, so that you can then utilize that going forward. But I don't know that intrinsically means you do it this week and you will do it next week. I think that they very much believe that in any given time, you got to go get it out the mud, even if you've done it before. I think that's what we talk about defensively, where D'Amico was kind of curmudgeonly almost about the defense, because he's like, just because you played good defense last week does not mean that this team is not going to. And I think that that's the same thing offensively. So that's why I won't go to the momentum. But I do think that they need to show us further that this offense goes high.
And not to argue this, but I think what you are describing is confidence. And confidence leads to momentum. And again, we're not going to argue that word, because I think that is real. When you have that confidence. And actually, Nick Caley yesterday, Figgy, was talking about just how well the collaboration has come together. And I think that's what has showed itself even before the Cardinals game, certainly in the Cardinals game. And if it continues, I think that's going to be the confidence.
Yeah, it's been great. Got a good bunch of, some guys I've worked with before, some guys that I haven't, but I think everybody's really just collectively trying to come together to do what's best, and got guys with really good ideas, guys that, especially as we progress through the season, I mean, starting with me on down, like we're finding, what our guys can do, who we have available, what's worked, what hasn't, how can we tweak and refine things. And I think the big thing is we're all on the same page and collectively trying to, when we bring up suggestions collectively as a group, we're not bringing up, stealing this from this team or this team. It may not fit what we're doing here, or what our guys, skill sets may bring to the table. So I think being on the same page, being consistent in our workflow, being able to, have no ego and set things aside. And I feel like we have a really good working relationship with everybody. I'm pleased with those guys. Again, a lot of guys have been here prior to me, and then, I've got some experience prior to coming here with Cole Popovich, obviously, really good coach, spent time with him. Jerry Shaplinski, I think, is a fantastic football coach, one of the best coaches I've been around. And, the guys that have been here, too, we've really, connected and gelled, and I've been very, very pleased with the entire staff. Can't do it alone, and it takes everybody.
Yeah, and I think, that's the confidence I think that they've already demonstrated, even before the Cardinals game, and certainly then. And I think that's just one of those things that they feel good about what's going on in the room, and it translates onto the field.
Well, and it needs to.
Yeah.
We talk about proof of concept. Show me that the offense goes to different levels when you have more comfort, because that would actually be, in a weird way, damning. If it's like, all right, we're coming together, we're finding more cohesion, and we're not seeing that would be more damning. And I see you from the 713, shouldn't we have done this during the OTAs?
Sure.
I think that, yes, but also I think there was a lot of things happening. This is one of the reasons why, and I go back to this conversation that we've had for months now, this is why some people, including myself, I think yourself as well, were hoping for an offense coordinator with experience because with any circumstance where you're putting new things together, it takes time. We were talking about this with the Rockets in the break, right? Jalen Green moves on, and Dylan Brooks moves on. There's a new dynamic with this Rockets team. When anything is new and there's changes, it takes some time for it to find
and
settle
also personnel.
Completely. Personnel.
The offensive line mess and all that stuff.
Yes, it takes time to settle. Now, the uptick, I think we could judge that in various different instances, but right now, once you are settling in with this offensive coaching staff, with the identities that you want, finding the right things that work, show me that not only does it work better, but that you can find new levels with it. Because now that you're playing at the level of competent offense across the league, maybe like around average, other teams are also elevating what they do. So how can you elevate as the season goes along? That's the name of the game for everybody, especially if you're going to be playing postseason football. So there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. This does present yet another opportunity against a Raiders team that is woeful. I mean, I'm listening to Raiders media folks talk about this as like, I guess we got another opportunity to see if they could do something. Yeah. Right? Like that is the resignation that they got over there. You got to take that opportunity to then, as a blank canvas, paint us a masterpiece, man. Give us an opportunity to see it. All right, you're coming up. Let's get to our question of the day. Have a little fun on a Friday because you enjoyed quite a bit, John Lopez, the little Georgia fanboy in Tennessee that refused to sing Rocky Top because it was just a song that irritated him. So to that end, question of the day, what's a song that irritates you? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
All right, football season is in full swing.
side. Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
If this is an answer to the question of the day for any of you, fight me in real life. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That was really aggressive. I'm sorry. I've been aggressive lately. I probably need to.
You picked a lot of fights this week.
I have. I'm looking.
Fight me.
Which is hilarious because I am not looking to follow up on any of it. And one of these days, someone's just going to catch me in HEB like, all right, I'm ready for it.
Or like Figgy yesterday. For some reason, it was a little thing that just made me crack up. What's up?
No, have you ever seen somebody that was kind of like, hey, what's up? You want to work? You want to work? What's up?
What's up?
It's like, what's up? What's up then?
I'm on whatever you want.
Hey, post up. What's up?
And it's making me crack up again. And it's like it's just the little code that's within that one word.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot. I love those moments in life where but there's a lot of meaning.
Yeah, it's like a what's up? No, what's up? What's up?
There's that. I'm sure Lopez is very familiar with this. With just like, are you okay? I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
But damn, you are.
I feel attacked, but I'm fine.
That's right.
But I get it.
You good?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There you go.
You good?
You good?
Y'all good?
It's how you say it.
It is.
Yes.
Yes, it's how you say it.
All right,
You good?
Let's get to the question of the day.
We straight.
You straight?
Yeah, we straight.
Very good. All right. What's the song that irritates you? You'll remember earlier on in the week, we were very infatuated with the kid in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it was like a school performance or something to that effect, where they had all the kids singing Rocky Top. Apparently that's the thing they do in Tennessee. I guess I can't judge too much because we got like the Texas flag and the pledge to the flag of Texas. I don't even remember. It's been a long enough.
The Texas pledge?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I didn't even know they had one.
Yeah,
I know that was a thing.
We love our Texas down here, man.
Yeah.
But apparently this kid who is a Georgia fan was not going for it. In fact, this is him talking about who was he on with, John Lopez?
David Pollock.
Yeah, he was on
Georgia legend.
That's
David
right.
Pollock.
He was on with David Pollock talking about this incident.
Our music teacher had us sing a whole bunch of songs.
Okay.
And one of those songs was Rocky Top, sadly. And I'm never going to sing that trash, so.
Why won't you sing Rocky Top?
It's a horrible song.
I say it again. Somebody needs to give that kid a scholarship to Georgia. That is awesome.
You just giving out
kids like that? Absolutely. So what is a song that irritates you? I tossed a couple of examples in there. Some of them might be a little more controversial than others. Figure you can just kind of roll through one or two here. I used to love this song. I used to love
when you were in the club with your homies.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I remember when this song came out when I was in high school.
Yes.
And girls was going crazy.
And you probably loved it.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
But now what?
It's overplayed.
It's over.
It's overplayed.
Right.
It went too mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
So now you hear that every single wedding.
Now, there is a song that I freaking love. I have two versions of it on one of my playlists that I roll with whenever we're driving. And my kids, my family, my wife absolutely hate it, but I love it.
99 red balloons.
Hell yeah!
In the summer sky.
How do you not like this song?
I actually don't have a problem with the song. I wouldn't go to it, but I'm not like, oh my God, I wouldn't hate you.
My kids hate me when I play it.
Fine.
I got the German version and the English version.
I didn't even know it was the German version.
Oh yeah. She in fact, she didn't even, when she did this song, she didn't even know English.
Oh, okay.
She didn't even know English.
Fun times. I think you guys know one of the songs that I am not necessarily here for, and that is when you know that your weekend is about to come to an end, because here comes Carrie Underwood with Little.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Yeah, some that Sunday night football. Tries too hard, man. It really does. It tries way too hard.
Oh man, I
waiting all day
like
for a Sunday night. All right, whatever.
I
man.
wait all day for that song.
I bet you do.
I wait all day for that song and those legs. But that's neither here nor there. One more that just sets me off all the time. Come on, man.
This
Come on, man.
When do you hear the song?
It's at weddings. It's at events.
None of the weddings I've been at.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard My Humps.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. Although, I think most Black Eyed Peas songs at this point in the year of our Lord 2025 are probably close to that. I think this time period of the season, it makes this answer coming in on the text line a number of times very, very much a good one. You get the Mariah Carey All I Want for Christmas Is You. How much of that do you think is about the song, and how much of that do you think about is the amount of airplay, or even just how it's now associated with how everybody is trying to start the Christmas festivities earlier and earlier?
You're talking to the wrong person. I love it. I love that song.
Yeah, I think to me it's kind of similar to Usher, where it's just way overplayed. It's played everywhere and, by everybody.
Yeah.
Where it's just, you just kind of get tired of it, man.
Yeah.
Where it started to sound corny.
Do you have a song that irritates you, a couple?
Yeah. The one that really irritates me, this probably be a hot take. I'm sure everybody going to switch the music after this. But the Sweet Caroline.
Oh, no.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Really?
That have that. They play that every wedding, and they just throw it in the middle of everything.
Wow.
And then to me, it's a buzzkill for me, man. I hate that song.
Oh, man, 806. I understand some of these. I'm not going to be too mean about it, but you don't like the Chipmunks Christmas song?
I'm kind of
You're with them?
Yeah.
Y'all have there's no child within you. There is only despair within you. Gangnam Style by Psy. Yeah, and I think any of those like almost meme songs that took off, you could get to.
Yeah.
Well, interesting. I feel like this might say something about you and your proclivities for being out on the town. 713 closing time.
Oh. I like that one.
Every bar is like, hey, man, it's 2 o'clock. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get out of here. Play the song. Close it. Yeah.
They play that retail stores, too.
Do they?
Yeah. I used to work at Urban Outfitters, and they used to play that song where I'm just like, did y'all put this song on purpose?
I'd be uncomfortable.
Like, yeah.
I'd be uncomfortable. And then one more I definitely wanted to mention because it came in. The Cars for Kids jingle?
Yeah. 18774 Cars for Kids.
I'm like, it's for kids. You don't like the babies?
Think about the kids.
You don't like the charity?
Yeah.
I understand that, but because jingles and how pervasive they are, if you don't like it, you got to live with it, right? I love a lot of the Houston jingles. Like I heard the West Side Chevrolet jingle for the first time in a long time, and it hit me in my chest.
I'm stunned. Everybody should have a jingle. Jingles just resonate. They just stay in your head.
But it all stays in your head and you can't get it out. So I get that. How about somebody Despacito? Any Taylor Swift song? Oh, Shake It Off was a problem for a while.
Yeah, that's kind of getting up there with
I like Shake It Off still.
It's up there with where it's just overplay. At the time, it wasn't a bad song or anything like that. It was a good song, but it's just way overplayed, man.
A couple of things coming from practice. The Texans practicing at NRG Stadium today. Woody Marks and Derek Stingley. Woody Marks has, the ankle designation. Derek Stingley, who left the game last week with an oblique, or I guess I do know somewhat why. Derek Stingley just seems like he's going to tough it out. We've been here before as well with him, but he's had an instance where he did not play, dealing with something like this, but it feels like he would.
Yeah, and Woody Marks because of the opponent, even though they'll never say that, and he's played more games than he ever has played in his life. We're in week 16. He needs, he's never been here. So I think they're going to rest him.
Or at least, well, I was like, I don't even know if you could just lighten his workload. I think,
they're
might.
not going to lighten his workload.
If Nick Chubb is playing, if he's good to go, then I can see them giving Woody Marks some time.
And Nick Chubb has been long. Obviously, we don't have the official
full
injury
participant
report for Friday.
yesterday.
But he's been good on these. So I think if Jawar's on the 53, I think we might be leaning closer to that Jawar Jordan, Nick Chubb, probably in the other order, Nick Chubb, Jawar Jordan running back game versus a Raiders team coming into town to NRG Stadium for a midday slate game in a weird way. I don't who scheduled that? How did that end up this case? I don't know, but we'll definitely see that one. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, great answer with Don't Stop Believing. I love that song, but I understand that people are sick of it, right?
Yeah.
Everybody just starts belting out.
Yeah.
Once you get to that, just a small. Yeah, it's like, stop. Cut that out. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming
and
up
what
next.
Are street light people, by the way? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Street.
I mean,
what are street light people?
Up and down the boulevard. I don't know.
I guess.
Their shadows searching the night.
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's talk about what very well could have been the best Thursday night football game of the season. And did Matt Stafford do enough in this game for you to crown him the MVP? Let's talk about that and more next.
The Drive. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. Football Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. So we go around the NFL. That's not why we do it every day. But, you know, sometimes you got to put a little sauce on it. And speaking of putting some sauce on it, we got B. Scott and sauces, man. Like, he got the peak coat on. He got the hair down. We in here looking like schmucks.
Hey, man, it's nothing even like that. This is just what I wear when I'm cold.
You look like you're emceeing.
He said something light, you know.
This is my go-to. I told you this the other day. You stopped by my office, and I mentioned, man, the colder it gets, the better I look. Because all of my nicer clothes are for the cold weather. So, yeah, man, this is just like a regular coat for me.
You look like you're going to host a Macy's parade.
Man, I got a quarter zip on under here and just some slacks, man. I'm really just kind of going basic. This is just a nice coat. Yeah, man.
You give me
and it's warm.
It is warm. That is a good thing for you. It's not that cold out, thankfully. It's in the great city of Houston.
I can't do any version of cold.
Mm-hmm. What's the threshold? We get past 72 on you.
65.
65?
65 or below, and which is really nice weather, but I'm going to be cold. So
look,
this is me.
You know what's important? Knowing yourself. That's what's important.
Yeah,
you know yourself and you act accordingly.
Yeah, man, dress for the weather.
I respect it. I respect it. All right, I'm supposed to move forward. I can't help myself. 713 texted in about the question of the day. Apparently, this is something I didn't know. It Takes Two by Rob Bass. They said it's the most overplayed hip hop song at every country dance hall. It
Takes Two.
And
It Takes Two.
I had never thought about the idea of what happens if you're in a place where there's a certain demographic and then here comes the token song. What's the song that they pick? I would have never guessed It Takes Two by Rob Bass.
Yeah, I mean, but it is kind of universal. I like the overplayed stuff is the stuff that like everybody knows, and so it almost becomes like you only play it because you've been playing it for however many years.
Yeah.
And so it just kind of comes up. But no one's like, hey man, can you put It Takes Two on? Hey DJ. Like no one's ever done that. But when you play it, it's kind of like, oh yeah, this makes sense because I've heard this at every hip hop event ever.
Was gonna have a segue, don't have one. Thursday night football takeaway for you guys in this game because there's a lot of things happening and I don't know where to start.
Oh, just that these are two of the teams that could win the Super Bowl. Like in a year where we talk about. And I know we focus a lot on the AFC, and it is the case in the AFC where you're not really sure who it is. But in a year when we talk about it being a weird season and there being some turnover in who the powers are, right?
Yeah.
Like the Chiefs are out of it, and the Bills don't necessarily look as great, even though Josh Allen does, and the Ravens don't look as great. And, of course, there's another Joe Burrow kind of odd year. Like, who are the teams?
Yeah.
Who are the kings in the NFL? And it's like, here they are.
Yeah.
Like maybe some of the ones that you just weren't talking about. But it was just something about this game, the back and forth, like how either defense could give up points, but you still feel like the defense is good, or how either offense could turn the ball over and you still feel like the offense is good. It just felt like I was watching excellence. And maybe it helped that we've seen these teams already. We've seen the Texans play and look like excellence.
Well, that and also you say takeaways. For me, it was like so many questions, you know, that were confusing to me. The fumble in particular, or whatever it was officially on the 2-point conversion, the backward pass. I actually saw somebody post the rule. Like, obviously, if you fumble, the person who fumbled cannot, advance the ball or whatever. Only the person.
Well, yeah,
only the person who fumbled can.
And even then, if you're picking the football up, it's not an advancement of the football. You're just picking the football up.
Well, but only the person who fumbles can advance it in that situation.
Sure, you can't fumble forward and then
unless it's a backward pass. That's in the rule book. Well, a backward pass is a fumble.
Did anyone? Was it just me? I also kind of was questioning if it was a backwards pass.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the angle that I got, I thought it was up and down or either way. It wasn't clearly a backwards pass to me.
It was not clearly a backward pass.
So all of that part confused me. Mm-hmm. I was dumbfounded by all of it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was
confused.
I didn't think it was so clearly a backwards pass because, to be entirely honest, I was watching this game in conjunction with the Rockets game, and I don't know if the Rockets game had ended at that point, but I definitely was watching back some of the Rockets game because the Rockets game needed to be watched back in some ways.
For sure.
And so I had that game, I had the audio on, but I was not hearing it very clearly. So I looked at it and I was like, what are they doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, they show an overhead view.
They were lining up for the kickoff.
And it did not look like it was a backwards pass. I could be confused on what backwards means.
Yes.
But it didn't look backwards to me.
Well, also, if it goes laterally, then that still would fall within the context of a.
If it's dead even, it's a forward pass. If it's dead on the line,
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
It's
That's right.
a forward pass.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought. It reminded me of the Music City Miracle. Where you're like, wait a minute. It's so open for interpretation. That was absolutely one of the questions. The other questions I had were like, what was Puka thinking after the game?
Oh,
what was he?
Yeah. What is Puka,
Does he have
what is
no
Puka
one?
thinking?
Yeah, he has no
is an
people.
evergreen
The answer
tweet
might
at the
be
moment.
that Puka is not thinking.
But he
we considered
he
that.
has no people whatsoever. Wife, girlfriend, I don't even know, teammate, coach, someone.
Oh, I'm
hey,
sure-
whatever you do, don't go straight into the locker room and tweet again.
Well, that's not true. He has people.
Yeah, he definitely has people.
Because
he got a baby mama.
Well, he does have that.
Yeah.
No, after the game, like you'll see him. Like he was asked because that was immediately after the game. He sent a tweet, and I should pull that up. I had to search it up myself to make sure did he really just did this?
Yeah.
And he did. And of course, as I go to search it, I'm pretty sure that it's already been deleted, so I have to go find one of the screenshots.
But he definitely has people. I can tell you for sure. Me, Clinton, Ron sat at a dinner right next to him in New Orleans right before the Super Bowl
With his people?
and he had like at least no less than 12 people.
Okay.
Who were letting you know, hey Puka, just shouting out his name, making it clear that they were sitting next to Puka Nacua. He's got people.
Here's the tweet that he sent at 11:55 p.m. Eastern time yesterday. Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution. LOL. So that is, of course, alluding to a comment that he made on a live stream that was also controversial, at least in the way that it was taken out here, just stunting in front of the camera, like they just dancing in all the videos, so to say. They're making calls in order to put themselves front and center. And this is him basically doubling down on that after he had already apologized, and then afterwards from this tweet. He's in front of media, and media's asking him, and he's like, well, we just need to not put in the ref's hands and stuff like that. This dude, man.
Yeah.
He is seeming unhinged at the moment.
Yes.
Unhinged. And I don't mean like in a catastrophic way, but it may be just like a sloppy put the phone and the microphone down and just kind of like let the season play out. Like do your media obligations. There are certain things it's not like you can hide, but maybe don't go out of your way. Maybe not do too much.
Mike Tomlin probably like, damn, I should have drafted that wide receiver, man. You would have been perfect in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but I also feel like Mike Tomlin, he was like, I will handle this for as long as I have to, and then I'm shipping you out. There was a number of those, right? You could maybe, I don't know if Le'Veon Bell quite fits this. Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown. I'm clearly forgetting at least, was Juju when he was doing all these dances and stuff?
Claypool.
Yeah, it felt like
Chase Claypool.
It felt like he was holding up. He was like, while you're here, I'm going to get the best out of you, and somehow we're going to keep this quiet. And then you move on, and we find out, oh, that person has some stuff happening.
Yeah. Even George Pickens to a degree, like, oh, man, he still acts like that.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why I knew that George Pickens was not long for there, because you could tell while he was there that he was a knucklehead in some ways. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
If Tomlin can't fix him.
Yes. Some football things within this game. One, I was surprised that Seattle was able to run the football to the tune of 100. Been something they done well. And if they're able to do that, that's a terrifying team.
Yeah.
When they haven't, you go, oh, that's still a pretty good team, but at least they're leaning a lot on Sam Darnold, who had a fantastic fourth quarter and overtime. But, they ran the football well, and I was like, oh, that makes this a lot tougher to deal with.
Yeah, maybe surprising that they ran it well, but the one thing about them, and I was saying, I know it was earlier in the season, but I was saying this when the Texans played them on Monday Night Football. They're committed to it, whether they run it well or not.
Very much so.
They're going to run the football, and so it's just a matter of if they're going to run it well. But they're going to run the football. It's going to be a part of what they do, and this happened to be one of those nights when they were able to run it well.
And then some of the other things. I mean, this was maybe the greatest Thursday night football game ever. I mean, people are already saying that. I can't go back and look at every one, but I'll take their word for it.
It was as good of a football game as you could reasonably expect.
And you talked about it during the tease. Did Matt Stafford do enough to ice the MVP? Absolutely, yes.
470 yards, I believe, in the air.
Absolutely,
no turnovers. Funny enough, they got to. He had
500 yards, no turnovers,
a few bad passes here and there. But I mean, what can you expect? He felt like he was really damn good in this game. It felt bad though because it should have been a triumph at the end of it, and it wasn't for him.
Well, and you can point to the refs. ironically enough, you can point to not the fumble that was or wasn't or whatever, but the ineligible lineman downfield. The ineligible lineman downfield. Who's the ref in the booth? Came on and said, "Yeah, that wasn't an ineligible man downfield."
Yeah, on Thursday.
Anyway, he said, "No, because the defensive lineman kind of threw him up, threw him back into the secondary, and it was like maybe 1.5 yards, 2 yards. That's 4 points right there. That's 4 points right there. And then the other thing that was just so cool, even though we're giving him a hard time, Puka went for 2.25.
Yeah, Puka was fantastic.
I was gonna ask, Puka. Obviously, Jackson Smith and Jigba has had an incredible season.
He had a rough game in that for a little while. They were locking him up for a little bit.
They were, and there were some moments where he was kind of able to get through. But for the most part, he was being locked. Puka's got to be in the conversation for best receiver right there with Jamar Chase, right at this point. Not as talented, but just when you think about production, though,
It's just new. It's new Cooper Kupp, right? Like when we were doing the thing with Cooper Kupp, we're like, after a while, we just had to be bludgeoned with success, and we were like, damn, he's really good.
Yeah. I mean, and even at that time, you had to kind of admit it, whether you wanted to or not. I mean, it kind of feels that way.
It's good. And one of the things that I loved about this football game, because you said it right, the defenses, it's not like they were bad, but you kept looking up, and damn, that's a lot of points that y'all are giving up, guys. Mm-hmm. I thought the offensive play callers were fantastic in this. You mentioned, because it clicked for me when you mentioned Jackson Smith and Jigba. He was having a hard time, but then they did a great job of finding different ways to get him to the football and get him in the slot. Well, I mean, he can run in the slot, but get him into different places where now you have a linebacker guarding him, or he ends up in this place where he can get a step, and then we get some things open and you pick up first downs. Similarly, McVay did very well with that as well with Puka. Yeah, this was one of those. I would love to have me one of those.
Yeah, no, it literally played out in the broadcast where they're pointing out, they've been doing a pretty good job on Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then exactly what Reggie just said, they put him in the backfield and then kind of end up matching him up with either a linebacker or a safety, but whoever it was that couldn't guard him, and it's pretty easy completion.
And what do you make of this? I looked it up after you guys mentioned Puka. He has 45 fewer yards, 45, than Jackson Smith and Jigba on 10 fewer catches.
That's insane, because JSN is like this feels bad, deep shot merchant, but he is fantastic down the field, including, did you see the toe tap that you had? Cooper Kupp, speaking of, had a fantastic play like that as well late in the game. What a fantastic game.
One last thought.
Please.
I know this game has been working.
I could talk about this game forever.
Yeah, I know it's dominating.
This game was a movie.
It's dominating around the NFL, but one more thought, just kind of bringing it home here. Remember when Clint Kubiak was mentioned on as offensive staff here?
That's what I was alluding to. I would like one of those.
He's going to be a head coach maybe next year.
And
maybe next year.
It's hard to
He was
ignore.
Brilliant.
And it's possible to say that. I still don't think I don't know if that's a good idea.
To make him a head coach?
Yes.
Oh, I think disagree.
He's fantastic as a coordinator. I think that might be a weird thing that's happening in football where
it happens.
Being
Matt
schematic.
Burke.
Right. I think Matt Burke is a different one because Matt Burke has had more time in a circumstance to learn the coaching portion of it. Schematics and coaching go together, but that's not everything.
His dad matters.
But
he grew up in it.
True.
I was about to say that's the last name, too.
But I think for Texans fans, I don't think Texans fans needed a head coach or wanted him as a head coach.
No, I'm talking about his coordinator.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, for the purposes of Houston folks, they're looking at that and saying that's for us. I would have liked to have had him for 1 year if I could have got it. 2025 maybe.
There was some brilliant stuff.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah,
he's really good. Mm-hmm. He is.
And again, would have liked to have one of those.
Don't know what kind of head coach he's going to be, but what he does now, he's good at it.
Yeah. I do be having a problem with that. Just like, oh man, what's it going to look like? Enjoy what this is right now.
Yeah. What he does now would have been good for this team. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Without question. All right, some other things around the NFL. How about this? Jacoby Myers. He gets traded from these Raiders that you're about to face to the Jacksonville Jaguars. He has been, I don't want to say he's like the key, but he's been one of the keys. Like, you know how with certain instances where you need multiple keys to make something go?
Yeah.
He's been one of the keys for the Jaguars getting this offense going, Jacoby Myers, and they recognize it. He agrees with the Jaguars for a 3-year, $60 million deal. Basically the money that he wanted in Las Vegas that they were not willing to give him. He went over there. He got all the deep passes for them, and now he's locked in for 3 years in Jacksonville for the Texans to have to face it off against him for the next few years.
Did it stand out to y'all how he just had like an instant chemistry with Trevor Lawrence? Instant chemistry and trust. Like as soon as he got there, it was like, there's my guy.
Can you blame Trevor? Trevor was dealing with the most drops in all the league, and that's the most sure-handed dude in the league.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, though. The fact that he was able to come in, plug and play, and immediately be Trevor Lawrence's most reliable guy, I think speaks a lot to his value and the reason why they were willing to jump on this deal like that.
He was great here.
Yeah, no, he was.
I mean, he's been a revelation, is how I would put it.
Without question.
Just for them. And man, I was so wrong on Liam Cohen. I was so wrong on that dude.
Yeah, they got a good thing going over there. I never take them seriously, but they got a good thing going over there, undeniably.
You mentioned Liam Cohen. This is actually a Gladstone.
Well, yeah,
right. Like I think because Liam Cohen gets all the Duval, but I think people around NFL circles appreciated his value as a coordinator. He put his bona fides on it when you run an offense and has Baker Mayfield looking that damn good at MVP caliber. Gladstone is the one that's like, oh, look at this young whippersnapper getting this job. Let's see if he can actually do this. Yeah. Talking about Travis Hunter changing the dynamics of football. That was a bold move for them to be like, hey, let's go get this Jacoby Myers. Well, I say bold move. On trade deadline, it was one of those things that kind of skirted by. It was like, okay, they added Jacoby Myers, but look at these big things over here that's happening. And that's probably been one of two huge acquisitions. Maybe the other one, Rashid Shaheed, on the other side at the deadline. He's been pretty damn good early, at least in that moment.
No, I think it's fair to say that there has been no outlet that has been more mocking of or made more of a mockery of what Gladstone and Cohen were about than this one, than Sports Radio 610 between the morning show, and I'm sure what some of us others think about Jacksonville and what they got going on over there. But you got to give credit where it's due. They are in a really good position.
We'll see, man. I want them to be in a bad position for at least 1 week. This week,
let's go Broncos.
Because this is the one. This is the one I've been waiting on. If the Texans are going to win the division, it feels like. I mean, it could happen in other instances any given Sunday, but this one feels like it'd be the one. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. I got to get out of it because I need to give time for one B. Scott to give his thoughts. I am so intrigued as to where we go. I don't know, but we will find out next.
The blazing KindersTexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively on our sister station, Mix 96.5. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
You hear the music. B. Scott from Hiram Clark in studio with us on a Friday, as he always is, and I need to get into B. Scott's thoughts.
I don't think I've been as upset as a Rockets fan probably all year. You could probably go back to at some point last season, I might have been this upset through the course of the season, but I can't remember the last time I was as upset as a Rockets fan as I was watching this Rockets-Pelicans game in overtime and how it finished. The fact that they were up the way they were supposed to be. They were doing the exact thing that they were supposed to do against an opponent of this caliber, and then they just let go of the rope.
Let them off the hook.
I'm talking about entirely on both ends of the floor.
Yeah.
They're unable to defend. They let Saddiq Bey cook them on one end. And shout out to Saddiq Bey. He's actually had a really good season. But we're still talking about Saddiq Bey cooking one of the better defenses in basketball. And then on the other end, you either don't know how to operate out of a double team, and then in some cases, and this is a knock on Kevin Durant, hate to say it, dude can't really pass out of a double team. So, like, he's either giving back passes or when the pass is getting there, they're not necessarily knowing what to do with it. It's a little bit too much Jabari Smith Jr. It's a little bit not enough of the right type of aggression from Amen Thompson, who is incredible, but, like, has issues of when to pick his spots. He lets them bait him into shooting open threes.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And they were doing that.
I was going to say, like, you talk about all the double team issues. Do they run out lineups that lend themselves to being double teamed against?
Yes. Yes, susceptible to that because you cannot stretch the floor because you have two non-shooters out there, one of which they will bait to shoot the ball. Like Steven Adams isn't obviously going to shoot threes, but Amen Thompson will, and I like the confidence early. We got enough data points to this point to know that is just bait. That's bait. That is a defensive strategy at this point, and they play right into it. I can think of plays where they're doubling KD, and Amen Thompson's got a really good defender in Alvarado on him, but a smaller defender who it's one-on-one, and it's just you, him, space in the basket. You got to go and make that match. You got to make something happen. I know he's a good defender, but you got to make something happen there, and it's timid. And then they bait him into the wide-open three, and he shoots it. Now, he does the right thing a couple possessions later, but we need you to do that. That's how you operate out of the double team. They weren't able to beat it last night. And just overall, like, not just a gripe about the one game, but overall you start to have some concerns about finishing.
That's why you were mad.
Finishing issues with this
at
team.
At the rim.
Well, finishing at the rim, but also
finishing the game.
Finishing the game. Now, finishing at the rim is its own conversation. That's an Amen Thompson conversation. That's a team conversation. They miss way too many bunnies to be as good and as athletic as they are. And so that's a problem. But also how they finish games. Not really knowing their roles.
Free throws.
Well, in free throw, I'll give Amen Thompson credit there. He's actually done a really good job over the course of the season of shooting free throws.
That's been the weird thing is that he upped his free throw, but he's shooting like 80% from free throws. And the thing I typically think is that's the shooting mechanic. Then why is the shooting mechanic not working elsewhere? That's the thing that's
that's a point in another rabbit hole. But it does speak to, hey, be aggressive.
Yeah.
Get to the line. Yeah. You're an issue. Like, it's hard to stay in front of you. It's very difficult to jump with you. The only ways to really do it is to foul you. So, and you're shooting free throws well, so do that. So, like, it's just an issue of the roles, them understanding their roles, and how to get to their spot, get to exactly the actions that they want to get to, which we know their best action is, and this is the trouble that I'm having, the struggle that I'm having, their best action is some combination of a KD, Alperen Sengun pick and roll. I think Reed Shepherd needs to be on the floor, too, to add an extra dynamic to that. In terms of those on-ball actions.
Especially when he's one pass away.
Exactly. Yeah. But to the point, we also need KD to give adequate passes out of the double teams and out of those pick and rolls, and he does not always do that. The turnovers are a little bit much. As brilliant as he is as an offensive player, that's kind of a wrinkle in his game that needs a little bit of touching up. as they get further down into the season.
And not to speak for you on why you were mad and doing whatever it was that you refused to talk about when they lost this game. I think that's the ultimate frustration with this game. Not just that, oh my gosh, you lost to the Pelicans. Oh my gosh, you couldn't
which is
close.
bad.
You were up 16 going into the fourth. I think the frustration is, at least I do, you're going to see a lot of that the rest of the way. Exactly what they did, how they defended you, what they tried to take away. You're going to see that consistently, and you haven't been able to prove that you can beat it.
Yeah, not just that, Lopez. You're going to see it before seen. That's been a formula.
That's the frustration.
That's been a way to beat you, and even a bad team, even a struggling team that's got a little bit of life to them because guys like Derek Queen and Sadiq Bey or have been playing well, and you got Alvarado is kind of like a firecracker, so they got some fire to them, right? Like they're a bad team with no quit in them, and they were at least smart enough to say, oh, this is how you beat this team. You can double team KD and maybe force him either into bad passes or to pass the ball to guys who aren't really sure exactly what to do with it other than try to get the ball back to KD so he can get double teamed again until they work themselves into a bad shot. Yeah. So the even more frustrating part, not just is that this is something that you can point to in the future as a way to attack them, but that this has been a tendency that led us to last night to begin with.
Well, what's funny is you talk about this always being there as a thing to attack, and that's one of the things that I've kind of talked about is these things are here, but very few teams in the regular season will do the thing where they go, is that the scab? I'm going to pick at it consistently. Yeah. Teams are like, all right, I see that's there. I'll go back to it when I need to. It's the postseason type play to go, oh, I'm just going to keep hitting you where it hurts.
Heavy doses.
And I know it's funny. Alperen Şengün was on the Zach Lowe show. I think there was a little clip that I enjoyed that we might talk about later. But one of the things he talked about is some of these games feeling like playoff games, like that Nuggets game. This game was a playoff game, not in the talent that you played against, but in their mentality of, oh, I know where it hurts, and I'm just going to keep hitting you there and see if you can answer. And I thought that's why you had this particular illumination where they're like, I'm shining a flashlight on it to get this win.
Right. The playoff analogy is more so in the way that they were tested. Like they're not going to face the Pelicans in the playoffs, but kind of to both of y'all's point, that's going to be the blueprint of how you attack this team. There have been very specific ways that the Rockets have identified, or very specific weaknesses that have been identified in their game. When Reed Shepherd's on the floor, that's somebody that you can hunt. That's somebody that you can attack. A team that is generally really good at defense, there's the hole in it if he's on the floor, so we can attack that.
Yeah.
In defending them, throw a double team at KD. Guys don't necessarily know what to do with it, and I think there probably is a little bit of book on KD's passing being the one thing that's not necessarily above board in his game. Like somebody that is a savant, one of the all-time greats in the game. This is one thing that he struggles with, because honestly, he hadn't had to do a whole lot of passing. You get KD the ball, and he's a bucket, right? And here's the situation where, okay, we're going to force these other guys to beat you. This is a little bit of what Ime Udoka was talking about last night. Y'all played this in the first segment, I think.
You want to hear it again?
Some of what Ime Udoka was talking about of how guys seem to not be ready for the double teams and not be ready to attack, and also some of what Fred VanVleet and KD were saying earlier in that podcast about how their process is, whatever they called it, messed up right now.
This is Ime on the second half for the Rockets in a 133-128 overtime loss.
And then offensively, not only the turnovers, we had 11 at the half and didn't get much better, had 9 in the second half, but, guys looked intimidated to make plays, and teams are going to do that with Kevin and Alperen and make others beat us, and couldn't execute tonight.
Intimidated and scared, which led to the question that I asked Reggie.
That might have been a lot of men.
Yeah, no, that
he said guys. So, however,
fair.
Guys look intimidated and scared. Which again, I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but I do think that, and you heard us talking about this earlier. I do think they're sort of lost offensively, which points to how are you going to fix that half-court offense?
Yeah, no, I think it is some of what he's saying. Like maybe intimidated and scared, or just words that he's using to light a fire under his players.
Right.
Like I don't know what the exact proper word is, but safe to say it ain't good. Like not good enough. I think is fair enough. And guys that he's talking about are, I would say, men. Probably the reason why Reed Shepherd, aside from the fact that they were leaking defensively, and you probably didn't want him out there at a time when the Pelicans were hitting every shot.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that if he felt more confident in Reed Sheppard and being able to run the offense or to knock down shots, now obviously he was in there to take those last shots that he missed, but maybe why you didn't see more of him down the stretch, right, at least in regulation. So I think it was a few guys. Jabari Smith Jr., who didn't look scared, to be fair, but was not good enough in the moments where he got the ball.
He might need to add a little fear to his game, to be completely honest.
Yeah, and
we've had conversations about this.
But to be fair, I've also liked how he's developed some parts of his game.
Agreed.
But there also needs to be some self-awareness or some kind of come to Jesus moment with that as well. So yeah, it's an out the role, and I think that's on both coaching and the players as well.
How much did, and I'm trying to find again where I was seeing this, help me if you recall, it seemed like there was a little scuttlebutt going around that Fred VanVleet, the possibility of a return this season is looking a little bit more viable than it had previously looked. Possibly, I think I'd seen something about March, which would be the very end of the basketball season, but the end of the basketball season, maybe having his services return to what you're doing here. How much does that at all look like the possibility of an answer, even if it happens that late in the season?
Yeah, no, this is something that I do know he's working toward, and if they're able to pull that off, that changes their season. Like, that changes, I think it gives them something that they can rely on, right? Like
Did he tear his ACL in September or August?
I think it was September, early September, if I'm not.
Boy, that's fast.
Yeah.
That's a fast turnaround.
But the thing is, you still have to operate under the assumption that he's not going to be there.
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable saying, hey, Fred VanVleet is going to come in and save today. No, that needs to be the Reed Sheppards and the Ben Thompsons of the world. And all of these other guys that are outside of KD and Alperen Sengun, who also have to play better than they did, I think, in moments last night, in key moments last night. Their numbers overall were great, but I thought in key moments they could have even been better.
Yeah, it was quite the interesting game, but not in the way that you want to. Like I was saying earlier, that was a game that I was hoping would be boring and ultimately ended up being a lot more interesting than it should have been for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
All the wrong reasons. So still looking, hey, this now that the expectations are higher, this is where, with great power comes great responsibility. Shout out to Spider-Man. Like, this is where you see that being a championship level team or wanting to be a championship level basketball team.
The Rockets hijacked my thoughts because I also don't think that the Texans should play Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, or Derek Stingley.
All of them. Okay.
For the same reason that I don't think they should play Woody Marks, probably.
Yeah. Against the Raiders?
Yeah.
Nah, man. They should be able to put anybody that's in shape should be able to go out there and win this game.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I want to dig into that a little bit deeper, but I have to be honest. There's a lot of things to try and get to in what's popping. So let's see if we could speed run what is going to be a fantastic weekend in sports and some interesting news that's happening in the world of sports, especially if you're a hoop fan. We'll talk about all of this next.
The Drop. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping. There's a lot to talk about, and we can't talk about what we were just talking about. So I will move us forward. Texans practicing at NRG Stadium, getting ready to host the Raiders at NRG Stadium 325 on Sunday. It is Woody Marks who's dealing with an ankle. He was at practice on the side today. Stingley, who was dealing with an oblique that took him out of the game last week and honestly has been nagging him for a while. He was on the side at practice, but both of those guys working off to the side, not in the walkthrough, practice, whatever program was happening on the field. Nick Chubb was, however, he has had a rib injury, that took him out of play last week. You have some opinions on this, B. Scott.
The Texans should not need Woody Marks or Nick Chubb to handle this Raiders team. Like, I feel like...
What a new place to be in, because I don't know if you could have said that last week.
Yeah, but this is how bad no, you could not have said that without Jordan with as much confidence or with my chest the way I just did. But you did get that performance, and it is this Raiders team that we're talking about. Like, we're talking about one of the worst, if not the worst team in the league. They're certainly in the conversation for among the worst teams in the league. And I feel like the combination of Jawar Jordan, Daria Gumbawale, and even British Brooks should be able to get it done as far as the running game is concerned. Now, I think you need all your weapons out there. Your passing game is not nearly, I think, strong enough to be like, hey, this guy can't play. And they're healthy to begin with, so there's no reason to have that conversation. But I think they should be able to do this without Woody Marks, without Nick Chubb. And I wouldn't even put Derek Stingley out there if he needed the rest. Like, if he can go, then he can go. But I'm good if Tremont Smith is out there.
These are the two of, because now you interior defensive line very much hops in your top three, however you want to rank them, two of your least deep positions on this football team, and you're like, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, they got practice squad guys that can come in and handle the depth.
Hey, he's talking
they got backups, right?
Kennesaw State.
So
or
let the backups play, and let the practice squad guys be ready to go up against this practice squad. I was having this conversation earlier. I think I was on the phone with Ron about this. Like, how many players, they probably, outside of Brock Bowers and Max Crosby, they might have 2 to 3 really good players. So that brings us to somewhere around they might have 5 to 7 really good players on this team.
Hold on, let me do
that's how bad the team is. You should be able to handle business. I would challenge anybody in the audience that's worried about this game. I saw a little bit of this on our social medias and in the conversations on the shows, that there were people that it could be a trap game, or that maybe the Texans don't quite get up for this game. They haven't lost to a bad team yet. They've competed with every good team, and this one ain't nowhere close to being a good team. They should handle business.
I'm not quite ready to go that far, but I'm with you 100% on Woody Marks. Because, the other part of this is you have to not just think they can win this game. Of course they can. I think we're all going to pick them by a comfortable margin. You have to think they need to be fully healthy for the postseason.
Yeah.
And that's why, I think Woody Marks, sit down. He's aggravated that injury a couple of times. No reason to do it now. And I could even hear you on Derek Stingley a little bit, because he's aggravated it a couple of times. But I just don't think you're going to get Derek Stingley off the field.
But even still, no, I don't think you're going to get any of these guys off the field if they're good to go and they want to play and the mentality. This is me talking. I want to be clear. This is not how they think, and this is not how they're going to operate. This is just my opinion on the matter. But kind of to your point about needing them to be healthy for the playoffs, I would also just point out that the next games, the last 2 games of the season, and we've had this conversation before on this very show, are technically still the more valuable games.
Significant.
So not only it is a twofold sort of point here, or a two-pronged point here of both you should be able to win the game with some of your lesser players, and also the game itself being the least valuable of the remaining 3 games that are on your schedule.
Yeah.
Even though it would be a travesty to lose to the Raiders, I don't think that you would, but you also can most afford to out of the teams that are left on your schedule.
You would give up, though, the right or the actuality
to win the division.
To win the division.
Yes,
and
that's the thing.
And that's something that I very much want.
Yeah, and also I would agree would still be inexcusable to do. I don't want to make it seem like it's okay to lose this game. It wouldn't be, because it's the Raiders, but it also wouldn't kill you either. So you can go out there kind of having your cake and eating it too, so to speak, like kind of hedging your bets and going out there with the confidence that your backups in some spots could win this game.
All right, shout out to Chandler Rome. Obviously does a great job covering these Astros for The Athletic. He gave us a little insight about an hour ago that the Astros, Pirates, and Rays are in serious discussions about a trade that would send right-hander Mike Burrows, a pitcher, to Houston. It would send Brendan Lau, the infielder, to Pittsburgh, and involve multiple other players per Rome and, of course, Ken Rosenthal, who's a big insider there. Hard thrower, according to Spillane. Changeup has been his best pitch in the big leagues. Just another arm. I'm as much as I'm like, hey, add another arm to this, pitching staff, because that's absolutely necessary. Didn't we hear Dana Brown talking about how it would be difficult to get things done from the farm system? The multiple other players involved matter a lot to me when I start talking about Astros and trades.
Yeah, no, it matters a lot, but you got to understand who you are. And it's been, when it comes to trades, it has been a rough go. What you can offer in this way, obviously the Astros have had a ton of success over the years. But when it comes to making up trades or putting together trades,
it's going to be a big league player.
It's a bit of a poverty franchise in that way, and sometimes you got to give up a little bit more than what you're comfortable with.
How do you like this for a name? Rosenthal apparently followed up with if the trade is complete, is one of the players.
That one surprises me because I thought they liked him a lot.
Yeah,
which tells you how desperate they are if that be the case, because that's a player that they really think highly of.
Especially when you consider. He's a dude that you feel very comfortable putting in center field or anywhere in the outfield, really.
Yeah.
And Chaz McCormick, we didn't mention this earlier.
Yeah, I was just going to say
he posted a message earlier in the week basically saying that he's moving on from the team. He's going, and obviously he thanked Houston, saying that Houston will forever have love and all those things. But it's like, that's one of the guys that you have trusted, even if you don't trust him a lot right now, to play in the outfield.
And is Jake Myers even still on the team?
Buddy, I have no idea.
Well, because he's been in, I only say that, tongue-in-cheek, because he has been in trade rumors, I guess, since the season ended. So it feels like he's on the block. He could go as well. So it does make you wonder what they're going to do at center field, a position where it started to kind of finally feel like they had figured things out. And in a down year, they could be starting over at that position.
You ready for some WNBA?
Looks like that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Ramona Shelburne, she's a basketball insider for ESPN, and Alexa Philippou, who covers the WNBA for ESPN, also confirmed, as I'm sure you love, John Lopez, locally by Michael Shapiro of Houston Chronicles. So this is a lot of information that the Rockets ownership is in substantive talks with the Connecticut Sun of a potential purchase and relocation. Connecticut Sun, just to give you a little back, what is the backfill? I don't know what the right word is. Background. Thank you, journalists. Thank you for helping me and saving me from my idiotic self. The Connecticut Sun have been in this place where it looks like they've been wanting to sell. There was previously thoughts that they would sell. It's in the New England area. That fell apart. And so the Rockets have been dogged on this. They've been looking for expansion. This could be a way to bring the Comets back to Houston. Y'all intrigued?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that it is hyperbole to say, and maybe more so now because the Astros did have the success that they had. But that stretch, that Comet stretch, maybe it's because I was a child. Four in the first 4 ever.
Yeah.
That stretch, I can remember. Maybe it's because I was a child. Maybe it's because I'm particularly a basketball fan. But that is some of the most fun that I can remember having as a sports fan.
First live sporting event for me was Comets Lynx there at what was then called the Compaq Center.
No, they were incredible. Cynthia Cooper might as well have been Michael Jordan, at least in that moment, at that time. So, and of course, to the business side of this and kind of to the nitty-gritty, the issue, of course, with the Comets and why they left in whatever it was, 2005 or 6, whatever it was because of ownership.
They were purchased by a buffoon,
right?
Who really ran it into the ground, and then they had to sell. My thing on this WNBA coming is the other part of the business side. There has been no better time to own a WNBA franchise, just because of the star power that is growing, the superstar power that is going to be coming to your town. And just the footprint, we're seeing it all over TV now.
Well, and to the point I was making about ownership, a proven ownership group, right?
Yeah.
Some folks that bought the Rockets, and that seems to be going well, right? And so you kind of would at the very least trust the leadership to be able to kind of steer this ship.
Yeah.
And I think the WNBA kind of has its own side.
I have brought up CBA talk.
Well, they might go on strike too.
Yeah. So I mean, aside from that part, I think that the Rockets' leadership and Houston and its history are perfectly positioned to be the next destination, if there is one, for the Connecticut Sun.
All right, here's a few more things. We will talk college football playoff. That's getting tipped off tonight. but we'll talk about that when we set up our college football weekend. Some of the other things that are happening this weekend. Are y'all in on boxing? Because it's a little continues in Jake Paul's typical MO of spectacle, but there's some real boxing here as well. Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua tonight. The card starts at, I believe, 7 p.m., and it's on Netflix. That's happening. I saw the weigh-in, and it was comical, the size difference.
It was crazy.
Anthony Joshua looks like he might be a foot taller than Jake Paul.
Yeah.
So it really does feel like if Anthony Joshua goes down, there's going to be even less belief in what happens here. What I would like to alert you to, though, if you are a fan of boxing or any combat sports at all, the women's portion of the card, Jake Paul's done a great job of this, is putting great women on these cards. It's really good, including a couple of fights that have like 5 title belts on the line, including Alicia Baumgartner, who is going to be in this fight. Like, there's a lot of good boxing here if you are interested in. She's facing Layla Baydon, who is the Canadian boxer. You don't have to know her, but that's a super featherweight fight. There's some good boxing, that's to say, on this card.
Yeah, I can watch the boxing without even necessarily knowing who the boxers are. I am going to specifically be watching this to watch Jake Paul get punched in the face.
Fair, but to his credit.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm glad he is because I badly want to see him get punched in the face. And so I'll be watching with my son. I've told y'all before, even on this show, it's the one sporting event that I could get my son to really sit down and watch all the way through. So we'll be looking forward to that.
Have we examined why that is?
Oh, it's definitely the violence in the video games. It's the violence in the video games that is poisoning the youth. But here we are.
Yeah, so
I'll do anything for father-son bonding.
So that's good. That's going to be happening tonight. And then also, I don't want to leave this week of shows without hyping up high school playoffs. UIL will be happening in Arlington this weekend. And you got
beat Dallas.
Huge Houston versus Dallas implications in 3 of the top 4 games. 6A Division I, you got North Shore facing Duncanville. And I'm going to be honest, I want North Shore to win. Duncanville is a favorite here.
Yeah.
6A Division II, you've got CE King facing off against DeSoto, and DeSoto coming a week off of them feeling damn near unassailable with an incredible win up there. So that's another one where I think the experts are leaning towards DeSoto. And then Richmond Randall going to see if they can get back-to-back championships in the 5A title, Division II versus South Oak Cliff. These are going to be hard-fought games. If they win these games, you can't say nothing to these teams here in Houston. These are tough.
Yeah, Richmond Randall is the only school out of that mix that I'm not – the only Houston school out of that mix that I'm not as familiar with. But I know Ocho has been on the text line getting us ready for North Shore, getting us ready for CE King. So shout out to all of the Houston schools. Hope they go out there and handle business against them Dallas schools.
And Aggie volleyball. Volleyball playing for a
I knew I wasn't going to get everything. I have it on my notes. You see it, right? Yeah. Playing for a national title in the NCAA volleyball tournament. They got a sweep over Pitt. They've been playing incredible volleyball to this point.
Nebraska, which was unbeatable, and then this. Big
time. Look at the Aggies having a weekend.
Stay tuned for confessions. There's a confession.
Oh, I'm sure there is. B. Scott, always appreciate you coming in, having conversation with us on a Friday.
Sir.
It is a pleasure. Look forward to seeing you over the weekend at the game. And I'll let you go off and watch that boxing with your son and hopefully examine exactly what's happening there.
Yeah, I mean, he does arts too, right?
Okay, good. All right, very good.
He's in the piano. He even has to reluctantly do some ballet. So we balance the arts and the violence.
What was the football player that was like, I do ballet to help? Was that Chris Carter?
I think it was Chris Carter.
Yeah. So that's going to help him out no matter what.
This one is for he does actual tap dancing, and the ballet helps with the tap dancing.
Oh, nice.
To my understanding. So
okay.
There's tap. That's what he did over the last couple of days. Had his winter recital. Got to see him do piano and tap. So
then to balance that out, we're gonna watch somebody get hit in the face. I like it.
People get hit, watch people get hit in the face.
You're doing a good job over there. I don't know if anybody's told you. Doing a damn good job with that, boy. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, in thinking about this game versus the Raiders, I've just had some questions. And so I'm going to throw some questions at you, Lopez. I'm going to throw some questions at you, Figgy. And, of course, you listener, answer along. 713-572-4610. I want to think deeper about this game next.
Ready? The blazing hot text.
ETHOF.
Yes.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Love it. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Hockey fight's about to break out.
All right.
I played this song just for John Lopez.
Yeah.
Why?
You're not profiling at all.
Why specifically for him?
You saw that, right?
I saw it.
Big old hockey fight. And they immediately started playing Feliz Navidad.
Why not, man? Absolutely. You're in the loop. We're about to talk about this Raiders game. I've got some questions I want to ask about this game. But before I get there, we were talking about in what was a very fast-paced what's popping. I'm glad we got through it. We were talking about the high school football championship games that will be happening this weekend up in Arlington. North Shore Duncanville. Do you realize that they're going to be their 6th meeting?
Yeah.
And North Shore leads 3-2. Shout out to the 832 for reminding me.
Well, they had that great finish. Remember about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah. It just feels like that one needs to get done, man. But yes, some great. In fact, I need to find out because someone asked, "Where do you watch these games?" And I'm actually thinking I don't know exactly where these will be broadcast televised. So I'll have to look at that.
It's usually Fox Sports Southwest.
It's like it's Fox. Is that still a thing?
Anymore?
Right.
Yeah.
We live in an era where these things. Then Shane Deer would find it. I will find it though because these are going to be great games. Also, yes, I wasn't thinking about Chris Carter. It was Lynn Swan that did ballet. Lynn Swan. Also, apparently, Herschel Walker did ballet. Evander Holyfield, Rashard Mendenhall, also a Steeler who did ballet. So yeah, shout out to the older school. I mean, we might need to bring that back. Let the young cats do ballet, work on their footwork. All right, you're in the loop. Let's do these questions. I've been thinking about this Raiders game, gearing up for it, and I want to start by saying I don't expect a loss here.
Me neither.
I think we will be in a very different place if there's people on the air on Sports Radio 610 on Monday the Texans have managed to lose. Like if that happened, I would be astonished. So I think that this should be a victory. In fact, I got B. Scott was like, outside of the two
bench everybody.
Outside of the two absolute knowns, they probably got like 3 dudes that are good. And I started looking, I was like, I got 3 impossibles.
Yeah.
It does not. It is hard to get to that place.
Max Crosby, Brock Bowers, Genty. You have Genty on your list?
Yeah, Genty was Genty was one of those. There's not a lot of great players on this team. But let's ask these questions. First and foremost, can the Texans defense blank the Raiders? We know that they can beat them, but can they blank them? The Raiders played against the Eagles last week and they got blanked. It was 31-0. But coming off of a week where, there was a little bit more given to a team that admittedly not that good, but it was sufficient from our perspective. Clearly wasn't from theirs. Is that going to be enough inspiration? And can they get to the point where they look at the Raiders and go, not only are we going to beat you, we're going to.
To me, that's always such a difficult proposition because so many weird things can happen. You fumble a punt, they get a field goal, or they break away for a 25-yard touchdown or something. I'm going to say absolutely they can. I mean, absolutely they can because the defense is that good. Will they? I got to go no on that one.
Have you seen what the kind of betting lines are that, of course, are somewhat illustrative of what Vegas thinks this game, how it plays out?
It was 14.5.
14.5 was the line, and the total is 38.5. You want to do some quick math there and see what they expect this score to be?
Yeah, 38.5 to nothing.
Like they basically are like this game should probably be like a 31-7 game or something. Something crazy like that is what the expectation is. What's an acceptable score of points allowed?
That to me is a better question. That to me is a better question. We talked about it. I think most Texans fans and observers watching that game, there were a couple of moments where you went like, oh wait a minute, they're moving the ball. They're
sustaining drives.
They're sustaining drives. They're moving the ball. So this one I would put a higher priority on.
Okay.
And I think, as we talked about this week, D'Amico Ryans put a higher priority on. I mean, he flat out said it. An acceptable score, and maybe this is asking too much, less than 13. 13 or less.
Okay.
13 or less. So 30-13, 40-13, something like that is what I would say. How about you?
I was actually going to go even more aspirational, and maybe I'm leaning too much into they were not happy with their performance and they're going to come out and try and do better. I was like 10 or fewer.
Okay.
Right? That feels like that's fair. Maybe it's not, but we'll see what that looks
like. Do you have a feel on this?
Yeah, I think they're going to try to keep it under 10 and under. 10 and under because
maybe I thought I was being harsh.
No, but I think you're probably being more fair and more reasonable to what the modern NFL is. I mean, the idea of allowing a team to only get 16 points in a game has been otherworldly. People have been gushing about that. That's the modern NFL.
You're leading the league in scoring defense.
Oftentimes teams are starting at 35, at the 35-yard line. Getting into field goal range only takes but 1 or 2 first downs. Yeah, it's probably more fair to go lean towards 13, which is also still a fantastic defensive performance. Will this defense actually pile up sacks like we think?
This is another good question.
Because last week, and there's been a few times during the season, but last week we were like, oh, Jacoby Brissett, he's all right, but he is not mobile. You should sit him down. And he's taken a whole bunch of 10 sacks.
There were passing
2
downs.
sacks.
There were passing downs when I was specifically only watching Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson because I wanted to see them get. I want to see their move. I want to see them get their sack. Like I wouldn't even watch it following the ball as you usually do on, in the pace of play there. I was waiting for them to get their sacks. This is another really good question. They need to have more than 2. They absolutely need to have more than 2 against this team, this offensive line, this very low-scoring team, this bad offense. I'm going to say yes, they will.
Colton Miller was a limited participant, but I don't even know if they feel that he's going to play on the offensive line. That's one of the few guys that they believe is actually good at playing football on the offensive line. In fact, it's incredibly terrible, one of the worst, if not the worst, in the league. Geno Smith is not a mobile quarterback. I know despite what his pigment might try and tell you, he don't be moving that like that. So, this feels like one of those games where you should be able to do that. But how does having the interior defensive line that you have, how does that impact it? Because, yes, Sheldon Rankins told you, I feel very confident and comfortable with them. How much does the rotation of whoever else gets opportunity and burn, how much does that change their ability to get up the field and get some sacks and pressing that pocket? Because I thought Tim Settle was very good at doing that. Obviously, Rankins will show up in that way as well, but I'm interested to see how all that factors in. One more defensive one before
Hold on. Is this your 8 sack game?
Maybe close to it. I'm gonna say close to it because their offensive line is rough.
It's rough.
The quarterback play, even if it's Geno or Kenny Pickett, they're not the type of quarterback I feel like that get the ball out quick and kind of understand.
I'm gonna say 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
One more on the defense before I get to some of the offensive questions I've been asking. Can the Texans have a better showing versus a very good tight end?
Man, you did some work on these. These are all good.
I don't know that anybody was upset with the way that the game played out, but again, I was just tapping in with various Raiders media and seeing what's the conversation they're having over there, and Brock Bowers maybe has an opportunity because last week Trey McBride went off, and I was like, yeah, he put up yards. I don't know. Does went off feel like the right answer? But again, I go back to the way that they felt about this, and they were like, that was patently unacceptable.
I think he had 12 catches.
Yeah, he did. 13 targets.
That's going off.
Yeah. And so with that being the case, Brock Bowers in. Will they be able to have a better showing against a very good tight end? Because you might see some of those in the future.
I'm going to say yes because of what you mentioned to lead this segment. Where else are they going to feel a threat? And I guess you could say that a little bit last week as well, but they were slightly better at the receiving positions and Brissett moving the ball down the field to some of the other guys. But I think Brock Bowers is going to take all their attention, and I think limit him. His team is still going to get some catches, but I think they will limit him.
Yeah, and I think with Trey McBride, again, I will again salute Sam Warren of the Chronicle doing a great breakdown of the ways in which the defense wasn't at their tip-top shape versus Trey McBride being more physical with him in a way that they typically would be. That was one of those things that felt like it was lacking in some ways. The one thing, though, is Brock Bowers, they like lining him up in isolation. Like, they'll put him out there as the one guy over like an X receiver where there's one guy to that side. And I go, what is the answer if and when they do those things like that? Is it just Kamari Lassiter that we feel comfortable being physical?
He's the most physical at the line of scrimmage. He's a big dude that can certainly, has the ball skills. Yeah, I think it's going to be a heavy dose of Kamari.
Yeah. Is it possible that Petrie follows him? Do they do any of that type of stuff?
Reason.
Not saying that that's something that you need to do, because, again, I don't think that this Texans team, it's in their MO to change what they do in order to fit another team. Talk less of a team of this caliber, with all due respect, to the Raiders. So it's just a thought that I had, because big body out towards the outside changes the dynamic a little bit, I imagine. All right, offensive questions that I've been asking. CJ has definitely got into a groove in the latter stage of the last few games where he's returned from his concussion hiatus, I guess, for lack of a better term. Is there another gear for him, or is it just going to continue to be, keeping his eyes downfield, checking down when he needs to, checking to runs when he needs to, and then making an incredible throw here and there?
This is what I'm actually most excited to and most looking forward to with this offense. We talked about it in the 10 o'clock hour, just sort of the way the offensive staff and the offense is coming together, the ability that the freedom that CJ is getting and knowing when to go off script. I'm going to say absolutely yes, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. Yeah, I think there is.
I think one of the places where it could be cool is the Raiders have been getting absolutely murdered on third downs. It's been awful the last few weeks. And so can you fall in with that? Can you beat them on third down? Because I think that also helps you. Well, first and foremost, don't get to third down and you're cooking with grease. But, yeah, if you can beat them on third down, I think that helps you a good deal. Another question for this Texas team headed into this Raiders game. Can the Texans punch it in consistently in the red zone?
Another one that I think that's probably their goals that they put up in the team meeting room from week to week. I guarantee you that the words red zone are on that board.
They might have it laminated or something, put it up on the wall.
It's probably
framed
in ink. It's permanent marker. It's in permanent marker, not the white, the dry erase marker. But no, red zone, important thing we have to keep an eye on. Yes. Can they? It's a different story. I mean, that's one of those intriguing things. I'm going to say yes.
You should say yes.
Yeah,
that's because this is fruitful soil here, right? The last time that the Raiders held an offense to under 50% in the red zone was week 4 versus the Chicago Bears.
Man.
That was the last time. And honestly, the last few weeks, it's been 60% or more in the red zone. 3 for 5. I was about to say that was the Colts way back when, but 3 for 5, 4 for 6, 4 for 5. You should be getting into the red zone a few times, and you need to get into the end zone because that's a paper bag trying to stand between you and the goal line. If you can't do it now, it's just going to be you can't do it.
Yeah, I was just sitting here of all the red flags that might pop up, next week. Well, first of all, if you lose, the sky is going to fall. But assuming a win, some of the red flags that will really be important going down the stretch, especially going into the playoffs. That's number one. Number one on the list is being able to punch it in.
And finally, honestly, the most important to me personally, can the Texans find a dominant offensive line performance? On Monday, you came in after the game versus the Cardinals, and you had a tip of the cap.
Yeah,
for the offensive line.
They played well.
I didn't feel that way because it was inconsistent. There were some really good blocking reps in that game versus Arizona. There was also some blocking reps where I was like, what the hell is happening right now, where you're getting absolutely mauled. This feels like an opportunity, depending on whether Max a cohesive offensive line performance from start to finish where it looks dominant. I'm not here to tell you that this will ever be a dominant offensive line, but can you put it together in the best circumstances for yourself of doing that? And then the additional portion of is if Max Crosby does play, how do you answer an offensive line where 3 of the dudes I go, and that last dude I go, we need to stop.
Yeah, dominant is an interesting word, and I know you use that word on purpose. I can't go that far. Dominant to me, we know what a dominant offensive line looks like, just mauling people. All I want is more and maybe better of what we saw against the Cardinals. They were successful, they were strong, they made the plays, they ran the ball for over 100 yards. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I would be very excited about that as well. But those are some of the questions that I was thinking on looking at this game. And a lot of these you have the opportunity for the answer to be yes to.
Yeah.
It's more important, not necessarily about the opportunity, but that you check off those boxes that, yes, you did do that. Yes, you did do that. Obviously, blanking the Raiders is less important, but it's clearly important for them to some degree, not necessarily the blanking, but that they put up a great performance because of the standard that they hold themselves to.
Yeah.
The tight end one is going to be just good to have that confidence. And to put it, I think, for anybody that's any of those other teams that are watching looking for where's the whole important the Death Star that we can get at this defense, for you to cover that up and be like, no, don't just think that you're going to hit us with tight ends. So, yeah, I'm intrigued to see what all of that looks like come Sunday versus the Raiders. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do a giveaway, why don't we? You want to do that?
Let's do it.
University of Houston Cougars facing off against Middle Tennessee next week. you have an opportunity. You can do it on our dime. All you got to do is be caller number 10. Now, listen closely. It's a different number than you used to. The number that you're going to call, 832-430-2WIN. Again, 832-430-2946. That's the number you're calling. Caller number 10 to that line will get the opportunity to win 4 tickets to see the UH Cougar basketball team face off against Middle Tennessee State. That's going to be at the Fertitta Center. You can buy tickets. It's uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets. But call number 10, you'll win that 4-pack.
Get that number again.
832-430-2946. Coming up next, let's do our Lunchtime Confessions.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron at Walk On Sports Bistro in LaPorte this afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, pick up your limited edition Area 45 pint glass, enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes, and get ready for Sunday's matchup against Las Vegas with us. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of
Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, this is one of those moments, guys, when I'm going to have to contradict myself a little bit. That's the confession. We are well established. I am well established as I get tired of the cold weather pretty quickly. I'm good with, relatively balmy winters, nicer winters, but not Christmas Day, man. Say it ain't so.
What you mean?
Have you looked at the forecast?
For here?
For Christmas Day?
Nah, I didn't.
High of 81.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, not Christmas. I'm with you in general.
I don't understand this.
Christmas.
At what point did we create this fascination with Christmas having to be cold? I was thinking about this walking
because
in.
Of White Christmas, the greatest song in history?
Yeah. Okay, so we all got to base the way that we live around the East Coast having snow during Christmas. They got snow in March. Who cares?
I was kind of with you, Reggie, until you said that last part.
Who cares?
But look, man. I'm with you generally speaking. In fact, I think a confession about a month ago was I was already done with all the cold weather because we had one cold front. But Christmas Day,
selfishly, I'm actually fine with this because I'm going to Cleveland for Christmas, and I'm coming back I'm actually coming back Christmas Day.
Oh,
and it's supposed to be cold
there.
Be
wearing shorts on the plane.
Yeah. I'm gonna be so happy to come back on Christmas Day to some warm weather.
Are you with me? I'm curious on our listeners because we're all warm weather people. Once you're down,
I'm kind of with you too because honestly, I know it's been kind of cold, pretty much the last couple week. Yeah, cool. But I'm still not really in the Christmas mode because it's been too warm for me.
We've had, I don't know how many years ago now, probably a decade or so, we actually had snow on Christmas Eve. Remember that? One year we had snow here on Christmas Eve. It didn't stay, but everybody was going out at night, trying to make little bitty snowmen. Yeah, and stuff.
I remember the first year I moved here was 2016, I want to say, and was here for Christmas. And I was in the pool outside.
That's right.
That was so weird to me, man. I couldn't believe it.
Not Christmas. Christmas got to be at least like it is.
No, it don't.
Now. Yes, it does.
No, it don't.
Yes,
Who cares? This is East Coast fascination. Look at you.
It's Christmas fascination.
And Christmas don't look. There's plenty of places in the world where Christmas is not associated with snow. I don't know why we were trying to make Christmas associated with snow in Houston, bleeping Texas.
And you know what people do? They put fake snow all over the place and all that stuff. Go to that event they got at where the Astros
at Dyken Park.
Yeah, man. They got a little. Yeah, I ain't with you on that last part. Like, oh, why do we associate snow with Christmas?
A texter said it was 2005, so longer than I thought. But we did get snow on Christmas Eve one year, and someone said they liked Hot Hanukkah. Where's the love for Hanukkah?
Hell yeah, brother. What is it, night 4 of Hanukkah?
Something like that.
Actually, it's probably 5. I've been off. Yeah. I've been off a day every time that I try and
But
bring
a lot
up
of love. You gotta have some cool weather for Christmas. At least cool. I just said it.
Strong disagree.
You were sitting right there.
Strong disagree, I think. But also, I have a general disdain for everybody's love of snow. I'm like, snow is super overrated.
If I could have it one time a year, it would be Christmas. Maybe Christmas Eve, Christmas. If I could just make it go away on the 26th, I would be totally fine with that.
Snow
That's
stinks,
all I
and I'll
need.
say that every single time I get an opportunity to. Every single time.
These are my confessions.
I guess I'm going to bring a confession that I did not intend to bring because I could not remember my other confession. So
All right.
here we go.
Well, this is going to be a good one.
Kevin Durant, please don't at me. I do love your game and all of those things. When he was on that podcast, what's the name of the podcast again? Because apparently my brain refuses to work. Unguarded. With he was talking with Fred VanVleet. There's a lot of interesting things within that that we were listening to. I remember what the other confession was, and I don't know if I could pivot at this point. Anyways, he also admitted, and it's something that we knew, but the fact that he admitted it was shameful for me, that he doesn't care about cutting his hair, which we knew. He don't be putting on lotion, and sometimes he goes days without taking a shower.
He says he's gone. He normally goes, not normally, he has regularly gone 2 days without showering.
Don't tell us that, dare you? Keep that to yourself. Like, we used to have shame in our society.
Yeah.
And I understand shame inherently sounds bad. And in a lot of ways it is. I think, living without shame matters. Except shame is also a very powerful tool in society to help give us guardrails. Like making sure you clean your ass. And at the very least, if you're not going to clean your ass, don't make it my problem by telling me about it,
He
man.
actually said, I heard that part. He actually said, sometimes I like to feel a little musty.
That's come on, dog.
It make it feel like you in the trenches.
Oh, God, no, don't do that.
What did you gain from this?
Yes.
Why did you do it? Used to be that and I don't want to bully people. However, I do want you to do better for yourself, KD.
Yeah.
I really do want you to do
like
better.
it. He says he likes it sometimes.
Yeah.
All right.
I think the other thing I don't know if you brought this up, but the other thing, I think Fred asked him about why he don't brush his hair. And he said, why? I'm like, all right, man. You got it. You got it, man.
You got it, man.
Right. Somebody said no wonder he has no kids. Leave him alone. Don't do that. We don't need to go that far. But he be that's why he be keeping that hat on. Like, I can get that. Keeping the hat on if you don't want to do your hair. That's a fair alternative.
Yeah.
There's no alternative for being musty. Just there's none.
It kind of makes sense now. Remember years ago that viral clip happened when he had them ashy ass ankles
that looked like scales? That was crazy.
That it totally makes sense now.
And like I was saying, none of this outside of the showering thing felt like new information. It's weird to cop to it, or at least it feels weird to me. I'm not the arbiter of what is weird,
weird.
But it feels weird to me. Somebody said Katie's not worried about the only thing apparently cares about.
Maybe that's
is who.
the reason. He's like,
all he cares about is who.
I'm not taking a shower till I win another championship.
Well, I'm gonna go shoot some more in about 30 minutes. Why take a shower?
Man,
I'm in the trenches.
I was astonished and appalled. I was clutching my pearls.
These are my confessions.
So, confession. Question of the day, we was talking about songs we don't like. And Lopez, you put this one on here as the one that everyone don't, or everyone do hate.
Oh, the mother of all?
This one?
The rest of your day is ruined. It'll never get out of your head. Everybody, ready? I've got to play the hook. Ready?
It's a small world after all.
I got to confess, I don't really have a big problem with this song.
Neither do I.
Only because of this clip from the movie Lion King when Mufasa asked him to sing a song. This clip right here.
Sing something with a little bounce in it.
It's a small world after all.
No, anything but that.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, standing in a row.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with that song only because of Lion King.
You just got to find the thing that makes it work. There was a commercial that I used to hear all the time.
Yes.
That I was like, it changed my dynamic by just like cheering at one point of it. I was like, where's the cheer point? Boom. It made it fun.
And Scar was so irritated, like, no, anything.
And then he goes into the coconuts riff.
I have a lovely coconut. But yeah, I don't have a problem with that song only because of that Lion King clip. But otherwise, I would probably be with you on that one.
These are my confessions.
I really am. It's never going to happen. You mentioned coconut. I had another confession, but I was going to use this one yesterday. Are you familiar with Tom Cruise's traditional Christmas gift that he gives to all his friends and family members?
I am not,
Nope.
and now I'm intrigued.
It is apparently the greatest coconut cake ever.
Huh.
Like it's a thing in Hollywood. Like if you get a coconut cake from Tom Cruise, the Christmas coconut cake, that you are in his club. You're good people to him.
What a weird thing
Isn't
to be
that
very
weird?
specific about.
It is very weird, but just
It's odd.
search it if you get some downtime. Like actors, like even friends of his are like, damn, I didn't get the coconut cake this year. Like apparently it's that good.
It's like back in the day with MySpace, the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, damn.
Yeah.
Or not getting a Christmas card from a family. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like that. I thought we were still good.
Yeah, no. Do yourself a favor. Apparently, this is like one of the most anticipated, hoped for things ever. Well, we got to get a piece of that, right? We got to figure out a recipe.
I'm not even that big on coconut, so I don't really care that much.
Me neither, but apparently it's like next level. Yeah, I need to know about this Tom Cruise coconut cake. I know some of our listeners have been familiar with it, but it's pretty interesting.
Lopez like, why would you show me something if I couldn't have
exactly.
it?
That's exactly.
Oh, Kevin
right.
Garnett,
Yes,
and Uncut Gems.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. That's your lunchtime confession. I got one more that I actually wanted to get to, but it's a little extensive, so I'll hold on to it and to stay on clock. You know, you gotta stay on clock.
We always do that
in the holiday season. That's right, 100%. Well, when I have an opportunity to, I need to take it. That's really what's happening here. But yeah, your lunchtime confessions here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 here on a Football Friday. In fact, Football Friday will roll on with the fellas of the Drive in LaPorte. They're at the Walk-Ons in LaPorte, 10,000 in the 10,000th block of Spencer Highway. So go see the fellas in LaPorte at Walk-Ons. Look at me actually having an address. Don't you love that? And hang out with Ron and Clint. It'll be a delight to get your Friday or continue on your Friday here in the loop or on Sports Radio 610. But you are in the loop. Coming up next, college football weekend. It's going to be big. But we still got to get you your headline for the college football weekend. John Lopez, get you ready for the college football playoff round 1 next.
Ready? The blazing hot.
odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Oh! Okay, Pig, I see. Go straight to the ghetto. All right, you're in here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We're gearing up for what should be a fantastic weekend of sports in general, but football in particular. We talked about it on 3 different levels, right? Texans-Raiders, you'll be able to hear right here on Sports Radio 610, 325. 3 hours earlier, you got Texas Countdown happening with Sean and Seth getting you ready for that game. So that's that level. There's the high school level where the high school championships are happening. You got 3 Houston area teams going off and fending against 3 DFW area teams to see who gets to win, the state championship. So that's going to be King and Richmond Randall. Hopefully they can go out and get victories. But then there's the college football level in between. And the college football playoff gets started this weekend. In fact, all the other bowl games clear out. You don't get another bowl game until Monday because college football playoffs are going on this weekend.
Tonight.
Starting tonight. As we always do on a Friday to get you ready for your college football weekend, the preview presented by Wrangler. We get you your headline for the college football weekend. John Lopez, what is it?
So you're saying there's a chance Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So you're saying there's a chance Saturday. And I wanted to start here with my thoughts. I know you have some on the college
You don't know what thoughts
weekend.
I got.
Maybe you don't know. You said screw it.
I tapped out. I was like, we done with the regular season. No more thoughts on college football.
No more thoughts on college football. I wanted to start here because a lot of the conversation has been about the college football playoff and, the teams that are in, the teams that are not in. Is it going to be, are there going to be good games in the first round of the postseason of the college football playoff? And I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm like, when are there good first games in any playoff? First round games in any playoff. I'm talking NBA. I'm talking NFL.
They're special when you get them.
They're special when you get them. But just to illustrate here, people were saying, well, they had those blowouts last year. And to be fair, sorry, Figgy, I stole his line.
It's only a problem when I do it, honestly.
I need to get a shirt to say, to be fair for Reggie.
That's going to be a problem. It actually is a problem, and I'm working on it.
There were some blowouts last year. But here, first round of playoff games, the average margin of victory was more than 15 points. In the NBA, there were 2 first-round sweeps and 3 4-1 series, 4 games to 1 series. And even if you go back to Reggie's BCS, the old ranked top 2 teams play in the national championship game. Keep in mind, this is the number 1 team versus the number 2 team. It was a rarity. In 20 years before the college football playoff, the average margin of victory in the national championship game was 16.3 points. So this whole concept of, well, they're doing it wrong because we're not getting good games. You're not getting good games across sports in the first round a lot of
Especially
times.
when you're talking about the national championship college football-wise, because I believe this. Any given year, you got max 3 teams that are national championship caliber, and oftentimes it's 2 or 1.
But what I'm saying, it's not just exclusive to college football.
Certainly.
Yeah. And so that's why I'm like, we might not get good. We might get great games tomorrow. The James Madison, Oregon. I don't know.
I think at least one of them is in the first round is set up to be a great game in my eyes, and it's somewhat because of weakness versus strength type matchup here. Do you want to go through these?
Let's go through it. Let's pick them.
All right, we can do that.
And also, if you had one upset in the 4 games, tonight is Alabama, Oklahoma. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. is A&M Miami. And then you get Tulane, Ole Miss, and James Madison and Oregon. Let's start with Alabama, Oklahoma.
Tonight, Friday night, is it 7? Alabama in Norman facing off against Oklahoma. This is going to be a rematch, one of a couple of rematches that you're getting this week, or this weekend rather, in college football. Oklahoma had a 23-21 victory in Tuscaloosa in November. And I think that's going to be somewhat informative of this game. Oklahoma's defense is one of the best in the nation. You might look at like Texas Tech. having better defenses, but this is a staunch defense, and it is one of those identity type units. Sometimes you have a unit on a team where you go, I know what I'm going to get out of them. Brent Venables' defense, you know exactly what you're going to get out of them. The question mark, what can they wring out of John Mateer in that offense? Right. And it's more of a question mark by formality. You know you're not going to get a lot of – there's no fireworks to be had here, but can you get enough? Can you get enough from John Mateer, which is what happened when they faced off against Alabama Tuscaloosa? The big question mark is how good can Ty Simpson and the Alabama offense be against that Oklahoma defense?
And you think Oklahoma's going to win?
I believe Oklahoma will win. I think Alabama has required a lot of really big plays in certain moments to get them to this place where they're even being considered in the tournament. You can make the argument that the reason why the Alabama is in the college football playoff right now is branding, decades and decades of branding of Alabama.
Sure,
because that is not a great team. And I think that there's a great unit on that field, and it's Oklahoma's defense and everything else I could throw up to.
I'm actually picking Alabama.
Okay.
And the reason is, let's not forget Kalen DeBoer has been here before and done this before. He's an offensive mind, and he's had time. Probably has the better quarterback right now. Mateer's good, but
for sure. I would agree with you.
He's been injured. I think one of the big issues with Alabama this year has been really surprisingly less production from Ryan Williams than you thought you would get.
Agreed.
I think with time, Simpson and Ryan Williams are going to be integral. I think Alabama wins this game. All right. So, Figgy, do you have a feel on this one?
I was going to go Oklahoma, and this is probably not related, but I wonder if coach for Alabama kind of, I want to say checking out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wonder if that kind of have an effect to it too, where it's like I'm out of here anyway.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Texas A&M hosting the Miami Hurricanes tomorrow morning. What are you feeling on this?
This one's really interesting. Whenever I think of Miami, I think of Mario Cristobal and what this offense is, or what this rather his coaching is. A&M is such a fun team. These are really good defenses on both sides. A&M's defense has been a little boomer bust at times, though, hasn't it?
Against the run, which Miami does well, and I think that's one of the crucial things.
So how much boom versus how much bust do you end up with? Plus, I'll be very excited to watch Malachi Toney, wide receiver for Miami. That's going to be – he feels like he's the boom possibility for Miami. So, again, I look at this, and one of the things also is what does the offense look like? You talk about checking out. That's more of the question I have here on the offensive side for A&M. Colin Klein leaving, and it seems like he's going to try and take some of his assistants locked in. Are they on this? And what are they capable of doing in this game? I think that this is going to be a very much, Miami's defense I think will be pretty consistent. How much boom versus bust does A&M's defense allow at home?
So you like Miami in this one?
I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about this one. I think I probably lean A&M because they're at home, because I think the environment's going to be raucous. But I think that there's an opportunity here for Miami for sure.
Yeah, I think A&M gets this by no stretch. Is this because it's going to be a cupcake or something like that? I think two factors are very, very important here. The Texas A&M offensive line has been the best offensive line in college football all season long. And Ruben Bain is the Miami's big-time rush end, and he's really good. He's a top 10 pick projected, or top 15, something like that in the NFL. But I think if you just, limit him despite the good defense, and then Marcel Reed gets out of the pocket and starts making his plays, I think some big things could happen. And then the other factor.
Do we know if Le'Veon Moss is healthy for this?
Le'Veon Moss is going to play.
Oh, okay, so that definitely helps. If
Not
you're throwing
officially,
Ruben,
but by all reports.
If you're throwing Ruben Owens and Le'Veon Moss at him, I am okay. I like what we're doing here.
All right, next. And then the last thing, I don't trust Mario. If I'm a Miami fan for sure, I wouldn't trust Mario Cristobal to make big-time decisions in a big-time game.
Without question.
For as far as I could throw him.
With you. Very much with you.
Tulane, Ole Miss.
This is the other rematch that we were getting here.
Spoiler alert, rematch. I think Ole Miss is going to win, but I also asked if you had to pick one upset, this would be it.
Yeah. Tulane is a very, very different team when they saw Ole Miss. How much different is the question, because I think that was like a 30-point game, something.
Yeah.
Like when they first played. Are they 30-something points better is the question that I ask. Or are they somewhere 20-something points better and Ole Miss a certain amount worse after losing some of their staff and with the the up and down? I have a hard time finding those 30 points of difference in this, even though I think Tulane has definitely earned their spot in this.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss wins, but you talk about a coordinator getting another job. How about everybody getting another job on Ole Miss's offense? James Madison, Oregon, I think we are all in line with this one.
This one's going to look a lot more like the old school power conference versus G5 conference or smaller school, where I think that this one might even be close for a little bit. And then as you see later on in the game, you go, oh,
yeah,
that team has second and third level guys that keep rotating in to keep them fresh. And this other team only has their frontline guys that can match up. And that matching up already is hard enough because Oregon has a big boy style team as opposed to what it had used to be, where Oregon was more of this flash kind of offense. They are hefty, they are tough, and you are playing at Austin, which is a raucous environment, Saturday at night. This is going to be tough for James Madison to even make it look good, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think they're just going to lean on them. I think they're going to try to keep people healthy, not do anything crazy, and just powerball their way past James Madison.
Yeah, I'll be very interested in. Yeah, Dan Lanning can sometimes mess around in these games. I think that they're going to and I just want to watch Dante Moore because this is one of those games. I think this is the only one. Oh, no, I guess Alabama as well, depending on how you feel about Ty Simpson, where if you want to turn your brain into scout mode to get ready for who you like for the NFL draft, Dante Moore is one of the quarterbacks that people are looking at as a first-rounder.
Yeah.
So tap in for that if for nothing else.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you on that. And there are some other games going on, but not till Monday because of the college football playoff. 11 a.m. tomorrow. I mentioned this off air, worth mentioning real quick here before we move on. A lot of people are saying, well, why is Alabama, Oklahoma on Friday night? Why is A&M and Miami at 11 a.m. on a Saturday? People tend to forget the NFL still rules.
Saturday night football,
there
baby.
Are 3 games, NFL games after that. So they're trying to get the best audiences possible for their 2 best games.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
We didn't get to it. Actually, you know what? I got time. What the hell is Steve Sarkisian doing? He has fired the defensive coordinator there that has been with him for a few years and has hired back Will Muschamp. Used to be the head coach in waiting.
He still is, I guess.
Under Mac Brown way back when, and I guess you could maybe unofficially call him that if in some ways, depending on how you feel about Steve Sarkisian's safety or seat temperature there. What do you make of this? Because defense was one of the things that they were good at this year. You look at where they needed to fix was the offensive line. However, Will Muschamp is a very good defensive coordinator.
He's a great defensive coordinator. It speaks for itself what he's done. But I think there's maybe a little bit of either inner circle, just on the surface. Yes, they could have been better against the pass. We get that. But they were really a good defense. They were very good up front. And last year in the tournament themselves, et cetera.
A lot of the wins that they had this season, you point to the defense holding up.
Yeah, the defense. So I think maybe there's a little deflection going on with the bigger problem, which was the offensive line and some of the other things with Sarkisian's offense. And I think there might be there's more to the story here.
It's quite possible. Yeah. The reports out of Austin say that Muschamp is going to start with the secondary. So clearly whatever those issues were in the secondary, they're taking that quite seriously. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That was your college football preview presented by Wrangler. Always fun when we get an opportunity to do that. All right, coming up next, it's about that time. Texans win because, Texans lose because. We'll have to put a little spin on it because I think we feel fairly confident that the Texans will win this game. But what are the factors, what are the matchups that will determine whether the Texans win and how they win in this game on Sunday? We'll do that next.
The Drive. play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a football Friday. It's been a fun Friday as well, just generally, as we're heading into the really crux of the holiday season, I guess the way that I'll say it. Hanukkah gets further along. We head towards Christmas, so on and so forth. It's been fun having you hang around with us, however you're listening, and getting involved on the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610. It's also been a very newsy sports day, hasn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Like, there's possibilities of trades happening for the Astros where you might see Jacob Melton sent in order to bring back a pitcher, Mike Burrows. That's something where I haven't seen anything to say that it's done, but the way that reporters are talking about it make it seem like they are in the final stages of getting this done.
Too much heat.
Yeah.
Too much
and a lot of smoke. Eventually, you got to see some fire.
Yeah.
So there's that happening. We mentioned earlier the Texans practicing, and Woody Marks and Derek Stingley, while being there, were off to the side. That's going to be something to watch and see who of them play. There's the possibility that the Rockets ownership might be bringing the Connecticut Sun to Houston. I imagine them rebranding it back to the Houston Comets name. So you might have WNBA basketball back in the city. Top of fantastic football we've got coming this weekend. There's a lot of stuff happening.
No, everywhere, but it does obviously lead to a thing that we like to do here. I think you said it. I think we all agree the Texans will win on Sunday, correct?
713-572-4610. If you don't, let me know why, because this is the segment for it. Texans win because, Texans lose because, and you can modify it because we also want to see the ways in which the Texans win. I think that's where my eyes are. I don't know if you were in the same place, John Lopez. How they win is going to be very important for me, or maybe not very important because
this is a style points game.
I think that there's something to be said for the way that they win and the way that they're able to address some of the things that they want to address and they need to address as they gear up for postseason play.
It's nice to be in a style points game,
right?
And especially
there were earlier points in the season where.
A win is a win.
Dude, there were earlier points in the season we didn't know about the Cardinals and the Raiders. We were like, oh, boy, all of a sudden, because they hadn't gotten to their depths yet, et cetera. But
well, the Raiders started pretty quick.
The Raiders started pretty quick. Yeah. But the Cardinals had a couple of moments. No, and I think it's especially a style points win on the offense. But, win because, lose because. Win with style points maybe is how I'll put it.
Sure.
Offensively is the most important thing with how they run the ball, especially if you don't have Woody Marks on the field. Even if you do get Chubb, I want to see Chubb. I want to see Chubb, get back to some things that he's been able to do.
Well, yeah, that'd be interesting for me as well. That I know B. Scott was clamoring for, and that I think a lot of people feel is Woody Marks. Let him get a rest. Let him get a breather this week. Let him find his physicality again. That I'd be interested to see how this offense continues to go in a circumstance that isn't against a team that is pretty easy to run against in the Cardinals. Now, I'm not here to tell you that the Raiders aren't or like the most difficult to run against because they've been able to – people have run on them decently in the last few weeks. Like over the entirety of the course of the season, it kind of levels out to a place where they're somewhat average, but the last few weeks we've seen a degradation in their play. I think it largely falls on Max Crosby is really good at helping and stopping the run.
He's just so good all around.
So, if I believe Max Crosby is going to play, but I'm not entirely certain. But, I mean, if and when he plays.
I think I saw this morning, yes.
How do they handle him? Are they capable of putting hands on him? Are they capable of moving him? Do they do the things where they put the guys in positions to succeed? And honestly, what is that for Nick Chubb? I hadn't thought about it in a while because it has not been front of mind. He hasn't been RB1 in carries or really in the way that they've played it. I feel like I know the best way, for one, definitely to get the ball in Jawar Jordan's hands. If you can get him out to the outside, he has been successful, or at least he was very much so in that game. And I think that matters for him. That makes sense. Opportunities to cut back and things. I think that's, especially with Woody Marks, cut back lanes and things of that nature where he can read and react and hit the hole hard are good for him. What is it for Nick Chubb?
I think for Nick Chubb, I mean, boy, his style of play is so different from even Woody Marks. I think it'll actually be a test, model improvement as well, because he's more of a direct runner. He can certainly, break bigger runs, but not as much as he did when he was younger. I think if he averages 4 yards per carry, that would be the success that we want to see. You mentioned Jawar Jordan, though, Jaws, as they call him.
Yeah.
Over at NRG. I've been saying, I said it yesterday, I'd be surprised if he has more than 5 carries. I might have to bump that up a little bit today.
Well, yeah, especially if you're looking at the possibility of Woody Marks not playing.
Yeah, you got to bump that up a little bit, which leads to style points. That's kind of where I'm falling with this game. What if he has 8 carries for 55 yards?
That'd be really good. That'd be really good.
Does it change the equation?
It would for me.
Yeah, back-to-back, pretty good efforts.
I don't exactly know how it changes for them or if it changes for them. I think that the respect that they've had for Nick Chubb has been abundant, and you could see that similar type of respect for veteran nature and having a history in the league in various other places, whether it's offensive line, whether it's wide receivers, elsewhere on the team, where they value experience. And so I think that
we saw it on the offensive line.
I think the experience that Nick Chubb brings might make it so that they wouldn't do the thing that feels like it'd be the answer for me, which is have Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan be the running backs if Jawar Jordan is going to be viable as a running back.
45 yards or 40 yards. I think I'm going to change my stance just right there with you. Now, I don't know if they will, but it's one thing to break a 50-yard run and then, play pretty well otherwise after the first few snaps. But to do it again, I don't care that it's the Raiders. It makes you look at him a little differently and backing it up, so to speak.
Yeah, okay. Texans also win because they're not allowing a tight end to go off in the same way that Trey McBride was able to get his last week. This is a particular thing that I feel like you could see and you can hear the fire for D'Amico Ryans after the game last week, and I just feel like there's no way in hell they allow Brock Bowers to do what Trey McBride did. There's different ways that the Raiders are going to try and get to this. I think that they're going to be hell-bent on making sure that is not how this game goes. And I think Trey McBride also better than Brock Bowers right now, with all due respect. I love Brock Bowers, loved him going back to Georgia. I also think that we're talking about different levels in this year, and I don't know that anybody will fight me on that. I don't know. But, I think also there's going to be a very much intentional in that. And I'll bring up again what I brought up earlier. They like moving him out and kind of sliding him out as that single wide receiver on one side of the formation. I kind of want to get a look at that. I'm intrigued to see how that handles, especially because if Sting isn't playing, which, again, it's possible that he will. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. And I could hear out. Okay, let Derek Stingley play the tight end, and that's fine. He has the capabilities. Tremont Smith, I don't feel the same way. And I'd be interested to see, just an interesting stress test of sorts. What does that look like, or would they be so bold with it, which would make sense for a player of the caliber of Brock Bowers to travel a Kamari Lassiter, because that's also a very interesting statement of belief in Kamari Lassiter to be like, we'll move you with him.
Yeah, the big physical guy. You mentioned D'Amico Ryans, and I think this is an easy answer, but I will still put it out there for you. Do you think he cares more about style points on offense or defense this week?
D'Amico?
Yeah.
I think he cares more about defense.
I do too. He doesn't care. He's like, that wasn't us. He literally said that that wasn't the style we like to play or whatever. However he put it. I think he's like, yeah, okay, cool. The offense is getting better. I care, but I need that defense to look like the defense that it did in the previous week.
And there's very much reason for that.
Yeah. Well, that's your calling card. That's your ticket. That's how you're going to punch your ticket, is with the defense. But it is funny because if the offense gets rolling a little bit and does have that which we talked about earlier, that sort of momentum or validation or whatever you want to call it, there's more reason to be excited about this team overall if the offense continues to roll. But I think he's just like, nah, man. With this, beat them 38-0, and then I'm happy.
I mean, Max Crosby is a name that obviously is circled and circled again and then circled a third time in any game versus the Raiders, and especially because the Raiders don't have that many dudes. They're facing off against Max Crosby, whose play shows up not just in the pass game but also in the run game.
How so? What do you mean?
Well, he's very good at helping make run difficult, and he also obviously will get back there and be a little imposing for opposing quarterbacks. Your tackles, Ariante Ursery is a rookie who has played very well, but is a rookie and has had his moments early on in the season. Those have settled down somewhat. Trent Brown, we've talked about him to some degree. I want to see more from him because I think that it can get difficult for him.
It can.
Not necessarily for him in particular, but just any tackle once we get to some of these teams that you're facing off.
Yeah, no, it obviously be a good test. I feel like Trent Brown has passed most tests, but Max Crosby's a different, sort of different kind of animal here.
And then just generally, I want to see this offensive line get some.
I do too.
Get some move some dudes.
I'm going into the
line.
game to look at that, see the offense, see how it operates, see what the run game looks like, but especially the offensive line. And then as far as like another one for me, win because, lose because of, I think one of the biggest things is you heard it from Nick Caley earlier. These other weapons. He was up there. Actually, we didn't play this earlier, but it's still a part of what he said yesterday. He was asked about the Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Yeah, good point.
And he was like, "Yeah, man. They're coming along. They're taking coaching. They're doing everything we asked. Have big plans for them." Well, I mean, it's kind of late in the game.
Yeah,
those big plans need to start happening, man.
Agreed. And I'm glad you brought this up because this would be a week for him to maybe see some of that.
Yeah.
If it does indeed exist. He was given a little bit of stuff there because he mentioned that, and then he also
layup question.
He was asked about the 6-man fronts that they've been doing with Blake Fisher getting in there as a eligible receiver technically, and he was like, "Yeah, maybe we might have something up our sleeve, get him on a jugs machine." And I was like,
"Yeah."
If you are actually going to do that, is that something that you would say? I don't know. Maybe it is or maybe it isn't. But he was giving some things away, which made me go, are these real things or are we just talking?
Oh, I think it's just put it out there. Put it on tape. Put it on tape for everybody to know and think about. But I was more intrigued by, we've been clamoring, and we have seen more Jaden Higgins, no question, but
a little bit
clamoring for, to see what Jalen Noel could do, and we've only seen, small little tastes of that. But he sounded like a guy, it was the third game of the year. We got plans. They're coming along. And then, well, dude, it's week 16. Could this be the week when that happens?
8-2, y'all see Jalen Noel made NFL's top 5 fastest speeds in week 15. I missed that, but it makes sense. He's been really good returning the ball. If special teams continues to show out, which I have no reason to believe that they won't, that'll be a good thing in this game. How are you feeling about CJ's production in this one?
Yeah, that's the last part that I think is going to be crucial. That keeping my eyes on is just keep doing what he's been doing. In terms of making more big plays off schedule. We've talked about it multiple times this week. They're giving him the opportunity for the more vertical passing game, and if it breaks down, you have more options to get them the ball as opposed to what it was like earlier in the season. I could absolutely see that. There's no question about that.
I think that's kind of just the way that this offensive line has gotten better, but they're not. I don't think they're going to entirely insulate from any pressure. But he's managed it incredibly well the last few weeks. There's an opportunity to embarrass is probably not the right word, but it's the only word that comes to mind. So just assume that I came up with a better word than embarrass. There's an opportunity to embarrass a couple former Texans in this. Devin White at linebacker.
Oh yeah.
And then what up, Lonnie Johnson in the secondary.
Lonnie Johnson making an appearance back at NRG.
Quite a pull, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, those are two levels where this offense, when it's going well, you have an opportunity to get after them, especially when you talk about that linebacker. And Devin White has had an interesting season. Did you see Ian Rappaport tweeting about Devin White seemingly out of nowhere trying to position him as a potential comeback player of the year, which he is not going to be completely honest. No. But it felt very much like the agents for 100%. Devin White passing that on.
I didn't even see it, and I can tell you that. Yeah.
But it's even funnier because Devin White they've sent him on blitzes and stuff, but it seems like that's because you got to try and cover up what Devin White has been.
Yeah.
Which is a little inconsistent. I think that inconsistency can definitely show up, especially if he ends up in circumstances where you're in zones or you're having to cover someone like a Dalton Schultz coming out of the backfield. So yes, I think that there's opportunities to again, embarrassed but not embarrassed, but yes, embarrassed some of these former Texans that you see
And then
here.
finally from the 281, please stop encouraging this team to try to be this fake power running team.
They don't listen to me.
Sorry.
They don't listen to me.
Sorry. I mean, that's what they're going to do, whether we like it or not. Whether you like it.
Things would look a little bit different if they listen to me. They found a little bit of success in some of these instances being, run the football. If this is what they're going to be, and they've demonstrated that for 15 weeks of the NFL season, at the very least, try and be good in the ways that you go about it. I think that's the thing that I hope. Somebody said defense scores off of 2 pick sixes. That's another thing.
I'm good with it.
Does the defense keep showing you the turnover potential? Because Geno Smith has not been the best this year. So that's going to be fun as well. But yeah, I feel very confident in a win this game. Honestly, the offense putting up points is going to be quite an interesting thing. Do you think they beat their 40-point output of last week? Is the question I have.
Good question.
Because I think we both are probably in the 30s here, right?
Yeah, I'm going to say no, but still up there. I like 38-13. 38-13.
Okay. I was going to go for something like 34-7.
Okay.
I think the defense and 7 is probably something like 6 or 9 where they kick field goals. I think they're going to absolutely batter the Raiders.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 35-3. I think they're gonna get one field goal. In this one.
I like it.
Okay, so yeah, we have high expectations. They have high expectations for themselves. This one very much feels like a style point game. Not that they need the style points for anything that's happening. It's not like any committee, but if this is going to be a playoff team, these are the teams that, when we talk about it, good teams handle their business versus bad teams. Yeah. This is a handle your business type game here against the Raiders. 3:25 is when you'll be able to see that one and hear that one, obviously, here on Sports Radio, when you get Sean and Seth with Texans Countdown to get you ready, find out if Woody Marks and Stingley are going and so on and so forth. But hopefully another win. And honestly, if this one happens, checking the Athletics playoff simulation, over 99% chance to make the playoffs. You get this one done. This one is the de facto finisher of playoff contention here for your Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is that time. Hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What's it looking like, brother?
Yeah, so I ran across a Christmas song. I'm going to play it, and I want us to take notes on how we feel about this Christmas song.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. We'll do that next.
Ready? The blazing hot. SportsRadio.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively on our sister station. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. It's that time of the season coming up on Christmas, which is next week. And I'm sure everybody is in the Christmas mood. I've been playing a lot of Christmas music and all that stuff, been enjoying it. And I ran across this one Christmas song, and I kind of want the people to hear it and kind of see how you feel about it when you listen to it in real time. So here's a Christmas song right here called Old Fashioned Christmas. And I'm going to play the first part of it, and I just kind of want y'all to get y'all reaction to how it make y'all feel.
Look outside, the snow is falling. What a sight to see. Daddy will be coming home as happy as can be. He'll be walking through the door 10 minutes after 9. 'Cause the bus he takes each night is always right on time. It's gonna be a very Merry Christmas with all the children.
I'm waiting for it.
It's gonna be a real old-fashioned Christmas for my children, their daddy, and me.
All right. How did that make y'all feel?
It sounds like one of those old school. It wasn't bad.
Don't tell me this is an AI Christmas song, because I have a feeling
No, it's not. It's a real. It's a real Christmas song.
I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop here.
I wasn't familiar with it, but it sounds like an old one of those. Remember those Christmas albums that had various?
Without
artists?
question.
You know, like one of those. Yeah.
So I think this actually came out back in the 70s.
That was about the time I was thinking about.
Yep. So that was the first part of it. And then here's the second part of it, and it kind of go for a little turn, kind of threw me off a little bit. So I want to see how this make y'all feel. This is the second part of the song.
We're sorry to interrupt this program, but a bulletin has just been handed me. There's been a serious accident involving the number 5 bus out of New Haven. The only information we have is that the bus skidded on a patch of ice and slammed into a tree.
What is the vibe we're trying to create?
Stay tuned to this station for further details.
Mommy, isn't that the bus Daddy rides?
Good Lord.
What are you doing to me, Fig?
Put your mind at ease, my children. Everything's all right.
You told me the children just lost their daddy on Christmas? Why are you doing this?
Don't get excited. Okay. Nothing bad is gonna happen on this Christmas day. It's gonna be.
And then we get to the chorus.
So how are y'all feeling right now in this
not
moment?
Great, Figgy.
I don't like how this is going at all. I didn't ask for a horror story.
Hey man, it's a Christmas song. I had no idea it was.
It got dark.
But
Very dark.
I was about to be like, Christmas songs are supposed to be happy, right? But actually, there's some really good Christmas songs that are not in the mode of like happiness. I guess I just didn't expect
This might be one of
the change. Yeah, no, it's very clearly one of them, because we've already started by setting up. The dad's supposed to be coming home for Christmas, and all of a sudden now there's been a terrible accident on the bus he typically takes.
Man.
But they made it clear. Not sure if that's him or not, or all that stuff.
I don't care.
I think that the twist that's about to happen, if I can recklessly speculate, is that he wasn't on the bus because he was cheating with his other family across town. That's what I'm guessing is about to happen. Yes, he's got a whole other family that is also having a Merry Christmas.
Well, here's the third part of the song, and here's another twist to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed the latest report involving bus number 5 out of New Haven. And from all indications, we're sorry to report that there were no survivors.
Good Lord.
Oh my God, this just do?
Who wrote this?
What have I got to look forward to?
This is so bad.
Who will walk me down the aisle?
Not the kids singing. God.
On my wedding day. Who is gonna buy me toys and take me out to play?
Oh,
no, don't do this.
He got a ride home.
Everybody.
These aren't real people, and I'm sad now.
I missed my bus. Well, don't just stand
He
there.
missed the bus.
Help me with these presents.
It's gonna be.
There we go.
At least they had a happy
Well,
ending.
what about the other 40 dead people?
Yeah, that's a great point. Good point. All of a sudden, I didn't care about any of the other people that died in a bus crash.
What a great Christmas. 40 people are dead on the way home on Christmas.
This was the wildest Christmas song I ever heard in my life, man.
Why did they make this? Why did they do this?
I have no idea.
You know, screw
It
them.
just came-
Daddy's home at least.
Yeah. So if you're looking for the song, it's by a lady by the name of Linda Bennett. I think
That sounds like a Linda Bennett ass song. I don't even know Linda Bennett, but it sounds like it.
Yeah, it's called An Old Fashioned Christmas, Daddy's Home.
Man,
I hate that
I
actually.
feel like I need to take a shower or something. That was dirty.
There's
That was nasty.
there's actually a pit in my stomach. I don't like the ride that song took me on.
It was great. Remember, the first part started off fine. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, gonna be a great
little old
Christmas.
school. Yeah.
You know what it sounded like? It sounded like a oh goodness, great, like a Bluebell ad.
Yeah.
You know when Bluebell does like the real nostalgia in it?
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
Text.
What a terrible.
Bro, one just said bro.
The part that got me though, after the sad part, they just get right back to the hook. It's going to be a very special.
It's like we don't need the chorus right now.
I'm like, wait a
Let's
minute.
skip to verse 3. I need to find out what happened here.
And then the guy hit you with there's no survivors. I'm like, oh my God. And then when the little kid said, who's gonna walk me down the aisle? I'm like, oh my God.
Please tell me that this song did horrible numbers.
Well, I looked it up to kind of see how people felt about it. Just searched the song, and it's on a whole bunch of lists of the worst Christmas songs.
Oh,
of all
very
time.
good. Excellent. I'm glad.
We need a cleanse.
I
We need
so
a cleanse, man.
Put the Mariah Carey on.
Somebody, somewhere.
I'm sure everybody's screaming for some Mariah Carey at this point. Man, I can't believe. I wonder what was the thought process of just being in the studio writing this song.
No, that's not the one for me. Because, like, you know, they were like, oh, this is a good story. We can make it. I want to know who are the executives at the record label that were like, you know what?
That's a hit.
The people are going to respond well to this.
That's a hit.
I ain't gonna lie. The sound of the song, though, just taking out the lyrics and maybe the hook, it sounds like a cool little 1970s type of song.
Well, yeah, the
like
music,
yeah, but outside of that, when you start listening, like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, all they needed to do is like keep the chorus, scrap the verses, and change all of it.
I'm over here shedding tears. Like, oh my God.
All right.
Yeah, but salute the
Salute.
Hey, the daddy made it home though.
Ringing his
That's
own
all-
doorbell.
that's
Some
all-
people mention this on the text line. Why is he
Yes.
ringing a doorbell at his
Yes.
house?
Yes.
You paid a mortgage here. You better open the door.
And 40 others dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
It don't matter because daddy's home.
Wait, sorry, one more thing. If he missed his bus, then how'd he get home? I still think he's cheating on the side. I still think he's cheating on the side. They didn't tell us.
I don't know. It was 1970, so he probably just walked home. Screw the bus. I'll just walk home.
Yeah.
I'll walk 20 miles home for my family. But it's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So I'm really curious. I'm really drawn to the Raging Italian that I always play on this segment.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering how he is around Christmas time. Do you think he's kind of angry all the time?
Yes.
Do he drop a lot of F-bombs?
I don't know why things would be any different.
We think of like the holiday times. It's like, oh man, nice. There are so many additional stressors at this time of year, right? You're coming up on the end of the
big
year.
time. Yeah.
There's a lot of things that you have to buy. It's colder, so especially if you own a house, all sorts of things might break or bust or whatever. It's definitely a more stressful time than I think it is a more peaceful time.
Yeah. So here's the Raging Italian on Instagram. He was in the basement getting the Christmas stuff together and all that. And his son just irritating the hell out of him as always. And he asked him a question as he was trying to get all the Christmas gear up.
So are we celebrating Christmas on the 25th this year? Like how we usually do, or what are we doing?
No, we're gonna celebrate it in questions.
Why are we gonna wait till March?
What day is Christmas?
Well, it's usually.
What day is Christmas?
It's usually the 25th.
No, it's not usually. When is it not the 25th? Why? Why are you so dumb?
What are you talking about?
Usually it's the 25th. What other day has Christmas been on?
I'm just asking. Like, are we
you asked me when we're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate Christmas in March.
I'm asking. We're gonna celebrate on the 25th this year.
What day would I celebrate it on?
What do you?
Because it's crazy. It's nuts.
That's kind of a cleanse. That kind of made me feel a little better.
I feel bad for he allows himself to get baited by. That's the easiest one to tell that they're not being serious.
Yeah.
If there is a date that most people remember, it is Christmas is December 25th. So for him to walk at me like, "Are we celebrating on the 25th?" My mom would have just turned her head and kept doing whatever she was doing.
Well, but remember, sometimes, hey, Aunt Jen is having her Christmas on Christmas Day. You want to do it on the 24th? Gonna do it on the 26th. Happens everywhere. But that's just
you defending the rage baiters,
nitpicking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Do you think he likes getting gifts for Christmas?
You know what?
I bet he doesn't.
I'll bet he does. I'm gonna put a little curveball in there.
I bet he's. Why the bleep would you get me this?
No,
yeah.
I think
ain't no. It's the thought that matters. Hey, nah.
Well, here's the Raging Italian on Instagram when his sons decided to give him a gift. We don't want to go back to that.
No, don't want to go back to that at all.
We got
I gave you guys a gift. I just gave you money.
Okay, why you so much?
Because I'm pissed. I don't like getting gifts. You know that. What'd you get me?
Okay, you'll like it. Don't worry.
Why'd you guys have to get me gifts, dude?
It's Christmas, dude. Our day.
I don't want any
deserve
gifts.
it.
No, I deserve it.
Come on, hurry up. What are you doing?
The is this?
What? It's a nutcracker.
You took it off one of the tables, and you rewrap it like a. What the you guys?
Dude, that was a joke. That one's a joke.
You going around just taking off the tables.
That was a joke.
That one,
open that one. That one's actually good.
What is this?
Look at that, dude. Brand new.
It's not even new. This is mine.
Brand new.
You took it out of your garage and wrapped it. These are my grills, dude. This isn't even new. Are you kidding me? I'm thanking you. I'm thanking you guys. Feeling bad you got me gifts, and this is the you give me.
Just like new.
Dude, it's had this for like 9 months.
That's a good bit, actually.
Yeah,
I'm in on that one.
They rewrapped the nutcracker that was sitting on the table and then rewrapped one of his tool sets.
The more I hear from the Raging Italian, the more I'm on the kid's side, which I didn't think I would be. Because that one, I'm just like, hey, you getting mad for no reason.
I want to hang out with this guy. I want to drink a beer with this guy,
you know
or maybe
it's
go maybe watch a game or something.
Watching a game would be great.
Yes, we got
not a game I care about. It better be a game that I don't care about.
Like last night's game, watching with the Raging.
Oh yeah, it'd be great.
I'm guessing he's from either probably New York. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I would like to see him when he watching his team.
Like the Jets.
So maybe the Yankee, if he's a Giants fan, but
either way, it's a problem. Either way, there's no good answer.
Yeah. So Merry Christmas to him, and I'm sure he's probably having a good time dropping a bunch of bombs and all that kind of stuff. I get y'all out of here on this. Somebody that's probably not getting it, or not getting, but somebody that's probably getting a Christmas card from one Adam Silver is the Amazon team that do the NBA broadcast. I think he really likes them a lot. And this is why. This is Adam Silver sitting down with Taylor Rooks and the rest. I forgot who else he was.
Blake Griffin and I'm trying to who else is on there. It's Udonis Haslam. A few.
Yeah, it's a couple of people. But he sat down and he wanted to give them some compliments on how good they were doing.
Of course, I've been watching it. By the way, in all honesty, I love the chemistry of you guys. I mean, obviously why you did so well in a team sport. I mean, the chemistry is fantastic. And I also just say quickly, as a fan, I think you do a great job educating, other fans about the game, because that, I would say, has frustrated me in the past about some coverage when it's sort of reduced to one side wanted it more, or this side played harder. And when you guys are explaining, like, why can't a guy get a shot off? Why is a particular defense working? I think the studio you guys built is off the charts, and I think the technology you're using, and when you guys go out on the floor and demonstrate things, I can say as a fan, I love that part of the coverage.
I wonder who he was talking about.
So, well, we know who he's talking talking about. But before we get there, we've talked about a compliment sandwich. How about an ass kiss sandwich? Because that was just of the chemistry y'all been.
Hey, forget Christmas cards. He might be getting them some cards.
That's what
and all that stuff.
The meat of that sandwich, though, when he's talking about educating, I do think that's been fantastic. They have given quite an education, which is what you hope for when you have. That's the reason why you have players or former coaches to give me something that you guys understand that I don't in a way that's digestible, and they've done that.
Yeah.
You didn't have to glaze the studio or the chemistry.
You mean to tell me they just wanted it more ain't good enough for you?
It is not. Charles.
Man,
Shaquille.
That was a shot.
Kenneth.
Yeah.
Kenneth.
Okay.
So you mean to tell me the Pelicans just wanted it more?
Well, here's the funny part.
They kind of did, though.
The funny part for me is when their rebuttal that they're going to have. You know they're going to say.
Oh
something.
yeah. They're on Christmas Day, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
it's going to get ugly.
We'll hear from them very soon.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. No. I still need to recover from that.
So bad.
So this break is not just because we need to take a break. It's because I need to recover from whatever the hell that song was. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are out at the walk-ons in LaPorte. We'll check in with them. But before that, we've got to draft what is going to be a fantastic weekend, maybe one of the best weekends of sport all season long, all year long. We'll draft that next.
The Drive is live.
and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yes, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I feel like I need to change my voice with this lounge music. Yes.
Lil Kenny G.
Reginald Adetula here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig for In the Loop.
It's the quiet storm.
The quiet storm. No, we had a fun time with you on this Friday. The fun will continue here in a moment when we get a chance to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive who are out at the walk-ons in LaPorte. Go out and see the fellas, enjoy yourself, have a great time. You know they never come empty-handed, so there's a lot of giveaways to be won. All you got to do is just hang out there and listen to the best damn afternoon drive sports show in all of the great city of Houston. All right, I could waste time. I shouldn't waste time because there is a big weekend of sports, and we've got to draft it, ladies and gentlemen. And so let's draft this weekend. I will, of course, draft first.
Of course.
That's right. Why would I not? And I will take – I'm not even going to play around with y'all. I'm going to take the biggest game of the weekend if you're a Houston Texans fan. And, of course, even if we were allowing Texans-Raiders to be selected 3:25 on Sunday, we will not, because that's not how we do this. And I will pick the biggest game this weekend, bar none. Fight me if you don't believe it. Jacksonville at Denver. That's 3:05 on Fox. This one feels like it is for the division. If the Denver Broncos can win this, you have the opportunity to then go level on wins with the Jags, and you have the tiebreaker. So the Texans will be able to win the division if that game goes that way, and the Texans, of course, win out the way that it feels like they should be capable of. If they don't, I find it hard to believe that the Jags will slip up at another point, and it feels like you will be going on the road for the playoffs.
Whatever, dude. No, you are 100% right.
I mean, if you want, it could be whatever, dude, if you want. That's possible.
No, you are absolutely right. Hugely important. Am I next or Figgy next?
You could go next because I don't want to pick your game and all that stuff.
I'm still gonna watch it.
Yeah, no, out of respect to you, because I am going to be watching this game to kind of see who Ohio State going to play.
Oh, that's right.
But I'm gonna stick with a little NFL. I want to go something I have no dog in the fight in. I think this might be a good game. Packers and Bears.
Great game.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a great one. And I feel just as significant in a different way, on that side of the conference. But I'm going to Miami at Texas A&M, 11 a.m. Can't beat that. Start your Saturday out like that with a big time game, and then it just gets better as the day goes on, which is why this is such a wild weekend.
Yeah, this is. There's a lot of fun to be drafted here. I'm actually going to do the thing where I make a pick available for you. I think that we've had even more intrigue with the way that this week has fallen. Give me tomorrow. Interestingly enough, I don't think you realize, 4 p.m. on a Saturday, Rockets at Nuggets. So the rematch of the Monday game that went to overtime that you lost, and then you add the intrigue after a really sloppy loss last night versus the Pelicans.
What are they going to do?
What are they going to look like? Do we get Tari Eason this time? I think that's another thing that I'm looking forward to. This is going to be a big game, and it's going to be hard to watch. I think I might need more TVs, John Lopez.
Well, you got 3.
4.
4 now. Yeah.
I need a 4th. Yeah.
You got 4 now?
No, but I need a 4th.
Okay.
Because that's basketball. There's going to be some NFL football, some college football, and there's some other stuff happening.
All right, so I'm gonna go a little college football right here. Got to go with Alabama and Oklahoma.
That's going to be a fun one tonight, 7 p.m. ESPN. This one looks like this is going to be the most hotly contested of the first round games in the playoffs. That's a great one to select there, Fig.
No, that is absolutely a great one. You took the one that I was going to lean toward. Look, on Saturday we mentioned there's a lot of NFL games that are going to be. I'm gonna kind of lean into the Eagles and Commanders just because it's got a perfect time after the Aggies play and going into some of the afternoon basketball. And, oh, by the way, you know what? Let me change my mind.
I forgot there's some college basketball games.
Yeah.
I didn't even check the college basketball inventory.
How about Duke at number 19, Texas Tech?
Oh, that sounds really fun.
Yeah, that's good. In Lubbock.
Goodness gracious. On Saturday?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things happening at that time period. Okay, that's a really good game that you picked up there. I'll diversify my pot here I will get the boxing. Give me Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua tonight, 7 p.m. I'm in it for the entirety of the card because I think the women's boxing is going to be fantastic, but let me not lie to you or anybody else. We all want to see how washed is Anthony Joshua, how real is this fight, because it feels like if Anthony Joshua gets beat by Jake Paul, we're all going to cry fixed. And let's see what Jake Paul looks like against a bona fide boxer for the first time in a long time that isn't so far away from their career. Even still, Anthony Joshua looks like he's not viable as a heavyweight, but this is a big difference in size and reach. Yeah. The spectacle's there, and you know what? I'll bite.
Another game I want to watch. I'm going to go back to the NFL. Got to go 49ers and Colts. I just kind of want to. Yeah, I think the Colts definitely fight for their lives at this point. And it's crazy. The Colts. I think Al Michaels might have brought this up on the broadcast last night. That somehow, some way, I think if the Niners win this game or it got to be some funky little things that happen, but. It could be 3 teams in that division that win like 13 games or something crazy like that. Yeah. So I kind of want to see it happen. So yeah, I'm gonna check that game out.
Yeah, because they're currently at 10 wins. The Rams are at 11 wins. You feel like they'll keep winning if they can win out here. They
go in third place in that division.
You very well could have 3. That's insane.
That's crazy,
that's nuts.
man.
Yeah, that's nuts.
And all the injuries the 49ers had, I just didn't really look at them as like a team to pay attention to.
Without question.
They got 10 wins.
That's one of the things we were talking about. We only talked about it briefly, but the idea of can D'Amico Ryans win Coach of the Year, should he have the viability to with what he's had to overcome? Sure. I think it's going to be damn near impossible for him to do it.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one of those. Kyle Shanahan has dealt – you talk about injuries, and I know the Texans have placed – a number of guys on IR. They've dealt with a lot more. I think more important guys miss a lot more time from quarterback all the way around, and they're still in a place where they can win these 13 games. And yeah, that's one of a number of teams with really good coaches.
Last one for me. I'm gonna go Chargers at Cowboys. There's another one that can. That's the early game. So before we get to the Texans on Sunday, you can see what the Chargers might be up to. Your next opponent and. Certainly in the race. And, I'm going to sprinkle in a little Aggie volleyball there on Sunday, too. Yeah, why not? If y'all
would have let me go another round, I would have picked North Shore Duncanville as my next round. That one's, that's the 6A Division I game. There's history there, but C.E. King versus DeSoto is another very good one. Richmond Randall versus South Oak Cliff. Those games are all fantastic. Also, some other things to take note of. Patriots-Ravens, I think Sunday Night Football is going to be a good game.
I was thinking about picking that one, too.
Because I'm still looking at the Ravens like they're finding a little something late. Now, I've not been able to win that AFC North, but if they get in, I think people believe in what Lamar is, and he's looked like a little bit better as he's finding himself. If they get in, they're still a dangerous team. And then there's Pittsburgh-Detroit also happening if you're just trying to see those teams play. But yeah, a lot of really, really fun stuff happening this weekend in sports. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you spend time with your people, especially as it's the holiday season. And, some people that you always want to spend time with when you get the opportunity, especially on a football Friday. It's the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. They're out at the walk-ons in LaPorte right now. We go directly to them, courtesy D&M Auto Leasing. Fellas, how's it looking like?
It's looking good, baby, out here in LaPorte, baby. Walk-ons is always a great spot to come out on a football Friday. We've been to multiple locations, but we're out here in LaPorte. So if you're on this side of town, make your way on out here, as we'll be here till 6 o'clock, and we got plenty of prizes for you to take home, including Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards, including Tom Ball Ford, free oil change, any type of vehicle you have. And the big boy in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win tickets to the final home game. The Colts come to town to play the Texans. You can win a pair of tickets. All you got to do is grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you can be a winner. And you do have to be here. You got to be here in the 5 o'clock hour to win. But yeah, man, it's going to be a good time as always as we get ready for this preseason game coming up on Sunday against the sorry-ass Raiders.
It's a game that matters, but it's more about what you see from them.
Mid-season, preseason.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, I clearly will have to be tapped in that game. There's so many other games that I'm super interested in, including one that features a team that we both have coworkers that are very interested in. Tyler and my guy J-Lo both wearing A&M gear right now. Do you believe J-Lo when he says he feels like he's in a found money circumstance right now? I don't believe him. I think he's coping and covering for the emotions that come with playing in a playoff game. But he's talking about this like everything that happens is good. He's just happy to be here.
Before you answer, let me explain what
I want you to explain that to me.
Yeah, let me explain what I was talking about. Like, obviously, you desperately want the Aggies to win. You'll be heartbroken, however you want to put it, disappointed if they lose. But I'm going to correlate this to the first time that the Astros went to the World Series in 2005. Like, you still wanted to beat the White Sox. You still were disappointed when you lost to the White Sox. But as we were starting that series, I was just like, this is so cool. I don't even feel the anxiety I normally do. For an important regular season game or whatever, I was just kind of reveling in like, this is cool. So where I am right now is, I'll be disappointed. Yes, I want them to win, but I'm just like, this is really cool that the Aggies are here.
I'm proud of you, J-Lo. No, I'm proud of you. I work with one, and he'll be on here in just a bit. I can't see him in there. I'm sure he's in there.
Oh, he's right there in his black Texas A&M jersey.
I'm just saying, you describe to the level of program that Texas A&M is. You described to me where you should be, and many times, not just Tyler, but I've run into A&M fans that I believe think they're a tier or a level above the program that I actually view them as, and I don't think Alabama fans have that thought process that you have.
No.
I don't think Ohio State fans have that thought process you do. But I also don't think that A&M has reached that point yet.
No.
And so I'm proud of you, man.
Notch below. And here's the thing. Much like the Astros, once they get there and then they get there again and then they get to a championship game, I'm going to be pissed off. I'm going to be anxious and I'm going to be pissed off. I mean, they are right there, and to me right now it's just cool.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
I can't believe I'm hearing what you're saying, J-Lo.
A&M is that happy to be here. I mean, that makes sense. Their first go around in the playoff.
Yeah. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I can't believe I hear you. There ain't no doubt. Ron twisting your story and putting that on you.
How did I twist it?
I mean, because I'm gonna tell you right now, the 12th man's gonna be hunting your ass down when you leave 24 Greenway Plaza over there.
Maybe he was sort of complimenting. No. Maybe you were. Maybe you weren't. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying they're 2 tiers behind Ohio State. I'm saying they're one playoff run away from being on that level of being disappointed and not just being happy. Program right now, hell, it was top 5 most of the year. So once they make a little run, then I'm gonna be pissed off and anxious.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but it's not like
I can't get there, man.
I'm just saying.
I can't get there.
I'm proud of you. I really am. And that takes guts to stand up with some of the members in your family.
Now you are. Now you are.
I
knew what was going on when he started.
I swear to God, I am not kidding. I am not kidding. There are people right now, like I mean, the arguments that I've had with A&M fans and Tyler about like these things. I'm just saying, J-Lo, when is the last time that A&M has played for a conference tournament championship? Is it the Big 12?
It was the Big 12. Yeah, I believe 90.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like that was a regular thing. I'm with you right here, man. There is excitement. This is a huge accomplishment for A&M to make it to this spot.
I'll just go back to the Astros. In the Astros in 05.
I get that too.
Most Astros fans will tell you, yes, we wanted to win. But, man, it was cool, wasn't it, to see the World Series logo on your field and all that stuff? And soon thereafter, well, not too soon, but thereafter, the Astros were a team like, if they don't win the World Series, you're ticked off. And they were just, and that's how I am right now.
I can't believe you're playing this game, J-Lo.
I'm just being honest. No, it is the truth. Yeah. It is the truth. If Alabama wins tonight, their fan base is relieved. If A&M wins. Yes, they're celebrating all over the place.
And
Alabama, they're just relieved.
And Clint, to your point, I think A&M is a top 10 program now, especially with NIL and everything else. But they're not top 3.
Well, look here. Look. I think
aggressive.
Here's the deal.
No, I'm talking about everything they have.
You can't mix the two conversations or the 2 points that are being made. I totally agree with Ron's point of like A&M seems to think and expect things like historically they've been a blue blood and a top tier program.
Like they're Texas.
But when we narrow this thing down to the college football playoffs, you watch A&M this year, you would be disappointed if you're not in the college football playoffs. Right. Not happy you're here.
Right.
If we're talking, I'm talking about this football team. Mm-hmm. Like you can't be happy you're there.
No.
I mean, you're mad as hell. You ought to be ashamed of losing to Texas, and you ought to be know you belong in this college football playoff. You're one of the better teams there.
Yes, I am. But also, I never said just happy to be here. I said this is just cool. This is just cool to be able to experience.
I can get down. I can get down with being cool, but don't. I mean. Yeah,
happy to be here is James Madison.
You better get some security when you leave that building. I got some fellas here. I got some fellas sitting right here in front of me. We pay them enough money, they'll probably ease on over off the clock.
They love me. I'm a good old egg.
Just saying, Reggie, you know some teams making the Final Four means different at different programs.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure. Honestly, I just wanted to sow discord and walk away and watch it burn, and you guys did that perfectly. I appreciate you so much. But you're going to have 4 hours of fun as you get the drive going here in a moment. J-Lo, I wish your Texas A&M Aggies luck versus the Miami Hurricanes. T-Mill, your Texas A&M Aggies as well. It's been a very fun show, a very fun week. Looking forward to the weekend at hand. I'm talking a lot, and you know what? I'm wasting time because you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, AC2 Houston, Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and it is a football Friday, and we are on the road, and it brings us to LaPorte. That's right. We are at Walk-Ons. Come on out, hang out with us 2 to 6. Listen, I don't know where I thought I was driving to, but this is not what I expected.
You mean like literally?
Yeah.
Like where you were driving, or do you mean like where you landed today? It's not
where we were going. I thought this was going to be like a ride to Baytown.
I mean, heck, you ain't but about 20 minutes away.
I know, but it didn't. It felt like a different spot. I thought this was going to be very, very comparative to Baytown. It feels a little different.
I'm going to need you to explain. Right here in front of all these LaPorte folks and sitting next to a bay. I need you to explain. Which one of us? Which one are you dragging?
Like when I'm not dragging anybody.
We're closely related.
I'm not dragging anybody, but I'm just saying we go to Baytown. It feels like a lot more blue collar, I'd say.
Oh well, hell, you ain't been in LaPorte long enough.
Maybe I hadn't. I'm just saying. I thought like when I say blue collar, it seems to be a lot of. Work on the water and stuff like that. I didn't run it.
You were east right through LaPorte. You'll run off in that bay out there, that same bay.
I'm just saying. Drive down. I thought that's what I was expecting. The sights that I see when I drive out to Baytown, that was a little different.
I can't speak for folks that were born and raised in LaPorte, but there ain't nothing but a body of water that separates the two. I mean, you're gonna have a hard time finding two cities that are more similar. Truth be told, whether you're talking geographically or you're talking about the folks, the people, you're going to find. So I need you to head east when you leave. Just head east and cruise 145, 146.
My text said LaPorte has a few more fancier spots.
A few more fancier spots? No, I don't doubt that. Me and the wife come over this way. Look at old Granny done stumbled in the back door. How the hell did you come in the back door?
See, that's where I came.
Hey,
show.
Yeah, they got a couple of little restaurants down here. I think one's called Down on Main Street or Main Street or something like that. They got a nice one. Me and the wife come over here and do a little date night from time to time. I'd probably second that.
Both lovely spots that I've seen so far. I just thought I thought it was going to have a bit of a look. Like I'm driving to Baytown, but it was a different feel from the way I came. I just hadn't run into the water yet. I hadn't run into the bay yet.
Yeah, you can't run from the west side of LaPorte, baby. You get on the east side, you'll see it.
Well, get out here, grab you a ticket, give yourself a chance to win, as we've got multiple prizes throughout the show, including in the 5 o'clock hour. Shout out to our Houston Ford dealers. You can win a pair of tickets to the final game of this season. Colts, Texans should be a game that has playoff implications, and you could be there. your chance to win a raffle box and be a winner in the 5 o'clock hour. So make your way on out here. We're out to 6. I think this may be a lot of some people. This may be their last day of work before the new year. Some people are hanging it up, and no better place to celebrate if you're out this way than at this beautiful walk-ons location. Great food, great drinks for you to come out and hang out. All right, Texans got they have a game on Sunday, a game where they're going to just absolutely dog walk the Raiders. And just from an injury standpoint, it looks better than yesterday, Clint, according to reports. Now, we'll get the official injury report. I ain't going to lie to you, Clint. Around this time, usually we may get an implication from reporters that such and such is probably not going to go on Sunday, or such and such will have to step up in their place. Today, what we got was Texans running back Woody Marks with that ankle issue, has not practiced all week. Cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. with that oblique issue, who has not practiced all week. Both of them had to leave the game early. Nothing about them not being able to play on Sunday, but they were at practice working out on the side with trainers and expect them to be listed as limited participants in practice. So this, to me, is moving closer to them having a chance to go on Sunday as opposed to potentially sitting out and getting rested. I don't know. For me, I've really talked myself into the, hey, man, maybe this would be a good one to give Woody off. You get as close to 100% because, I mean, we're about 3-4 games straight where Woody has to come out or gets up slow or something.
Yeah.
With something. So maybe he needs a little break. But it looks like, Clint, they're closer to potentially playing on Sunday.
Look, I don't think they're going to play. I don't think Woody Marks is going to play. I think the Jawar Jordan move on Tuesday, on the off day, or maybe it was Monday, whatever, when they put him on the active roster again. I don't know if that was procedure or if that was done because, hey, man, let's just go ahead and make it official. He's a guy that's going to play for us. But I don't think they're going to play, man.
You still don't. Yeah.
Well, you just start connecting dots. Again, the Jawar Jordan move, not practice. I'll tell you this. This is where I'll land. If Woody Marks, as a rookie, he's already impressed through the roof and exceeded expectations at this point in time. Add to it how he's played hurt a good chunk of the time. If he now, as a rookie, that can not practice all week long, do a little something on the sideline to keep his legs loose, get his blood flowing or whatever, watch practice from behind, and then go into a game, I don't care who it's against, go into a game and play a good chunk of the snaps, then the Woody Marks, belief in the Woody Marks, I think resume, it just takes another step, up in the wow factor direction. So, again, I don't think it happens. I think this is a game. I think, to your point, we need a healthy 100% Woody Marks.
You may get that, but the closest you can. It's a foot thing that's been going on for a month now that he couldn't return in the game. I know they said he could have, but they didn't. They didn't return into the game. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, obviously you trust their staff that they'll be able to figure things out, but we'll see what happens. That's the latest there. On the Texans injury report. We'll get you ready for that matchup all day right here on the drive. Clint, what about last night, man? We talked about it was going to be a Thursday night football game that's one of the biggest games, one of the best. By the way, shout out to Tyler. Tyler out here went 4 for 4 on that piece last night. Not going to lie to you. Hey, we talked all that trash about Smith and Jigba. And I was sitting there looking, boy. I was like, boy, he ain't got a catch, ain't got a yard, ain't got and got one target. That was through a half. And then he finished up with 8 or 9 catches for 90-plus yards and got that touchdown. Yeah, he ended up getting that money. But Clint, Tyler, and you made some money too then last night. If I remember you jumping on that bet.
Yeah, old Millie already sent it to me too now.
But, hey, man, that game was better than I thought it was going to be. What a game that was last night, 30-14 in the fourth quarter with like 8 minutes left. He throws a pick, and they somehow punt return and crazy two-point conversions that they were able to hit. It was a crazy-ass game last night.
Well, I mean, it had me good in football, Horny.
I know it
good.
Well,
I look at this thing. If you want to talk about just that game, I mean, what a night from quarterback that Matthew Stafford didn't improve his chances of MVP last night with that performance.
I'm sorry.
It was over 400 yards. I didn't look at the final box score. It was over almost 500 yards. Yeah, I mean, that was just absolutely ridiculous. Puka Nacua with missing his Robin to his Batman, if you will, goes out there and has a career night. And then the best feel-good story for me, man, is Sam Darnold. I mean, it baffles me. I don't know what the guy has to do and how many games he has to go out there and win and how well he has to play. The minute he's in a big game and he throws a pick or throws a couple of picks, all of a sudden everybody reverts back to can't win the big one.
Hey, boy, we were live there when he threw those two picks.
We were the commentators were there. But to see him, be able to pull this thing out in the end and win this game in the fashion that they wanted in, man, what good for him. I'm going to tell you, both of those teams right there are an absolute problem, and I agree with you, Ron. I don't know that there's two more complete teams in the NFL, and if the NFC Super Bowl representative doesn't come out of that game right there that we watched last night, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I know it was a high-scoring game, but did you watch that and think, boy, these defenses are just getting run through? Like, I felt like the defenses were winning at times too. They just had guys making high-level plays. Like that Rams defensive line, they are nuts. The Turner, Verse, the inside guys, the one who got the pick that plays the piano, he had a big night. Like then but it didn't feel like, boy, they're just running up and down these defenses. They were. I ain't gonna lie to you. I watched that, and I became even more confident in my thinking of, yeah, the Texans have a real shot to get to a Super Bowl because they don't have any teams like that. Either one of those type of teams to deal with. If the Texans were in the NFC. I wouldn't be saying that. I'd be a little bit more quieter on where they can get to.
Yeah.
I think there's a ceiling on that, but they don't have to deal. There's no teams in the AFC like those two offenses. Even with the Texans' great defense, and obviously we've seen them play the two of them. As you've said, I think the Rams are a different offense and different team from week one, and we saw them have some trouble with Seattle. Maybe their toughest offense they face this year. I mean, you're not just holding those teams down.
Yeah.
I mean, you still play well, but you're not just like that. You ain't holding them down to 10 or 70. I think the Texans can hold. Like, I feel confident they can hold any of these opponents they're going to face in the playoffs in the AFC, can hold them under 23, 21 points. Like, confident, and most of them well under that. I don't know. There's some teams over there on that other side. Yep. Those two, the Lions, if they get in, the Packers sometimes. Like, I don't know if you can just hold that down, but they don't have that in the AFC.
Monster opportunity, man. I mean, not only was the beginning of the season an unbelievable disappointment, but that usually are I mean, that level of disappointment, the only hope is that you have an equal to or greater than, uplift. And the Texans have got us there, and they're just in a spot where, man, now, you're on the verge of your third straight 10-win season. You got a chance to win the division, and the playoffs just aren't what they typically have been for the last 8 to 10 years. And so huge opportunity for the Texans, no doubt about it, man, in this AFC. And then when you get to an AFC championship or a Super Bowl, I've said it a million times, like once you get to that Final Four in the NFL, man, you've arrived. You are one of the best teams in the NFL, and you are cooking with grease. Now this is big time.
I mean, what's the best offense they would face in the AFC playoffs? Is it the team that they have their number?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I would think that it's definitely Buffalo, however they've got Buffalo's number.
But you start saying Buffalo's weapons. I mean, outside of Cook, it's like they don't have no Smith and Jigba or Puka walking around there. Like, I mean, it is like there is nothing that compares to that. Nothing at all.
Yep.
Like it is. I don't know. It is a really, really good year for the Texans and their team right now that they can roll with it. I'm not saying that they're going to run through and get to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're real contenders because, like, they're the great defense, and I don't think there's a great offense that they have to face anywhere in the AFC. I don't think like if they had to deal with Jamar Gibbs, Brown, and Williams, like that crew. I'm not saying that the Lions would just go crazy on them, but it's harder to think, all right, man, we're gonna shut these guys down to 17 points. I think they can hold any of these jokers in the AFC to 17.
No question.
We've
seen them. We've seen
yeah,
them.
they've done it to most of them.
To the Broncos.
Yep.
You know,
the Broncos, the Bills, they've done it
the
to.
The Jaguars, they've held down.
They've done them.
I don't know. The Jaguars.
The first time they did, they lost 17-10. Yeah. And they had their special teams helped them, and Davis also in that game. All right, coming up as we continue live right here on the Drive, Football Friday here in LaPorte. Walk-ons, make your way on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Some matchups, key matchups in this game. Even though obviously these two teams are in completely different spaces when it comes to how good they are, there are some matchups to watch and maybe even to watch for down the line for the Texans as they face better opponents. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Football season is in full go, man. I'm telling you, it's in full swing, baby. Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. You can make picks and you can win money right here in the great state of Texas. Playing
2222.
The best football breakdown extend. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You gonna make me come into the city?
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The drive is live. I heard old Astro Granny right there, and then she's walking right in front of me.
Hey,
as soon as
Tyler
I hear
played
Tyler
that Astro
drop.
Granny drop. You don't know how good that timing was, Tyler. She had just walked in with a Coors Light in her hand.
I'm good when I don't even realize it.
I tell you don't even realize it, man. You just got some good Granny brownie points.
She got it in.
She ain't got no money, so it ain't gonna do you no good to flirt. But I mean, it's you definitely got some pints right there.
I see, man. It's a good time in here. We got somebody who hates. Lane Kiffin just walked in and sat down at the table right there.
Must be an Ole Miss fan.
Yeah, he came in that Ole Miss shirt. Last Ole Miss fan I encountered, he just kept saying F Lane Kiffin every 5 minutes. Actually, he did it about 5 times in a 5-minute conversation every time he talked about the football team. We'll, of course, talk about that a little bit later as well. But as we get you ready on this Football Friday for the Texans and the Raiders, Clint, some matchups in this game. As I've said, man, I think I'll be really disappointed if this is a close game. But I think there's still some things to look at because the Raiders do have some players and some things to look at that are matchups that maybe not only in this game, but you're going to maybe take on down the way as you get to playing against better teams in more important games. When the Texans have the ball, what's a matchup you're looking at and maybe Texans fans should look at for this team as they move forward?
Well, I'm going to go big picture with just scheme in general.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Nick Caley. This is a game where if you mess around early in this game, and you believe that you're going to drop C.J. Stroud back, or he believes that he's going to sit there and pat the football, and Max Crosby's a problem. And it's the only way that this is a game is if Max Crosby somehow flips this game early into Las Vegas's favor, and then you have a hard time catching up. Like, that's the only formula where the Texans don't dominate this football game. And the only way that I believe that happens is if we go into the game, one, can't run the ball, two, you turn around and CJ's, whether it's the third down and long situational football or it's penalty, I don't give a damn why, but if you go in there and he ends up holding the football early on, then the Texans are going to be in trouble. So I think the matchup to watch, we've talked about it a million times, if you can't watch Nick Caley. But it's about the screen game. It's about the quick game. All right, it's about helping your tackles. The little stuff is, are you chipping with your running backs and your tight ends on whichever tackle catches Max Crosby? Is your play caller from a game plan perspective? Are they prepared for that? From a game plan perspective, do they have that screen game, that quick game? Are they dialed up to help from a play calling perspective to keep us out of the only situation that gets us beat?
Yeah, I completely agree. All of it's tied in. It's not just can Trent Brown and Ursery hold up. No, it is, all right, what are you going to do, in a playoff game or when it matters if, Joey Bosa's going off.
That's right.
Or Khalil Mack.
That's right.
If you play the Chargers next week's going off, or or Nick Bonito and Cooper and that crew over there is going off. How are you going to handle that, right? And it's game plan. It's from the coordinator. It's from CJ. It's from every piece to be able, as you'll say, all those pieces slow down and stop and help stop a pass rusher from ruining a game.
Well, Max Crosby's a guy that again, one play, it doesn't have to be a penalty or a quarterback holding the ball or a ill-advised low-percentage throw. I mean, he can take what looks like a good play and a good protection and turn it into chaos real quick, right? And so So for me, the matchup is Nick Caley from a plan perspective. Talk about Max Crosby. If he is a problem early on, it is. I believe it's going to be because Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud allow it to be.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, he's the one. He's the one over there that you really have concerns with. It feels like if you could take care of him, boy, you got a shot to do
absolutely.
Really whatever you want to do in this game. All right, what about when the Raiders have the ball and they're on offense versus this defense?
Well, I mean, look, I think there's only one answer here, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
it feels like on both sides.
They had Jacoby Myers. He's now in Jacksonville ripping it up, and
just signed a new deal, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, hell, they're 4-0 with him or whatever. Yeah. They're rolling with him. So look, I think it's Brock Bowers and his ability, a lot like we saw last week.
I was going to say it's important. Last week they gave up 12 catches, 134 yards, and 2 touchdowns to McBride, who was the best tight end in football, right? But a lot of people coming in think that Bowers was. And by the way, another important part of that's 12 on 13 targets, which means like
pretty efficient.
Yeah, he was open. There was they were getting the ball to him.
Their whole offense revolves around getting him the football, doing with him what I hope Nick Caley has at least a little package of with Nico Collins last week. I mean, Arizona's going to get Trey McBride their touches in every layer of the field. I haven't watched a ton of the Las Vegas, but I believe they're going to do something similar, at least attempt to do something similar with Brock Bowers. And so, again, if they threaten you like we saw last week, where their errors just more than their average, you're a bit disappointed with that. Of course, D'Amico was vocal about that. If the Raiders are able to score points at all and move the football at all, I believe it's going to be a heavy dose of Brock Bowers. And so, how do they handle Brock Bowers? Is it a nickel defender, Jalen Petrie, your normal nickel defender? Is it somebody that they slide in there that they can use in more of a coverage perspective? I would imagine it's a heavy dose of Jalen Petrie. But we'll see. Well, they've shown the ability to bring Kalen Bullock out of center field and put him in some man situations if he's the better matchup. So I would imagine they'll throw the kitchen sink at
Clearly,
is it the kitchen sink or everything but the kitchen sink?
Everything but the kitchen.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
But clearly, they didn't seem like they handled McBride very well last week. Whatever adjustments, whatever. Yeah. He's a great player, but it.
Well, to me, this goes back. That is and I know I'm talking about the best tight end in the game, but does anybody have the offensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals? I mean,
that guy who's going to be looking for work.
Yeah, that's where I've been. That's why I harp on. What are we going to do with Nico Collins? In critical moments, you got to get your best player of the football. We saw it with Puka Nacua last night. We saw it with McBride versus with Arizona and Texans last week. I mean, I'm not saying we need to be that defensively. When you're in a dogfight and you need a play, you got to get to 12. How are you going to do that? And I think this week Brock Bowers is that guy. Watch how they move him around and do some different things.
Yep. All right, last night the Rockets end up losing the game they had no business losing. They were up big, and then they allowed one of the worst teams in basketball, the New Orleans Pelicans, to come back and win that game yesterday. And Kevin Durant did not mince words about what they did. We'll let you hear what he had to say and discuss coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you all about Twin Peaks, y'all. Look, when lunch hour hits, you to fuel up like you mean it with lunch at the Lodge or at your local Twin Peaks. Two in the same, baby. Twin Peaks Lodge. You need
Holiday shopping so easy, and they have an unbelievable selection from fine jewelry to luxury watches and gifts at Zach.com, and then head on over to 1801 Post Oak and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back in as we are live here on a Football Friday. And it brings us, as the big voice man said, to LaPorte here at Walk-Ons. And I'm getting close to ordering me up something. I might to act like I don't know what they have here at Walk-Ons. I always enjoy their menu. I know you probably going to get them alligator bites.
That's where I start.
It's usually where you start, maybe a boudin ball or
Boudin
link.
link.
They got a link.
I
Yeah,
I prefer the link.
I believe they got a link there. Yeah. So
Tyler will take that drop, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's all right.
I already made a note.
Sad. Just damn sad. But no, man, get on down here, get you some good food, drinks, prizes, plenty of prizes to win. We'll start hooking people up here in the 3 o'clock hour. Gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You get a free oil change to Tom Ball Ford. Any kind of vehicle you need, they'll do that for you. As well as in the 5 o'clock hour, you can win a pair of tickets to that Colts-Texans game coming up here in the final week of the season. So you got a chance to win those tickets. You got to be in attendance. If we draw your ticket, you don't get one. And also, Clint has made an executive.
Yep. What happens when Ron leaves town, boy, we start making wild decisions here. I've got every hour. I'm tired of seeing folks show up for 2 hours, some for 3 hours, sometimes the whole show, and they only got one ticket. When somebody walks in the door at 5:15, they got the same odds. If you're here for multiple hours of the show, then every hour you get to put a new ticket in there.
There you go.
So you could have up to, anybody in the room right now could have up to 4 chances to win them tickets.
That's right. Yeah, you get a ticket each hour that you're here.
I'm gonna keep doing you solids.
There you go. There he is.
Them right there, them Cajun Diaz.
Oh, you had those?
Which is a Cajun quesadilla. Got boudin in them. Several things in them got boudin in them. Phenomenal. Tremendous.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, I thought about it.
I try to be good. We spend so much time in these restaurants. I try to be good and healthy.
The hell with it now. It's holidays.
Good point. Great point.
Right.
Great point. Yeah, I'm gonna give me a.
Let's get this
I'm gonna
get
give
on
me a
top of
cold
this thing
beer.
January
Give me a
2nd.
cold beer and some quesadilla and some Cajun Diaz, baby.
Get on this thing January 2nd.
Start over January 1, huh? With the rest of the world.
When I polished off and bought those animal crackers, those animal cookies, that kind of was a sign. Maybe it was the margaritas the week before that too. But no, get on out here and make your way. All right, the Rockets had a disappointing loss to say the least last night.
Well, I'm gonna need you to catch me up because I was dialed in on that Thursday night football matchup.
They lose 133-128. Well, I mean, like they put you in. It felt like you're comfortable to kind of just watch that one from afar. They were up by a lot in the second half. Played a great first half. And one of the worst teams, I think they had like 3 or 4 wins coming into that game. One of the worst teams in basketball come back and beat them in overtime. Here was Kevin Durant. Now, Kevin Durant, like he lays it flat out. He met with the media afterwards and talked about his reaction to the loss.
What do you think led to that collapse there in the second half?
Third quarter, we didn't play with enough energy, sense of urgency. They got whatever they wanted. We weren't playing together. We weren't swinging the ball. We just relaxed too much, and they hit us in the mouth. It was a law of averages. They were missing shots in the first half, shooting like 34%. Shot like 80% in the second half. So we just relaxed, got too cool. Think we there already. Like we got to play 48 minutes. We're just coming down, just taking shots just to take shots, not being precise with what we're trying to do, not having an intent on that side of the ball. And then defensively, we just too relaxed. Like we let them get loose. We let guys get loose in the pick and roll. We back transition defense. Like just an overall horrible game in the second half. I just think we lacked our whole identity in the second half. That's not who we are, and I hate that it happened like this. But it's something that we can learn from and get better from. It sucks coming in here after playing great in the first half and come out and just get a game away.
I like that.
Don't you?
I like that.
Did he? No, and he shouldn't. And really, that's something that the Rockets, they hadn't really had a guy on the team.
That's what I was just fixing to say. Who was the last guy?
Well, Elijah Wan. They haven't had a guy on the team I'm serious. I mean,
No,
James.
yeah.
I mean, James would say it, but
I could see
Chris
Westbrook
Paul
saying
maybe.
it. Chris Paul saying it.
Yeah, saying it, but especially in the, you know, not especially no one up to his caliber.
Right.
Like this is a guy who is a 2-time champion, who has won has been the Finals MVP twice. He came out and just said, "Look, man, he put it out. Like that's not who we are. We just coming down there just taking shots, just take shots." And I felt like Udoka was always the person who said these things.
Yeah.
He was the one who said these things. I don't think Fred was this. Dylan was this, and even if Dylan said it, man, all right, man.
Yeah.
We got you. Jalen, Green's definitely not doing this. This is somebody that Udoka doesn't have to always, and by the way, I got some words for him. This is someone in Udoka that he doesn't always have to come and do this. Hey, he's got a dude in the building that can take up the slack on this, where he doesn't always have to be this guy.
And Udoka's style is probably one that'll wear on you if you don't have somebody that can also be another voice in the room, boy. So yeah, that's big, man. That's I tell you, as a Rockets fan, it's good to know you got a guy in the building that's as good as Kevin Durant and cares as much enough to say things like that and hold guys accountable, especially at this point in the season.
Yeah, and listen, and Kevin was he was visibly frustrated, right? Like, and I just and Udoka, when I said I got some words for him, one, I think overall it started to turn. They just couldn't get a hold of it. But then what really got to me was I love Şengün and the growth that he is starting to show us. I think he is an all-NBA player right now. I'd have him second-team all-NBA right now, the way he's played this far. But in particular, one of the big reasons why you brought Kevin Durant over here was at the end of the game. At the end of the game, you go get a shot. And I think he's probably the secondary option. The game is tied with about 6 seconds left. They're going up the court. Now, at times, they were going and picking up Kevin had half court with two guys. But at this point, either he could have called a timeout to set up a play to make sure, because Kevin was rolling last night. Kevin's 12 of 15 from the field last night. By the way, and Şengün took 26 shots on a night where Kevin Durant's got it going, right? And, I mean, he gets 32 on 15 shots. And that last play at the end of the fourth quarter that went to overtime, they had a chance to win it there. And Kevin Durant he had space to get the ball to him. And that's where the ball should go, at least to start, and then we'll see where it goes. But my man went bull in the China shop or whatever it is, and it wasn't close. And you saw Durant behind him waiting for the ball, and he was hot.
Right.
He was hot. But I think some of that is on Udoka, like, hey, you stop this, and let's make sure we know where the ball should go. Yes, it's a way. At the end of the game, the person that you're looking at, hey, this is who we want to get the ball in their hands, especially when it's a night where he's got it going.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing was disappointing as Kevin laid out, but that towards the end of the game especially wasn't. And Şengün has taken it a couple of times at the end of the games, and he's made some of them, but it should get to Kevin first.
It's got to go through Kevin in that moment.
Yeah.
No, look, I think it's a great learning point. I mean, great this early in the season for them to start pushing on Şengün a little bit, because that's one of those deals you got to be careful. You want him to be himself and continue to be aggressive and all that, but you got to make the point of, hey man, this thing's got to go through KD when the opportunity presents itself in a tie ball game with 5 seconds. So
that when Şengün had the ball late, if you caught it was not I got to go because I'm forced. I can't. I got nothing. No, it was I'm going.
Yeah.
And Kevin's trailing behind him, and they're like you could get it right to him, and woo! And he was rolling last night. I mean, it was vintage Kevin Durant last night, and like you said, but he was a part of it too defensively. They just kind of shut it down. And you've talked about when you talk about maybe some of the AAU stuff, what Kevin said in there, that, hey man, we just coming down here we just shooting shots. There's no rhyme or reason what we're doing. We're just coming down here and just letting it rip. And That's how you let teams that are down by big margins come back and get you and lose games. You should. Learning point, they lose last night. I think they dropped at this point now, obviously early, but they'll get back at it and see if they can get going again. But disappointing loss last night. But I think I loved hearing that from Kevin Durant. Coming up as we continue right here live on a Football Friday, let's take a look at what potentially they should be looking to accomplish in this game offensively. And I wonder, is the case closed on a particular position with the Texans? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, the holiday season is here. Christmas is right around the corner, and Academy Sports and Outdoors is wide.
Right now. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live on the road here on a foot big man said. It brings us here to LaPorte as we are at Walk-Ons, and it's a beautiful time, man. The Texans are 9-5, and the belief is as high as it's been since I've been here that they can win a championship.
The arrow's pointed up.
There you go, Kyle, and they can get to a Super Bowl, to an AFC Championship game, and they got a team that they're going to beat the hell out of on Sunday. I mean, it couldn't be any better right now, and you can make your way as we're getting towards the holiday time. You can make your way on out here. Get you some good food, get you some drinks, win you some prizes. We're going to hook somebody up after this segment ends. If you have not gotten a ticket, you might as well grab a ticket, put it in a raffle box. You got a chance to win gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You got a chance to win a free oil change to Tomball Ford, and in the 5 o'clock hour tickets. A pair of tickets to that final game against the Indianapolis Colts at NRG. Got a chance to win those tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. Grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box to give yourself a chance to win. Also, in the 5 o'clock hour, now you don't have to be in attendance for this. In the 5 o'clock hour, listen, not one, but two different 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. We're hooking somebody up in the 5 o'clock hour. Two different opportunities. We'll give you that cue to call the station, 713-572-4610. Tyler will open up the phone lines, and two separate opportunities to win a 4-pack of tickets for that Houston Cougar LSU coming out here at NRG, the Kinder's Texas Bowl. You can win a 4-pack of tickets, two different occasions. My man walking in with that U of H shirt right there. You got a chance to get out there. We're going to hook somebody up with tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Christmas gift, whatever you need. So it's a big day here. We ain't heard from Tyler. Tyler's in the focus space right now, baby.
Oh, he's dialed in.
You're dialed in. What time? Because you got the playoff game tomorrow. What time are you going?
You're damn right. Leaving here, heading to College Station at 6 a.m.
I got it. Because, see, you have on a strong 12th man jersey right now.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's making me what? Because that looks like a solid first-time playoff game day jersey right there. But, I mean, you must have something else planned for tomorrow.
Oh, yes. This is my favorite one. I think you hit the nail on the head. This is probably the sharpest A&M jersey I have. But we're marooning that thing out at Kyle Field tomorrow, so I'm wearing my maroon jersey for the game.
So
you're maroon 12?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought you had a Johnny one, man. So you're getting in the party bus and driving on down and
no party bus, man. I got shut down on the party bus.
Who shot it down?
My friends with freaking children.
All right, tell them they're driving then.
They are.
Even better. You got a DD and it didn't cost you nothing.
Yeah,
their kids are going to the game?
No, but they're wanting to. They're going to drive themselves back, pretty quick when the game ends, no matter the results, get back to their kids. So the party bus was kind of.
Oh, well, that's why you take a party bus. What did you think it was going to do? Hang around on Northgate all night long?
Yes.
Exactly.
He's going to Northgate.
What are you going to do? Are you going to ride back with him?
No.
I don't know. We're going to have to see. I think I might have another ride. I'd rather be getting drunk on Northgate after the Aggies whoop that ass.
I'm going to tell you, I feel like I'm married pretty well, really well. I don't know if my wife's going for that one.
Going for what?
We're going to leave at 6 a.m. You're going to drive, and then after the game, you're going to leave immediately, and we're going to hang out on Northgate, not be real sure how the hell we're getting home.
Well, I mean, I'm going to make sure I got a plan locked in. I'm not going to be like completely winging it.
Well, I'm not. No, I'm not. Look, I'm not knocking you. I just don't. I mean, my wife would be like, "No, we got to figure out who am I going to be in the car with for 2 hours getting home. It can't be just some hungover, slappy."
I think, especially if they win, Megan's down. I think Megan ride for the cause right there at that point.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Going to be a hell of a time no matter what, boys. I am amped.
Are you do you plan on catching a ride like at 2 a.m. from Northgate, or do y'all have a hotel room?
No. I'm going to be coming back to Houston tomorrow at some point. I just don't know what time yet.
Boy, this is dangerous.
I love it. Nah, this sounds like a great time, man. Spontaneous, man. Just let it roll, man. Let's see what happens. Remember those days for you?
I remember him. Yeah, it was before this old ring on his finger.
All I know is it's football environment you've ever laid eyes on. Just tune in 11 a.m. tomorrow, Kyle Field. You'll get it.
I love it, man. I love it, man. I hope you have a good time, and that you don't end up looking like that man that was an Iowa fan that went to the Big Ten championship game, and he knew the game was over in the first quarter and was just stuck sitting there with them tickets, them expensive-ass tickets that he bought. That man's face is the greatest. That is the greatest face of anger.
Pain.
You're right. It wasn't anger. It was pain. He had moved to pain at that point.
Felt it
of the proceedings. It just, the look at it, I've never seen a pitcher say, I just wasted all this money from these tickets and driving to get here, and I can't go nowhere because I'm not leaving with all the money I spent on these tickets. I mean, it's
financially going to recover from this.
It screams so much. It screams so much. All right, no, this is a big day for A&M and Tyler. Tyler going to be out there 6 in the morning. And yeah, man, have a good time, man. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Be a good time. All right, we talked about the injury report earlier. When that comes out official, we'll definitely let you know that. But for the two guys who didn't practice yesterday and didn't practice all week, they were at least on the side working on the practice field, and that is Woody Marks, the running back, who had to leave the game early with the ankle. And then that is Derek Stingley Jr. with the oblique, had to leave the game early in Sunday's game against the Cardinals. They were on the practice field to the side. It looks like a potential chance that those guys can get here. And I've been thinking about this, Clint. And 713-572-4610, those of you here at Walk-Ons, you can, you talk to yourself or give us a thumbs up, thumb down, how you feel. I've been thinking about this. We've been talking about the Jawar Jordan situation. We've been talking about the running back situation and the emergence of guys like Woody Marks. I don't know that I thought he was going to be this when they drafted him. But have you seen enough? Do you believe Woody Marks is not just the running back one now, but this that the Texans maybe have found the answer to their starting running back for, the next several years? Have you seen enough to think that Woody Marks is a number one running back in this league?
I've seen enough to believe that he's not.
You've seen enough to believe he's not a number one running back?
Yeah.
What does that mean? What do you mean?
With his running style, Woody Marks is not going to last a season.
Really?
When if he has to go 20, 25 carries, 10, 12 games in a year, he's not going to make it.
Yeah.
He's not going to make it. He's not. I mean, it takes a Joe Mixon-like body, a Derrick Henry-like body, a Saquon Barkley-like body. I mean, it takes a different body to be a guy that can carry the load as a true one-back for 17 weeks in an NFL season with the style of running that he does. He runs the football the same way that a
So
bigger
you're concerned about his size and the way he runs.
His size along with his style of running. He doesn't shy away from any contact whatsoever. He doesn't run out of bounds. He doesn't avoid contact ever. And he's a 1A with a good 1B that you can manage carries throughout the year. Or he is a true third down back, and you go get a horse that can handle the 25 carries, and then he is the guy that on that 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 can make somebody miss and go get you 5. He's the guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's a guy that is really good in the screen game. And
you don't see him like the two guys we watched yesterday. Like Williams has been their lead back. Now, Blake Corum is starting to get a little bit more, but he's been their lead back with the Rams. And then Kenneth Walker has been the Seahawks lead back. You don't
definitely not a Kenneth Walker.
You don't see it in that. I mean, he's 5'10", 205, 208, something like Woody. At least that's what they have.
I don't see that.
I just bring this up because Clint, when he came in, I thought, all right, this is going to be a third down type back and a guy they're going to use in the receiving game. But I mean, to me, he has shown more than that. He has shown. He has shown that. Hell, he's the running back one now, and the every down back, and clearly at their best, and he's able to do it with an offensive line. That I don't.
But ask yourself right now: if Joe Mixon was 100% healthy, what would you do?
Yeah, if Joe.
And I'm not even talking about the name Joe. I'm just talking about the type of the style of play.
Yeah, if Joe, if Joe Mixon were healthy, we would know about it.
No, but I'm saying right now, it would be Joe.
Healthy, it would be Joe Mixon as the one.
100%. If it was the kid we watched in Seattle last night, who are you going with?
But I would split more carries though.
He would be
at this point.
Well, he would be. Yeah, I mean, if your plan at the running back position is to have two guys that are going to split carries evenly, then Woody can be your 1A.
Yeah, okay.
You better have a good 1B. Jawar Jordan, can he be that? I'd like to maybe try a little harder and who you go with to pair him up with him. But do you want to go with two running backs for the price of one, and hopefully you get a good product, the guys that can stay healthy? Sure. But he's not going to walk in. To me, he's not a walk in. I'm your one. Let's ride. I can give you 20 to 25 a game if you need it, and we're good.
Here we go. YouTube and Twitch, as I said. What are your thoughts on Woody Marks? If you looked at Woody Marks, do you think he is somebody that right now he is kind of being forced into the running back? Well, at least to start, he's been forced into the running back one role just because this is where they needed to go. Joe Mixon issues, and then he was clearly a better player than Nick Chubb. But have you watched him and thought, well, maybe they found one. Maybe they got.
I think found one. I like him. I think he's a really good back. I think the best place for Woody Marks. He pass protects extremely well, so give him 2 minutes, give him third down and long, third down and medium. He got some wiggle to him, so give him third and short. He's got the speed to turn the corner, so give him some goal line reps. He can be a true 1A or 1B. I just don't think he's a 1.
Yeah. Text line coming to Cornbread on our guy Cornbread on YouTube. No, they need to draft a running back early next year. And Mustang Sally's already going Love or Price. Also on YouTube and Twitch, Woody would be a great compliment, but can't be the bell cow. There you go, Clint. A third down back needs a running back one. Also on YouTube or on the text line, he feels like it may be a better version of Motor Singletary, who the Texans had a couple of years ago.
That's not bad. That's
he
not
seems
a bad
to be
comment.
more put together and more powerful than that.
I think he's a little better, but I like the I think that's a lot better than
I think he has shown more than just a change of pace back. I'm definitely off of just the all right, man, third down scat back that's a receiver out of the backfield. Like I thought Woody Marks, his contribution in the league was going to be more like Jerick McKinnon. This is a guy that can he can run it, but this is a guy that's going to really hurt teams with his ability to catch the ball. The back runner.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he runs like those yards, tough yards. I get your point of I don't know if he's going to survive, but, damn, I mean, there's a lot of guys that – I mean, he's over 200 pounds. I think more of a 1A, 1B as opposed to this guy's a change of pace back to me. I can get with that. Like, I don't think you're just going to say, man, he's going to be Derrick Henry, man, and we're about to just roll with him for 25 carries. But he has shown to me to be more than just, nah, boy, they really got to go get something to go and help him. I've been surprised how tough of a runner he is and how well he runs in between the tackles and how he can pick up extra yards on his own.
Look, I mean, the only reason I say no chance is because I do not believe that his body can hold up. I just don't believe his style. He has all the twitch and the explosiveness and change of direction, but his style is that of a power back, and it's just and it just won't. You told me, hey man, he's going to last 60. He's going to play 15 of 17 games. I say give it to me. Give him 20 to 25 and let's ride. It's plenty. But I just don't think you're going to get the best Woody Marks in a season where he's your one and he's your bell cow.
Yeah. Yep. I'm with Clint. Someone texted with that.
I tell you what you did. You gave yourself. To your point, you gave yourself the option of going, hey, is this guy a third down back that can do? Because the wiggle and the power and the catch the ball, really good specialty. And I'm not minimizing his, but a really good, call it a 1B, where now you can go out and you can get a back that is more of a between the tackles, a little thicker build, a little different running style, and they complement each other. And you can go a true 1 and a true 2, with the 2 would be more of a third down guy. Or can you go out there and find another Woody Marks and you got 1A, 1B, and they split it all up, and it doesn't matter who's on the field.
I can respect his body won't hold up, but he does everything.
Yeah, no question.
That a number one running back.
No question.
Does.
I agree. I agree with that.
There was a point where I'm like, what are they doing here on short yardage with him and not Nick Chubb in? Because he seems to be a better short yard.
I'm going to be honest with you. The part, the more we talk about it.
I'm not trying to sway you, but
I'm just trying to put it in, paint the picture for people to understand what the hell my point is. Like, he runs physical and with power, but when I see him make contact with a defender, he's not the hammer. You know what I mean?
Not always.
It's a physical brand, and it's a good. We appreciate it, but it's not a.
That Joker finishes forward.
I mean, look, I feel like it's a painful power and not a, boy, this guy could do this all night in his sleep and he's going to be healthy as all get out. I just don't. He's one of them that it looks like when he's getting off the ground after one of them runs, it looks like he's like, oh, boy, what the hell did I just do? Why did I just do that? Like, I just don't see it.
Right. Hey, I've been here almost 6 years, but still I'm learning a whole lot about the Houston fan. And I've been talking to people this morning that are in the Houston fan base, and I want to bring this to the people and to you, Tyler, because you're square on this. There's been one of many things, but this is one thing that I have just never quite understood about about the Houston Texan fan, and I want to get a better understanding talking to you all about it. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about your hair here, man. You're losing it, and you desire to have it back. And I'm telling you, Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution in the game. It's a simple one-day treatment. It offers life-changing results.
fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
The Kinder's Texas Bowl teams are set, and it's one heck of a battle here in H-Town. TexasBowl.com now for tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively on our sister station, Mix 96.5.
Go play as a Jaguar. Duval.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte, here's the drive.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. Congratulations to our first winner. We're going to keep doing it. We got somebody else who's going to win something coming up as soon as this segment is over. We got a lot of prizes to hook you up with. So if you're in the building here at Walk-Ons, grab a ticket and get in our raffle and put it in the raffle box. And by the way, you might want to be listening because if you're on the other side of the restaurant, that's on you, and you miss out on a potential win. All right, Clinton, Tyler, I'm really intrigued by this. And I'll be honest with you, Tyler and B. Scott were like the two people I first noticed this with. And it is so interesting to me, and I just want to learn more about this.
Right.
And that is, because I heard it again this morning, the dismissive nature that Texans fans have in regards to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I have never understood it. I quite understood exactly why. Because I remember Tyler and Clint, we've been doing this a long time. And the Texans have been in different spaces in this time we've been doing it. At their absolute worst, I've heard Tyler laugh at the Jags. I'm talking David Culleyville. Now they ended up winning.
It's like the Angels. It's like the Angels
yeah,
for Tyler.
Yeah, but it's just
very similar.
But I'm like it is crazy to me. I don't seem to understand the feeling of this because to me, Tyler, the franchises have been similar. In terms of their success, they've both made it to the playoffs 8 times. They're both pretty young, 95 for the Jags and 02 for the Texans. And the Jags have been to the AFC title game 3 times, but never a Super Bowl. They're both are one of few teams that have never been to the Super Bowl. But it feels like Texans fans look at the Jags like maybe the only franchise that I feel like Texans fans look at that's beneath them, no matter how good or bad they are.
Jags are a Jag, man.
Like right now, we could go through the AFC, and Tyler, when I say to you, man, I think any team in the AFC can get to the Super Bowl. I think Jacksonville can get to the Super Bowl. I think you would laugh, just like you just did.
Yeah, that was natural.
and I don't think that you're putting on.
No.
You've been doing this since I've known you. I talked to B. Scott about this morning. He said, they're not a serious organization.
Never have been.
I said, what is the – but I'm just trying to get an understanding the difference between – because honest to God, as somebody that steps away, that from the – they seem like similar level franchises and similar level
in some ways
success.
That you laid out there, yes. But in other ways, not at all. The reasoning is logical.
Because I think the Titans have been, for the most part, just as in a similar vein. Right? I feel like Texans fans have that feeling towards the Titans. It is so dismissive of the Jags. It's just so I've never understood it.
As you mentioned, they got started right. The Jags in '95. Houston, of course, inception was 2002. Correct.
Yes.
So a 7-year head start for the lowly Jacksonville Jaguars in the NFL. During that time, they have won 2 AFC South titles. Texans have won 8. Head-to-head, Texans own that record 32-16 over the Jaguars. And they have 170-plus wins in the AFC South compared to the Jags' 150 during their time in the division. they've just never been a franchise that you should believe in. And especially as a Texans fan, it might be, as you said, the only team that we feel this way about. That might be absolutely right, but you should, because it's just logical and everything points that direction. This franchise is a joke in Jacksonville.
You know, I was trying to explain this to somebody.
Please, I'm trying to learn.
I was trying to explain it because I feel the same way, but it's not the Texan fan in me that pushes me that way. That was the conversation. I was talking to some other Texans fans, and it was the same feel that Tyler has, and I was like, yeah, I feel the same exact way. I believe the same exact. I mean, I feel literally to my bone. I feel that way about Jacksonville, but it has nothing to do with the Texans. It's just simply I just can't view them
ever.
Like right now, I would not trust them anywhere remotely close to the way I would. I believe the Texans could make a run right now.
Yeah, it's.
Like no, I would not consider them a Super Bowl. Like I would have a hard time having a real conversation about them being a potential Super Bowl team.
But in a way, but you look at them differently right now than you do the Texans.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, a lot of that has to do with, I believe the Texans have a unit that is a Super Bowl caliber unit at this point in time, and I don't believe either one of the units in Jacksonville are that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
not a big believer in Trevor Lawrence either, and they are pot committed to Trevor Lawrence. I would look at this. I feel like, based off what we've seen this year, I feel like they probably have as good a chance as the Texans. Like based off what we've seen this year. Like, I mean, but even not just this year, but over, like the organizations feel the same, very similar. And I understand what you've laid out. There've been some more success within winning the division, right? But like they've got the same amount of playoff appearances. They're like this. The organizations feel the same. This doesn't feel like the Steelers and the Browns, right? Like it didn't. And I mean, for Texans fans, it like I anytime you mention the Jags, it is met with laughter. And it's like when I say that to Brandon or Tyler, I can feel the laughter through some of the texts that are coming in. My man right here, he chuckled as soon as I said it. The Jacksonville Jaguars, I would look at them and say they feel like the same class of the Texans. Like as an organization, even in this year, I feel like the same class of the Texans.
5 winning seasons ever.
Yeah, I can't get there. I can't get there from a football perspective. I'm not hating I'm not like the Texans hate. I can't get there from a football perspective. I can't like right now. I can't look at that team and say I feel like they got as good a chance to win a Super Bowl as the Texans do right now.
And they have the worst color scheme in the whole league.
Gosh, they have a bad color scheme. That what I will not deny. But it is odd to me. That is just something that I've never understood. But someone texted in, they've just never had a quarterback. Yeah, I guess Mark Brunell is probably the best quarterback they've had, maybe in that time frame. But yeah, someone texted in and said, I don't know why we're saying this. They've at least been to an AFC title game.
That's fair. What'd they do with it? They got the same amount of Super Bowl trophies that Houston does.
And appearances, yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm learning a little bit, I guess, still trying to figure this out.
Well, I mean, I think, look, as a younger franchise, I think it's one organization that historically you've dominated. I mean, you've won 2 out of every 3 games you've played them. I think they're like their next head coach and failed miserably
40 times.
I think that at least, for me, since I've been here, I think the Texans, obviously the 2 dysfunctional Deshaun Watson years that was purposely done. Ain't nobody taking this job. They knew they weren't hiring the future. When they hired a guy that they thought was the future, I think they've hit more time, most of the time, where I think Jacksonville has struggled. So, yeah, I can't believe in Jacksonville either. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm not disgusted by him the way Tyler is, but I don't believe
they don't take it. Yeah. Like, yeah,
I have to stifle back vomit, man.
And it's crazy. It doesn't, and it's crazy, but it's like it doesn't matter what type of team they have, who they have. It's like I believe Tom Brady could have gone there and y'all would have been like, it's the Jags. They'll ruin him too. they'll jag him.
Can't
too.
rule it out.
Can't rule it out. I'm trying to understand because every time I say it, I'm saying to you, hey Tyler, man, Jags, better look out for the Jags, man.
Yeah,
and 5 straight.
Yeah, and Mike Trout's gonna have a fully healthy season next year.
Yeah, you're right, Glenn. He does angel them. He does angel them a little bit. All right, coming up as we continue our Saturday slate. College football playoffs kicking off, some bowl games if you give a damn about that. But college football playoffs get going tonight. Let's look at this Saturday slate. Which game are you looking forward to the most? We'll do that next.
All right, y'all. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. There's no doubt.
And options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Tyler's got the Christmas music going, baby. He got that Christmas music. It is, man. Yeah, man. About time to get some gifts under the tree. Doing some things. I got to do me some butchering, some wrapping. Well, as long as you don't look at the bottom of what I wrap, we're in good shape. I can make the top look all right.
Hey, Tyler, does that surprise you?
Don't look at the bottom.
No. That's hilarious.
Hey, I'm giving a great effort, man. I really am.
No, you're a grown ass man. You ain't doing a great effort. You're leaving it off wrapping job all messy.
No, I'm not trying to.
Cut it in a straight line.
No, it's the fold. Sometimes I cut too much.
It's pretty on top. That's all that matters.
I'm giving it a lot now. It like I said, man. It may be a lot of material on the bottom, but if I get it set down underneath that tree, just nice. We just open up the. Don't look at the bottom. Don't flip it over. Just start ripping it open right from the top there. I'll give it a great effort. I really do. Sometimes I just cut a little bit too much paper and get it going, or sometimes I cut it too short, and then I don't want to just start over, and then I'm going to try to add some more there so I can maybe fix it. So, yeah, man. But I give it a great effort.
I tell you what, how about you making a mission, man? How about you just this year you're going to spend a little time, a little attention to detail, and you're going to take the time to wrap a present like an adult.
It is an adult. It's just a little sometimes a little thick underneath, a little too much paper. That's
probably one of those things that Courtney's probably disappointed. She's probably. I mean, she's a better person.
Are you a good rapper?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know how good it is, but I mean, I take it's cut right, and it's. I mean, if there's something missing on the bottom, I'm putting a patch on it and plenty of tape, and you're not going to know it's there. I mean, it's done the right way.
On a scale out of 1 to 10, what do you? I'm probably about a 4.
I'm probably 7.
Okay. I'm giving it everything I have.
Well, I mean, I'm old school. I mean, it's done the only way I've ever known how to wrap a present. There's none of, like my wife does it. It's just, she puts me to shame. I mean, it looks like you paid somebody to wrap that joint at Foley's or something. I mean, it is.
I just flash back to 1995.
That's right, baby. Foley's back in the day. Buy that gift and they say, "Sir, would you like for us to wrap it for free?" And all of a sudden they started charging me for it. I was like, "Nah, I'm good."
Up there at that Sanjag Mall.
That's right, baby. No longer exists. Flatter and all get out.
R.I.P.
Text line coming through with what's wrong with Ron? This is a team that had 5 winning seasons since they came into the league. That is not true. Jacksonville does not have 5 winning seasons. Hell, they got a win.
That's what Tyler said.
They had a winning season in 97. They went 11-5. 98, they went 11-5. 99, they went 14-2. They went 12-4 in 2005. That's just this.
That's 4 of them.
There's 11-5 in 2007. You know they've had winning seasons. They were 17. They were 9-8, 9-8 back-to-back seasons.
8.
That friend must have been looking at StatMuse.
I don't know what y'all looking at, man.
No, I'm telling you, on StatMuse, which is what I use for a lot of my numbers, I was looking at it last segment, and that's what it has.
They've been to 3 AFC championship games. My God, they've carved out a couple of others.
Is it 3? I thought it was 2.
No, they've been to 3. They've lost to the Patriots twice, and
lost the other 2 times too.
And they lost to the Titans. They lost to the Titans. Yeah, man. Them Garrard years, they weren't too bad either. Some of them, Byron Leftwich and David, what's his name? David Garrard or David? Yeah, they weren't too bad. All right, let me get that music, man. This big college football weekend coming up, Clint. Let's do our Saturday slate, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Let us know your games of the week. Which games, maybe there's a bowl game. I don't know why that would be one, but I would assume it's any of the college football playoff games are the games you're really ready to watch, the ones you're looking forward to. And this weekend it starts tonight. Number 9 Alabama will go to Norman to face Oklahoma. And then the big one that Tyler's going to tomorrow is A&M will host the number 10 Miami Hurricanes. Tulane Ole Miss, they will go at it again. There you go. I see you, the Canes and then Ole Miss. And then James Smith Oregon Ducks at Autzen Stadium coming up tomorrow as well. Which games? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Which games of the Saturday slate are you looking forward to the most? Which one for you, Clint, of these games are you looking forward to the most?
Oh, it's easy, baby. The U at A&M. That is gonna Miami at Texas A&M. That's the game right there, man. You got a transfer quarterback that's paid $1 million plus with an offensive line. It's one of the better offensive lines in the country that can protect the quarterback. And then you got A&M, who is tied with Oklahoma for the most sacks this season. They are an absolute bear defensively. They got the dudes. And so that offense, Miami offense against the A&M defense is going to be must-see TV. I think when you flip it over on the other side, you got Mario Cristobal, obviously, has the defense in Miami playing well. But this thing's about Marcel Reed, man. And teams that have forced him to play from the pocket and not let his legs be a big part of the game have had success. You look at what Marcel Reed has done, recently with almost the last 4 games. I think he's thrown for damn near 1,000 yards and rushed for 250 yards or something like that. He's been a monster lately. So, we'll see. I think it's a hell of a matchup, man. I'm rooting for him, man. I'm rooting for A&M. I'm rooting for Marcel Reed. This is big. I mean, you got the.
I got A&M in this game. Do you?
Yes,
like not just you're rooting for him, but you got.
Yeah, I got A&M in this game. I'm coming in one of the toughest places in college football to play.
That's a big part of it.
And I think A&M's the better football team. So I think Miami's going to have some problems there, and I think A&M wins this game. But that's the one to watch when you talk about. In this field this year, when you talk about, home field advantage, and obviously as we get beyond this first round, we get to the bowl games. But when you talk about home field advantage, there's not one better that's going to have more of an impact on a game than where Miami's got to go in College Station at Kyle Field. So, yeah, man, I think this is that's the game right there for me personally.
Yeah. Tyler, I know that's the one for you. Because I like A&M in this game. Honest to God, though, how are you feeling? Like, what's your feel of this game going into it?
Yeah, all ish talk aside, I feel really good about it. I feel like this defense is going to thrive against the Canes. I'm not scared of Beck, whatsoever, especially given the Aggie defense. And I think Marcel Reed's ready to go when they answer the bell after losing that game to the Longhorns and show us what they showed us all year long outside of that game.
Yeah, my concern is if Miami can run the football. There have been some teams, if they're able to slow down that pass rush from A&M, if they're able to run the football, and South Carolina had some success early in that game in running the football, which helped them get to that lead that they blew. That's really the only thing. But if they continue to get, as you said, Beck in that offense in 3rd and longs, and those boys can rush the passer, it's going to be a problem.
On kind of bugaboo for the defense for the Aggies is stopping the run. So yeah, I completely agree there.
Yep. I'll be honest with you, fellas. I'm really looking at the two games that involve the non-Power 5 conference teams. I am really looking at the Tulane Ole Miss. They've already played this year, and Ole Miss beat the hell out of them. I think 45-10. And then James Madison at Oregon. I'll be honest with you, I'm not overly impressed by Oregon. This hasn't been – when I think Oregon, I usually think offense, high power. They haven't looked like that, although they've got a really talented quarterback. They haven't looked that way this year. And I think this is just big for those non-Power 5 teams. I have no problem with those two teams getting in, especially the way they got in. Like, we know one is going to get in, but a lot had to happen to get James Madison in. And to me, if that's what they've got to go through, where the ACC gets stupid in the way they have their tiebreaker situation, and then the whole thing failed where Duke won the conference and all that. Like, everything had to go right to get two of them in. And I'll be honest, I just hope they have a good showing, because I do think they're going to try to do something to minimize the chances and opportunities for teams. It's already hard for two to get in. I think they're going to try to make it harder.
Well, look, let's be honest. They've already done something.
The ACC has already started to change.
They've already done something. I mean, you eliminated one of the Power 5 conferences in the Pac-12. Now you signed this contract with Notre Dame that kicks in next year. So you're giving Notre Dame, that spot that was typically for your fifth Power 5 conference championship. So our conference champion. So they've already done something. But you're right. They'll make all the moves they can to not let this happen again. And look, I'm typically for the group of 5 teams, or whatever they call them nowadays. I'm typically for one of those teams getting in, as I said, and I always will be. This is an extreme situation where two guys got in, two of them got in, and it's not good. It's not good for college football when you look at who got left out. It's not in any way, shape, or form.
Will it feel different if they're competitive tonight? Or on Saturday?
In my opinion, would still be the same. But I'll feel different about look, I'm a Cinderella guy. I would love for one of these teams to make this thing interesting. That'd be tremendous.
Yeah.
So
if they both get 30 balls.
The interesting part about the two games is when you look at what's going on at Ole Miss, right? I mean, you look at what's going on at Ole Miss, so you immediately say, well, there's been a lot of disruption.
Yeah.
They don't have their play caller. They don't have the mastermind of their offense that they typically have. So anything could happen, right? And then, as you said, I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I've watched a snap of Oregon this year, so I don't know much about the JMU-Oregon game. But the Tulane-Ole Miss has got something that could cause some problems.
We'll see, yeah, because they got their coach there, even though Tulane's coach is moving on, I think, to Florida, right?
Yep.
I think he's still coaching over there.
Football mentioned earlier had me good in football horny, y'all. We mentioned earlier just how good the game was, and we've talked about that at length. But I'm looking at it through the Texans lens, and there's some things that we got to discuss. Why can't we be that caliber team? Let's cuss and discuss. We'll do it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Boner alert. The blazing hot Texans are back at it on Sunday afternoon against the Raiders. Don't miss a minute of the action.
Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We're gonna get to that football boner here in a minute, but I told y'all Astro Granny's in the building, but today's Dirty Daily is powered by my guy Cap. John Capetillo's in the building. I'm going to let Ron, I'm going to let him have it, man. It's powered. I don't know how far we're going to go.
Me?
He ain't been in the weight room lately, and he's getting a little old, but I don't know how far we're going to go. But Dirty's Daily is powered by John Capetillo. Boy, you come over here to the old east side, you never know who's going to walk in the building, man. All you got to do is cross that old bridge from Baytown. Ain't no telling who's going to come stumbling in here next. T.
Sorry, I hadn't won tickets in a while, Cap, man.
He done said he's when he runs into you, it's on now. And he sounds like he's dead serious. He told us that at Buffalo Wild Wings, and I imagine if it comes up now, he'll say it again.
Say it with your chest, Cap.
Yeah, hey, look, he's on that zero over there. Hey, I want to remind everybody out there that the Texas Bowl, the Kinder's Texas Bowl this year, the University of Houston Cougs versus the LSU Tigers. It's Saturday, December the 27th at NRG Stadium, and we're giving away a couple of 4-pack, 2 of them, right?
Yeah, 2 of them.
We're giving away 2 4-packs of tickets to the Texas Bowl. We're going to do that over the phone, so you just got to be listening for that cue to call in the 5 p.m. hour for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the 2025 Kinder's Texas Bowl. As I said before, y'all, this is one of the more well-respected, more well-ran bowl games that's out there. The players love coming, and the fans love attending. There's a lot going on in and around the game, the day before the game, during the game. Leading up to the game. So there's a ton of stuff. Texas Bowl, we got 2 4-packs we're giving away in a 5 o'clock hour. We're going to give all of them away in a 5 o'clock hour?
That's right.
Bang, bang, back to back, huh?
That's right, man.
Right there in the 5 o'clock hour.
That's what we're doing now, 5 o'clock hour.
That's right. All right, I don't know, Ron, Tyler, did y'all get a chance to watch that Thursday night football game last night?
I think I messed around with it a little bit.
Yeah, I was plugged in, man. That was a hell of a game.
I think most people did. I think, look, we, so often we only point out and criticize the bad matchups. Last night was if it were a college game, it would be an instant classic, boys. It was 37-38. It was an overtime, 2 touchdowns, bang, bang. Luckily, the rule is what it is now to where everybody gets a possession. So you got a L.A. touchdown to make it 37-30. Seattle goes down, scores a touchdown. They know that a tie does them no good. There's a little under 4 minutes left in that game, so they go for 2, and they hit a tight end that kind of leaked into the end zone right there late in the play. Sam Darnold found him. 38-37, the Seahawks win. The Seahawks take control of that division. They take control of the number 1 seed, I believe. And so there's still in that division with San Francisco playing as well as they are, there's still a possibility that I think there could be a 3-way tie in the division.
The Niners can win. They could be the 1 seed.
That's how they do it. Yeah, but that's how they would do it. They host
the Seahawks, the final game of the season.
Gotcha. Okay. So anyway, it was an instant classic, man. It was what a football game. We talked earlier just about the game itself, but I watched it through a Texans lens as I always do. And that Thursday night football game had me good in Houston, Texans, horny. And there's not as I was sitting there watching the game and thinking, there was I'm sitting there, making my notes, and I'm like, damn, this is a better thought than I initially thought.
You got real proud of yourself, huh?
I mean, can we agree? And I'm not saying CJ's better than anybody that was in that game. I'm not saying he's better than Stafford. I mean, Stafford's an all-time great and a Hall of Famer.
He's going to be the MVP.
But from a physical ability standpoint, to play the game at an extremely high level and pass the football at an elite level, can we all agree that C.J. Stroud has that ability, the ability to do some of those things?
Absolutely has the ability.
Okay, so that right there, it starts. I'm watching that game, and I'm like, damn, I know C.J. can play this brand of quarterback in a shootout, man, in a big game versus defenses where they're just rolling, and it's all on the shoulders of their quarterback. If you look at what Matthew Stafford did, it was 29 of 49 for 457 yards and 3 touchdowns. And if you watch the game, when I say C.J. Stroud has a physical ability to play at that level, I mean, he wasn't perfect. He missed some open receivers. Mm-hmm. He forced some balls here and there. He missed some throws. So, I mean, it wasn't like he just went out there. You hear that box score, 450 yards and 3 touchdowns, and you think, boy, it wasn't a perfect game for him. He just lit them up over and over.
Defense of the matchup of his best player and getting the ball to him time and time again.
Well, so I look at it through the C.J. Stroud lens, and I'm like, yeah, man, we got a guy that we could expect to be on the top tier, the number, whatever that is, the top tier of NFL quarterbacks. Hell, he's been there. And then you look at it and you go, I'm gonna move on to the overall team. And if you look at the overall team, the defense is there, obviously. If this offense, and you mentioned this yesterday, Ron, if this offense can just figure it out and be a complementary team where the complementary unit to the defense where the team is well-rounded, I mean, we could really have us a team that is a complete team like the two that we watched last night. You know what I mean? Our defense is dominant. I mean, you don't have to be able to go out there and score 37, 38 points. But if this offense can just get rolling, I mean, we could have a complete team in similar fashion to what they have. It's just all up to the offense. It's all if C.J. and Nick Caley can get there. A lot of it has to do with the first point I made about C.J. And if they do, man, look out, because the Texans will be one of those complete teams, right? So then I move on down and I go to Nico Collins. And I go to what Puka Nacua did last night. Puka Nacua had 12 catches for 225 yards, averaged 18.8 yards a catch. And again, I don't care to get into the debate if it's Puka Nacua, but I don't have any problem saying that I believe Nico Collins is a guy that if he were used in similar fashion, he could put up numbers like that.
Oh, hell, he
could put up a game like that.
Yeah.
Well, you watch that game. Watch how they had to use Puka Nacua. Had 4 catches for 70-something yards early in that game. Went radio silent for a quarter, and they came out in the second half and said, we got to get moving around. We got to give him the football. And they got the football to him, and he was exceptional. And he doesn't do – to be honest with you, him and Nico Collins are very similar. No, neither one of them are just like Devontae Adams in the back shoulder game. They both can do it, and they both do it at a high level, but they're not like that dominates their game. Neither of them are guys that are like one-trick ponies that are just speed guys. They run routes well. They're good in the screen game. They're hard to tackle.
Puka works a lot more in the slot than he does. But yeah,
well, that's the point I'm getting at, though. Right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with this. Is Nico can be the same type of receiver and give you the same type of production that Puka gave you last night. So I'm watching through that lens. I'm like, damn, I would love to see that. And then you get to the last piece, which I think all these are tied. The system that we just watched, the quarterback throw for 450, we watched Puka Nacua do what he did. That's a system that Nick Caley came out of. And I know he's doing things a little different here in Houston. He's not necessarily running that offense, but that is the system that he was in.
That's where he was.
So he's got firsthand experience with Sean McVay, who moves his key receiver around to the tune of 12 yards. He did exactly what I want the Texans to have the ability to do every now and again with their best player. And we talked about that yesterday with Nico Collins. As I'm watching that game, there's a moment where I'm wishing, like, damn, I wish the Texans had an offense like this. And I start going down the list, and I'm like, they're not far off. Maybe not an overall offense, like that's a tall task, obviously. But just they're not far off from being a super complementary offense with some very explosive pieces that would make the Texans one of the better well-rounded teams in the league. I said they're close.
They had some pieces. I think the thing that makes them far apart is Sean McVay.
Fair. Yeah.
That's the biggest thing, right? I can see your thoughts of, and when they're healthy, they got Devontae Adams too. So I mean that's a huge 1-2 punch, and Stafford's better than CJ. So I mean I think they're just obviously McVay is the huge piece that they just don't have, and Nick Caley. And then the other pieces, I'd say, are just maybe a tad bit better than what the Texans have. But I think Sean McVay, you can see it always tends to put them in good positions and knows exactly how to use guys like that. That was really obvious with both those teams last night when you bring up the Nico point of how are they able to get the ball as Smith, Jigba, and Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
And they knew coming in the game that Devontae Adams was not there. So you would think that gives them even more reason to be able to do that. But both of those guys were highly targeted and caught a lot of balls.
You think about the
They both had double-digit targets and nine catches for Smith and Jigba, who struggled.
That was all in the second half.
All in the second half, and then Puka with 12 catches.
Yeah, it's wild, man. That part of it is, and I'm not saying that to go extreme and be the Rams with Nacua or even the Seattle Seahawks with Jackson Smith and Jigba, but just show me you have the ability to do that when the game dictates that you need it. You know, that's what I'm looking for, man. So last night was a good one, and I can't wait till the day that the Texans get close to that product on the offensive side of the football, because
that would be fun to watch.
We're going to be in business, y'all, and it's not crazy. It's not a crazy. I don't think it's a crazy stretch. I mean, yeah, they you pointed out you got a Hall of Famer at quarterback who obviously is better than CJ. You got two Hall of Famers, or at least one future Hall of Famer, and one for sure Hall of Famer.
But those aren't even the pieces. Those aren't even. It's the McVay.
Yeah,
it's the McVay and Caley thing.
Fair. You got a Hall of Famer.
Because you said that's where he came from. Unless he's not given full reign to run what he wants to run. The Texans' offense doesn't resemble that this year from what he came from.
Well, that's the one thing, Ron, that I feel like with our team that we just haven't seen, and it's frustrating to have not seen it at all, is we've seen stuff that I would call like giving 4 running backs touches week 1 to start the season. Right, it took them 8 weeks to land on Woody Marks. Right, like we've seen some crazy stuff, but they eventually get to a point where you're like, yeah, this makes sense, right? The offensive line, it makes sense, man. The one thing we haven't seen is that obvious effort to move Nico around and get him touched. I'm talking about move him around in an obvious way where you see some of these teams that are just like, you can tell the commentators are talking about it. Boy, they're having to move Puka Nacua around all over the place to get him these touches in critical moments. They're doing a great job. Like in that kind of fashion of, let's have a game where he gets touches in 10 different ways. You know what I mean? Like that. There's all of the stuff that they seem like they've tried that's kind of outside the box. It's frustrating that there's not been more of an effort to do that with Nico. And again, I don't even need it to be a huge part of your offense week in, week out. Just the ability to show to do it. I think this could be a week that would be ideal for him to try to try a little bit of that, Ron.
No, yeah, hell, this is a game where you should be able to do a lot that you want to do, right? Like last week, I mean, he had 4 catches, and as you said, he went radio silent himself for a while, and outside of maybe one other catch, he continued to be radio silent.
Figured it out in the second half, man.
Yeah. But it was a great game last night, and
instant classic, bro.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I come away feeling better about the Rams as a football team before I walked in, but then to know that they're probably going to play all their games on the road, which is tough, right? I mean, everything that had to happen for the Seahawks to win that game, they had to have the punt return. They had to have that stupid
a chunk play.
Well, that 2-point conversion that the dude just happened to be picking up and standing in the end zone to count as a score. Right, all the stuff that had to occur was just tough. Like the Rams seemed like the better team last night. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on the Drive, still prizes to win. If you're in the building, you might want to get in here and put your name in our raffle box so you can win potentially some tickets. We'll hook somebody up coming up soon. The Astros made some news, potentially adding a new member to their rotation and losing one of Clint's favorites. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I don't know what the hell is going on in H-Town.
Payne and Pendergast.
The Raiders fans largely, there's very little discussion about this actual game, and most of them want to lose.
to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Beast Live with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here in LaPorte, here at Walk-Ons. Make your way on out here. Plenty of chances to win prizes and enjoy yourself on this Football Friday as we get you ready for not just the Texans and the Raiders, but also college football as the college football playoff gets started this weekend, and not just this weekend, tonight. If you want to come and watch it here, if you want to watch Alabama, Oklahoma, there are TVs all over the place here at Walk-Ons. This is a great place to get going for the weekend. Just go ahead and get kind of messed up a little bit in here, watch you some games. I don't know, maybe.
Just get started.
No, the hell with it. There's a place you can get started, and there's also a place you can get messed up. Maybe
you're going to go hard.
Maybe you find somebody else who's in here looking to try to get a win. I don't know. Maybe there's somebody that's there for you. You get a little messed up. They get a little messed up.
Well,
hey,
we've seen that on a Football Friday before.
Maybe it's time now. I'm just
was
saying.
that a walk-ons?
Yeah. No. Yeah,
yes,
there was a walk-on.
Yeah,
we
saw.
sure
was.
We witnessed an affair here. And listen, we won't say nothing. Do your thing. Come out here and make a bad mistake.
Tremendous.
You can laugh if you want to, sir. That was an affair like I've never seen one before.
I agree with Ron.
They went in here and he went in here and knocked her off, or she knocked him off, and then they came back and got some more to drink. Guess they were saying, how was the coffee? I guess.
Came back.
Yep. Those nasty ass. Good for them. But
and they were old enough to know that everybody in the place knew what was going on too.
Yeah.
That's the part that really.
Yeah.
That's the part that really turns you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Good for them.
Ain't that right, Granny?
Now, that could be you. That could be you right here. Come on out to Walk-Ons, the place where Walk-Ons.
Yeah, Cap said the male side of being messed up's already here, so all you got.
There we go. All right, man. Come on out here. This is a great place to have it now. TV's everywhere. I did want to let folks know the Astros were involved in a 3-team trade today. We'll get to this. This is going to be hard for you, Clint.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
For the Astros part, this deal was with the Pirates and the Rays, and the Astros as the third team. The Astros are gaining a new pitcher, Mike Burrows, who looks like he could potentially go into the rotation, another rotation piece as he comes to the Astros. And the Astros, they are trading their number 2 and number 7 prospect. Their number 7 prospect, Anderson Brito, he will go to the Rays. And then, Clint, I know this is tough for you, but Jacob Melton. Yeah. Jacob Melton, the center fielder, the guy for the Astros that, boy, there was a lot of promise there. Really came up and held him a spot. Jacob Melton, he's also been traded, and I know that's tough for you. So
no. I mean, I'm going to watch you walk up there and jog out to center field or right field and left field, whatever. And
you ought to be ashamed of yourself how bad you were on that kid.
Well, I mean, how bad? All I did was point out I wasn't saying he should never play. He just shouldn't have been with the Astros. He was batting sub.
That sounds like he shouldn't play.
I mean, they're rotating 42 outfielders through there, and for some reason he keeps getting run, and he's batting sub 100.
No, well, he's
it
going
wasn't
now.
His fault. I mean, it's just the reality.
I think Dana Brown said, "Okay, Clint, we'll make a move."
I mean, for an old boy that's trying to rebuild the system, man, he keeps getting them up out of here, doesn't he?
Yeah, to get old Mike Burrows, baby. Yeah, listen.
Mike better be more than just hopefully get into the rotation, by the way.
Well, listen, man, he's young and maybe there's some upside. He's 26 years old. He's been with the Pirates, but I don't know. Maybe there is still a big move they're waiting to have happen. They've added 2 guys that are potential rotation pieces. I feel like Justin Verlander might be the biggest name they add. Like, I don't like that.
Well, you're going to find a bigger name.
Well, I'm sorry. Best player that they add, the best starting pitcher that they add. Not a name, right? I'm talking about the 42-year-old version of Justin Verlander. I'm just saying right now on paper, if this is the route they're going, because the kid that they were looking at in Tampa, he just got traded to the Orioles, so I don't know if he is going that the Astros were connected to. But it looks like the way they're going to try to go about replacing Framber Valdez and maybe others in that rotation are this Weiss guy they traded for earlier, and then Burrows, who they just got, who pitched for the Pirates, young guys that aren't as proven, and that you hope maybe that the Astros pitching staff can go ahead and get these guys going. But no, I mean, this like, I know how much people were ready to be done with Framber, but clearly, like, this is a wait and see on what they're going to have here. It doesn't look like right now, at least to start, they're going to have the same type of rotation that they've had when they had Hunter and they had Framber at the top of it.
You're just going to have to lean heavily into guys that were injured or not very good last year, right? I mean, Christian Javier.
I hope he returns, yeah.
You know, Christian Javier. You know, what's my man's name that came over in the trade that was doing pretty good, and then his elbow went south, blew his elbow up.
Yeah, I mean Wisniewski, but I don't know if he's going to be ready.
They're going to bank on Alexander.
Yeah, he's a part of this. Yeah, Alexander's a part of this, but yeah, I mean, we'll see we'll see if they do add more. But right now, they've added. It feels like a couple of fourth and fifth starters.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like to go along with. Now, if Christian Javier can get back to being what Christian Javier was before the surgery a couple of years ago,
I told
consistently,
you that if so-and-so can get back to who they were, boy, that ship has sailed for me.
No, it's especially when you don't have Hunter and Framber at the top. When it's just, all right, Hunter, and now you need, right now, the way it looks, you need Christian Javier to be.
They got to make a move, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not serious about this.
I mean, I mean, there's time,
whether it's now or at the trade deadline, they got to make a move.
I know. I mean, it's time, I guess. They gave up 2 prospects in this thing to get old Mike Burrows in. I'm with you. I do not. You know how I feel. I do not love the fact that it appears that the Astros are making themselves a mid-market team on their own. Nobody is forcing them to do that. Like right now, our guy rotation options as we speak right now from Brian McTaggart, Hunter Brown, Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti. This is too close to getting Lance McCullers' names out there. Lance McCullers, Jason Alexander, this guy. We've got 2 people throwing their hands at us. I'm just reading it. J.P. France, the guy they just traded for, Mike Burrows, some gentleman named Nate Pearson, Ryan Weiss, who they traded for, Blue Ball, sorry.
These nuts.
Some people call him A.J. Blue Balls, but whatever. Colt Gordon. Ronel Blanco or Nail maybe in July or August. They're saying Wisniewski maybe in July or August. And forgive me for me into thinking they thought July or August with Luis Garcia. And
it didn't work out too good.
It didn't.
Not ideal.
So, but I'm with you. I look at this Clint as rotate. They need to make a move to bring somebody in. And I'm sorry, it also screams to me maybe a step above Justin Verlander. I'd have been good if Justin Verlander was maybe one of the other ones, but Justin Verlander, hell, you might slide him in the 2 spot.
They can't be serious with that.
I hope not.
There'll be a bigger acquisition or a trade before the deadline to get to another arm.
I'm hoping so. They just seem to be operating very different at this point. So, and some of the guys that you saw them connected to in trades have been sent in other spaces. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. All right, coming up, listen, we want to make sure we give you enough time to be ready and get them out. We're going to move it up a little bit. T-Mill's Best Bets, baby. We're going to do that coming up here at 4:40. T-Mill's Best Bets.
He's hot.
He is hot now. He went 4 for 4 last night, so you don't want to miss that. Then we'll look back at this game coming up on Sunday. Is there anything at all to be worried about when it comes to the Raiders? In real life, no. But is there anything, we'll take a look and see and let you know what maybe you should look at coming up for this game on Sunday. That's next.
All right, I got to take a minute. Got to tip my cap to all.
This add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
I'm very intrigued by up-and-coming talent. Tyler Milner is joining us here on the show.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, and it is a Football Friday, and it takes The Drive on the road, and we are here at Walk-Ons in LaPorte. Come on out. Hey, it's what time? What time? Yeah, you can clap it up. You can clap it up. There you go. It's 4:40, so that means people are getting off work. That means people are maybe getting off work for a while and maybe getting ready to have a little holiday time.
Yeah, getting off work with a little wild hair.
Yeah, get on out here and get one. Get on out here and get you a couple of drinks and get you some good food and have a good time. And you got a chance to know, if you haven't grabbed a ticket, you might want to do so. 5 o'clock hour, we got a couple of more prizes to give. Just hooked somebody up with a free oil change to Tom Ball Ford, any kind of vehicle you want. And, I mean, he worked really hard to win that one. And so congratulations to our latest winner. And 5 o'clock hour still have Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card and a pair of tickets to that Colts-Texans game at NRG. All you got to do is grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you have a chance to win a pair of tickets. So go ahead and make sure you do that. Give yourself a chance to win. All right, a lot of busy time in the 5 o'clock hour. Also, the 5 o'clock hour, Tyler will get these phone lines open. Not one, but two 4-pack of tickets to be able to go to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. As U of H will take on LSU, you can win not one, not two, not three, but 4 tickets. And we will do that 2 different times, 713-572-4610 in the 5 o'clock hour. So with that, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things to hook folks up with. We're going to go ahead and get them best bets out here. Now, Tyler is on a roll, folks. All right, he has missed only 4 bets this week. He is in the green, coming off for 4 for 4 last night. We got 2 text messages late in the evening, so we knew it was a good night for Tyler as he won big money, and hopefully you went with him. Clint made some money last night as he jumped on with him, and you can too. Tyler Milner, Money Milner. I like that. But
that did sound nice.
Okay, it rolled up, didn't it? Yeah, go in and get in there right now. Let's do it right now. And again, if you miss them, if you don't hear them, as always, you can go to @TMillRealDeal, and you can have a chance to check out his bets and make you a little cash over the weekend. You went 4 for 4 last night with NFL. You've said those NFL bets have been hitting. What you got for the weekend?
That's right. No lies detected. Been killing it, and we want to continue to do the same. Got college football playoff bets for you today. College football playoffs, these 2025 college football playoffs are getting underway tonight, actually, and that's where I'll start. I got 4 picks for you. First, I'm taking Oklahoma. I'm taking the Sooners in a pick'em tonight against Alabama. Got those odds at -115. I like anything around that. I like the Sooners. Next, I got Tulane and Ole Miss, and I got the under. I got under 57 for Tulane, the Green Wave, and Ole Miss. Next up, James Madison, JMU. A lot of folks, rightfully so, not really giving them a shot, but I like 22 points, so I'll take James Madison plus 22 against Oregon. And then lastly, you knew where I was going. I mean, it's guaranteed at this point, but them Fighting Texas Aggies, take that money line, get you some money. We're giving away tickets in a bit, but there's nothing better than putting cash in your pocket. If you want to do that, bet on Texas A&M tomorrow, 11 a.m. kickoff, money line. I got it at -155. It's been hovering around -160. But take A&M. That is a lock. Those are your 4 best bets, boys.
That 22 is such a big number, right? I'm with you on that. It is
right.
That is a huge number for. I know, like you said, a lot of people don't look at James Madison a lot. They play really good defense, at least against the teams they played. They play really good defense, and I'm not confident, and I know my man over here has the old Ole Miss pullover on.
Damn, bro, I'm sorry.
I'm still not 100% sure what we're going to see without Lane, right? Like, when you just think about how important coaches are in football and even more important in college football, as you know, boy, I don't know if there is a coach that is more important to his team in terms of play calling. He is the designer of that offense, the play caller, than Lane Kiffin is. And I know, is it Charlie Whitehurst? Is he?
Not Whitehurst. That's the old quarterback.
Oh, Charlie Weiss. Excuse me, Charlie Weiss. Yeah, Charlie Weiss Jr. That's right.
Whitehurst may be quarterback. He may be calling some plays somewhere. But it ain't Ole Miss.
Yeah, but Charlie Weiss Jr. That's right. He's going to be calling plays. I don't know what Ole Miss looks like without Lane Kiffin and their offensive coach. Like that is something that I think maybe a bigger deal to any university in any school in the country is not having their coach in there. I think Miss will win. I mean, they were 45-10. I don't think the loss of Lane is, 30 points, but 22 points, I don't know. I don't know exactly what Ole Miss is going. I'm sure they are really motivated with Lane leaving and choosing LSU and all that, but I don't know. I kind of like that 22. That bet with that, because that's a lot of points.
Look, is the Tulane Ole Miss 22 as well?
Yeah, that one. I bet you that one's
17. I'm looking at 17 and a half.
You got 17 and a half there.
But nonetheless, the point being, I think this is here's the deal with Ole Miss. Is I think they're in trouble when they bump up against another school that's got similar dudes or better dudes. They are going to absolutely run. I mean, they are going to skull drag Tulane tonight or Saturday.
You think so?
Absolutely. They got better dudes, and schematically, even without Lane, they're still going to be significantly better. Now, when you get a level playing field, or you get even playing uphill a little bit to some of these teams in the college football playoffs, I think you feel Lane Kiffin not being there. I think they do.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of game where you take out the frustration of what's gone on the last month, and you take it out on Tulane. You got better guys than them. You got better scheme than them. Dude's got a lot to play for. I think Ole Miss skull drags.
Yep.
I think Oregon skull drags.
I think they win.
As well, but
I think those games, those lines, 17 and a half and 22. Those are. You think so?
Maybe.
Wrongo.
I don't know, man.
I mean, yeah, look, Tyler, your bets. This is Tyler, I'm going to tell you're going to have really good luck, because the only one I'd agree with is A&M.
Okay.
So that means you're going to go at least 3 for 4.
That's the only one, huh? Yeah, we'll see on that thing there. But
we got to cuss and discuss this Oklahoma-Alabama game before it's all said and done.
Yeah, we do that.
I like that. I've done a little digging on that one. That's going to be a fun game tonight, man.
That's got a chance to come up in our 5 o'clock fire. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up. All right, in this game, again, if you need to catch up on those best bets, go to @TMillRealDeal. He'll have them loaded up for you to win a little money over the weekend. Clint, when we look at this game against the Raiders, this is a pretty big mismatch. You talk about two teams going in opposite directions. The Raiders, everything may be on the table on who's getting fired and won't come back on that team. And then you have maybe one of the hottest teams, if not the hottest team in football. And that's crazy to say, because you got another team out there who's won, 10, 11 games in a row in Denver, but still people look at the Texans as the hottest team in football playing. There are certain matchups here. I am really intrigued to see if the Texans' run game can do what they did, anywhere close to what they did last week. But we saw their first 100-yard rusher in Jordan last week with the Cardinals. And if you look at the Raiders, they've allowed over 150 yards rushing in their last 3 games, including 192, I believe, last week to the Eagles. Listen, it's not a strong part. It has not been a strong part of the Texans' game production-wise, but it has been a strong part of their game effort-wise, because they sure as hell try to run the football, and they ran it well last week, and we saw a certain level of balance in that game for them. And I think that is one thing to watch matchup-wise, to see if the Texans front and their backs can run the ball with the success they were able to do it with last week.
Well, look, I think, I don't know that it's necessarily going to be, come to fruition against better defenses, but there's no doubt. If the Texans can run the football to any degree, even if it's not, dominant and big plays and explosive, even if it's just to the tune of we're going to run it on first and second, one or the other, maybe both, and we're going to be in third and short. If they can do that, they're going to be a problem offensively. Because not only the obvious, do you stay in third and fourth and short, but now the play action's there. Now you're forcing them to add a guy to the box, and so you're one-on-one outside at times if you want to. You're kind of dictating to them. So if the Texans can run the football the way that I would imagine they're going to run it against the Raiders, they're going to be a problem to stop. They're going to score a lot of points.
Yeah. They absolute amount of points anyway, but yeah, I'm with you. We saw they ran the football to the way they ran it last week, and they got 40 up on the board.
Well, they ran it consistently, and then you had the big chunk play, obviously.
Yeah,
and
that adds a lot.
That's they were plugging away with hell before Woody got hurt. He was 7 for 30 or something like that. I mean, he was rolling for 4+, and so yeah, man, it's about the only thing that didn't work in the run game was that Wildcat they thought they'd throw in there with Dare.
Gotta let that go, Clint.
No, I ain't letting that go. That's the dumbest stuff. That is if you want to be vanilla and you want to
let it go, Clint.
No, I'm not letting it go.
It's all right, man.
Stupid.
It's all right. They made up for it when they stepped in between his legs on accident.
Dare Agumbawale and Wildcat should never be a thing.
Wow.
For the Texans, much less twice in one game. Stupid.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. With that, they're not a good football team.
Put
the
Jalen
matchups.
Noel back there.
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, he's great with 5 yards of separation between him and the blocking scheme. He's been great on special.
Yeah, but Dare is too. Did you see that 5-yard touchdown run he had in Kansas City?
It was great. Yeah.
Other matchups before we hit the 5 o'clock fire. Just a look. Brock Bowers, Max Crosby. Those two are their two best players.
Yeah.
And they're on opposite sides of the ball. And those are the matchups you look to see if the Texans will be able to handle those.
Yeah, look, I think Nick Caley versus Max Crosby. I mean, Nick Caley's got to do some things schematically, whether it's screen game, quick game, or it's chipping, that whichever side Max Crosby, because he will go from left to right and back and forth. So knowing where he's going to be, I think it's a Nick Caley, Bowers. We saw one of the better tight ends, one of the best tight ends in the league last week. He torched us. And Brock Bowers is as good, at least on a trajectory to be as good. And can the Texans defense slow down that tight end that moves so much and works the middle of the field?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, coming up as we continue. Remember, 5 o'clock hour, 713-572-4610. Listen for that cue to call. You'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Houston Cougars and LSU Kinder's Texas Bowl, December 27th. You'll have 2 opportunities to win that in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. We'll give you the injury report that has come out, and there may be a new professional franchise coming to Houston, maybe a new professional franchise coming to Houston. We'll let you know all about that coming up next.
All right, I'll tell you what's not new is Orchard. So if you're selling your home, you can go the traditional route. You can leave your home sit on the market for 95 days. You can
Play here, an Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, let me hear from the people in here. We are live on the road on a football Friday. And it brings us here to Walk-Ons in LaPorte. Come on out and hang out. Yes, you got at least an hour for our show, but, hey, you could be here all day, man.
The most important hour.
The most important hour,
you
yeah.
Win some tickets now.
Yeah, you can win some tickets. Now, trust, it can go past more than this.
Oh, yeah.
Than just 6 o'clock. TV's all over the place. You want to watch, we'll talk about this here coming up shortly in 5 o'clock fire. You want to go and take a look at Alabama and Oklahoma. There are TVs all over the place. I see old the Woods over there. They got them two big beers that they came through. They settling in right now. Now it's a good time to come on out here and do your thing. You want beer, you want non-alcoholic beer, you want drinks, whatever you want. They got it here in the building for you, man. I'm so proud of that kid. He don't even know it. They got it all out here. Whatever you need. Come on out here and enjoy yourself and have a good time. And I ain't playing no games. Let's cue it up right now, Tyler. Caller number 8. Caller number 8. 713-5. Call number 8. You got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to NRG December 27th. The Kinder's Texas Bowl between the hometown team, the Houston Cougars, and the LSU Tigers. You can win a 4-pack of tickets. This is the first set of 4-pack of tickets we are hooking somebody up with. We will do another pair at some point later in the 5 o'clock hour. But caller number 8, 713-572-4610, you can be a winner right now. Tyler's got the phone lines open. Caller number 8, this is your opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets. If you don't win this time, Cap, you can have a chance to win a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour, as we will hook somebody else up with. Go ahead and take advantage of them Gator Bites now. The bad boys are rolling
5 o'clock fire.
There you go. All right, ready to move on. All right, the injury report is out. And as Tyler said in my ear earlier, there is nobody designated as out of this game for the Texans. For the Raiders, their left tackle, Colton Miller, which, God, I am so concerned for Gino. Colton Miller, that doesn't help. He is out with an ankle injury of this game, so they will have another backup tackle in the game. That sounds like a terrible idea for this game. There are a lot of players that are questionable, Clint, and this is one to watch because last week E.J. Speed was questionable, and I didn't in my mind think he wasn't going to play. And then we got there, and he was inactive. Have a designation on him this week. He should be fine to go. But the Texans have quite a few guys that are questionable, including 2 who did not practice today. One is Christian Kirk. He is questionable with an illness. The hope and the thought is that Christian Kirk, hopefully by Sunday, will be all right with an illness and be able to go. But the other one is Azeez Al-Shire. He did not practice today, and he is questionable in this game with an ankle and a knee. And if you remember, he couldn't step on with us yesterday because he had to get some treatment. And obviously, this is something that may be a bit more serious. He practiced yesterday at a limited capacity, but did not practice today. So that's one to watch, Clint. So Azeez Al-Shire didn't practice. He's questionable. Woody Marks and Derek Stingley, they were listed as limited in practice. We saw a report that they were on the side with trainers. They're listed as questionable. Nick Chubb with those ribs, he's been a full participant all week. He's listed as questionable. And then guys that are coming back from IR, Darrell Taylor and Justin Watson, are also listed as questionable.
Yeah, the Woody Marks, Derek Stingley situation is one to watch. I would not play either one of them. I think it'd be a stretch to ask a rookie running back to not participate in practice, do a little exercising on the side on a Friday, and then play on Sunday. I think that'd be a lot. But then play, obviously, injured. The one to watch here, though, is the Azeez Al-Shire.
Yeah.
How serious is that? Something could have happened in practice to where he's got a little bit of an issue here. Is it a little bit that could bleed into Sunday's game as well as beyond. So
is this like the Aziz, or I'm sorry, is this like the E.J. Speed situation last week? If you remember, E.J. Speed got listed as questionable kind of later in the week with something that happened and then ended up having to miss the game.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, nobody knows. Nobody has inside information. But him being on this did not practice list on a Friday, the main communicator, the leader on your defense, that could be a problem. Although
usually Fridays is not a real physical day.
No. It's on your feet day. It's about it.
Yeah.
But the good thing is I mean, at the linebacker position, when you talk about having a guy that you could slide in there and have the mic and the red dot or yellow dot or green dot or whatever the hell they call it.
One of those dots.
I mean, I think E.J. Speed was the one that did it last time, was slid over there. Obviously, we've seen Henry Toa do it, so I don't think it'll be a huge problem. Get him healthy for the last two games in the playoffs.
Yep. All right, and again, the Colton Miller, the left tackle there for the Raiders, is out. Listed as out in this game. So that is the latest from the injury report for this Raiders-Texans game.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we look at the college football playoff, this is going to be a big weekend for that, and we're looking at it starting tonight as the number 9 ranked Alabama Crimson Tide, who a lot of people have questions of if they should have made the playoff or not, with losses to make it into the playoff. They are in, and they are facing a team that beat them. This is why Oklahoma's in. A team that beat them in Tuscaloosa earlier this year. The Oklahoma Sooners, they will host Alabama in Norman a little bit later on tonight. Your thoughts in this game? Oklahoma's the favorite. A lot of people are down on Alabama with the way the end of their season has been and the way they've played lately, losing pretty bad to Georgia in the SEC title game, having a tight one with Auburn late. Your thoughts in this game?
Well, look, OU has won 4 of their last 5, including wins versus Bama, Tennessee, Missouri. I mean, they're pretty impressive. They're rolling right now. Bama has lost 2 of their last 5, including the dropping 1 to OU. This is the second matchup of Alabama and OU in the last 34 days. The last game, which OU won 23-21 on November the 15th. And I think this game is going to be specifically about what that OU win November 15 was about. And can Alabama handle OU's defense, particularly OU's pressures? We mentioned we mentioned A&M's 41 sacks a couple segments ago. Well, that 41 sacks is also what OU has this year. They lead the country in sacks. Their tackles for loss behind the line of scrimmage. They got defense is the real deal. And the last time they played, their defense's exotic pressures and they had 4 sacks and several tackle TFLs, and they forced 3 turnovers, which Oklahoma was able to score 17 points off of. So again, I think the story again is you got Ty Simpson. He's got an offensive lineman back. He's got a tight end back to help in that pass protection.
Is Jam Miller back? I believe.
Yes,
I believe he's back tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ryan Williams he's that dude. So when I look
if
up,
he can catch the football, yeah.
I mean, I just look up. It's going to be about, and I think Ty Simpson is going to end up being probably the top quarterback coming out this year. When I look up, man, it's Brett Venables and his defense versus the offense. And if they can protect, I think Alabama's got a real shot here. I'm picking Alabama.
I like Alabama too. I think in the first game they played, they if you look, I mean they dominated the game in every manner except for, and I'm not saying it's not important, but the turnovers. Like you talked about them, there's a pick 6 included in that too, right? Like which obviously is a killer. So I don't know, man. I mean, it was, and like it's not close. Like I mean, they outgained them by like 200 yards and rushing, passing the football, and since John Mateer's injury, he has not looked right. I mean,
he's a dual threat guy, and such a big part of what he does is getting his legs involved in the game. We're talking an Alabama game, and we're not even talking about their defense. And after talking about how great their defense was under Saban forever, this is one of the best quarterbacks in football. I think he's going to end up being the number one prospect coming out, Ty Simpson, against an offensive-minded head coach in Kalen DeBoer, who might be going to Michigan, who knows, versus Brett Venables, who took over the defense this year after 3 years, 2 or 3 years of hiring defensive coordinator. He said, hell, I'll take it over myself. And they are as good a defense as there is in college football. So this is a big game tonight. I'm going with Alabama. I think they figure out how to protect the quarterback well enough to move the football, score some points, and they ultimately end up winning this thing.
Well,
I just find it hard to believe that Mateer is going to be able to get his legs involved enough.
He didn't the last time.
Yeah. So I mean, when he gets his legs involved and his feet are impacting the game, bro, they're a tough offense.
Yeah.
This one's painful for me for another reason.
Well, if he's going,
Isaiah Satania, that leading receiver for
yeah,
he was a Razorback last year from Fayetteville, Arkansas, right there.
He's the one they did that cheating move where he was acting like he was standing on the sideline.
Yeah.
And then they end up getting a score on Auburn.
You talk about painful. Watch your college win 2 games, and then watch the guys that walked out and went to other teams across the state line. Watch him lead that team in receiving and in a college football playoff.
At least they weren't a boring 2-win team.
Well, that's scored
a lot of points. All right, Alabama, Oklahoma coming up a little bit later on. The winner of this game actually has a pretty good road. I believe they get. Do they get Indiana? I think they get Indiana. The winner of this game does. So that's a pretty big roll. That's the other part. The winner of the Miami at an A&M game gets Ohio State. Which is a bit of a tougher roll. That's why I think it is wild to me that A&M got dropped below Ole Miss, and that's kind of where that part, the second round, really takes shape. So that is the latest there. College football playoff gets started tonight, Alabama, Oklahoma.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, some news around the city. And I ain't going to lie to you, Clinton Tyler, I'm really nervous on what the text line and YouTube and Twitch will do with this one. But sources say that the Rockets and their owners have had expanded talks to buy the WNBA franchise, the Connecticut Sun, who are about to or leaving Connecticut. It appears that the Rockets owners, Tillman, Fertitta, and company, are in talks to bring the Sun to Houston. The discussions have been described as positive, and the Rockets ownership have improved its offer to a number that the Suns might find acceptable. Sources say closer to the situation. So there could be WNBA basketball here in Houston and things about that, but this is a really good time to be potentially a part of the WNBA. This is a league that is starting to really take off right now, and to get in right now with how Caitlin Clark and all of that, Juju Watkins coming in next year, and just the wave of excitement that league has started to show. This would be a good thing for Houston to get involved in the WNBA.
I'm in, man. I got 2 little girls. I'd love to be able to take them to a game and let them play, man. So yeah, I'm in. I got questions though.
All right.
We can't be the Suns. Or the Sun, I guess it's not the Suns.
That's your question.
We can't be the Sun. Yeah, no. We clearly can't be the Comets, right?
Damn it. How come they can't be the Comets again? The Browns just did it.
I mean, I don't know. Do they have the rights?
I don't even know who moved that team.
Yeah,
let them be the Comets again.
I mean,
that's the other question.
I would be okay with the Comets, but I think we got to just go new, man.
You think they'll support? You think this city will support it well enough? I know this is a different time when the Comets left, because that was crazy. The Comets were the first. Dynasty that the league had, and they had Cynthia Cooper, Cheryl Swoops, who we've been able to sit down and talk to. By the way, Tyler, go ahead and get on that. Let's get Cheryl Swoops in here. Work your magic to get her on to discuss this thing. Cheryl.
No, not that Cheryl.
And Tina Thompson. That was a crew. Kim Perrott. That was a crew there, they couldn't support that to keep that here. I do wonder, obviously it's a different time. Women's basketball, since the Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and Paige Beckers and Juju Watt, all of that has taken off to a whole nother level. I believe it would. I wonder if it will be able to support it enough to where it would make sense.
Obviously, the powers that be believe it will.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
I'll support.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I know Lo would love to get out there and support. She goes out there to watch the dash. Yeah. They enjoy that. Oh man, Courtney and Lauren love to go out there, and they have really great deals, great specials out there. You might want to check it out, man. They got like they're like package of all you can get, like drink, food, and everything.
Why are you always looking for a deal, man?
It's like affordable. It's like $25, and you get good seats. I'm just saying that Lo and Courtney and going ahead and done that thing multiple times. But no, with where the WNBA is, it makes a lot of sense to get there. All right, coming up, remember there is still one more opportunity for you to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Kinder's Texas Bowl. So make sure you're listening through the 5 o'clock hour. And if you're in here or on your way, you got a chance to win multiple prizes still here at Walk-Ons here in LaPorte. So stay tuned. Coming up next. And let's take a look at this, Clint, on the other side. What should this offense be looking to accomplish in this game on Sunday? Right, at the type of team they're going to be playing. But what should they be looking to accomplish in this game? We'll discuss that.
exclusively on our sister station, Mix 96.5. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on a Football Friday. As the big voice man said, we are at Walk-Ons here in LaPorte. Come on out. It's still time. And really, to be honest with you, the party ain't going to end when we get done at 6 o'clock. The party will continue. TVs all over the place. No better place to take in the college football playoff and much, much more right here at Walk-Ons here in LaPorte.
What did you have, the gumbo?
Over the place. I had the gumbo. And what was that called? It was like a bacon-wrapped shrimp with a little hot honey sauce with a little cream cheese. That was nice
Bam
too.
Bam or Bang Bang or something?
No, it wasn't Bang Bang shrimp. It was like Devil's Horseback, I believe, is what it was called.
Damn.
Something like that. That was solid. You went ahead and talked up them quesadillas and went in and ordered them, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. So.
And I couldn't finish them. So it's a good portion size, man.
Wow, that's big for you. I'm a little disappointed. All right, let's do it right now. Tyler, go ahead and open this thing up. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9, you can win a 4-pack of tickets right now as Tyler has opened up the phone lines to the 2025 Kinder's Texas Bowl right here in Houston at NRG. December 27th, the hometown team, the Houston Cougars, could be in attendance with 3 other folks, or hey, maybe you gift somebody with 4 tickets, but you can win that. We've done it all week long. This is the last 4-pack of tickets we're hooking somebody up with this week. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Tyler is doing a great job there with the phone lines. He will take care of you. You can be our next winner. And again, if you are in the building or you're on your way, we will hook somebody up after this segment is over with a pair of tickets to that Colts-Texans game, the final game of the season at NRG. And everybody in the building will cheer for the person who wins. We will not have people booing others. We've run into that before. Really a pathetic attempt of your anger. But go ahead and we'll cheer people on. If you don't win, hey, cheer them on. If you do, good for you. So that's coming up here at Walk-Ons here in LaPorte. All right, Clint, when we look at this, like this is a game, right, where I'm not going to say you're going to be able to learn a lot from the Texans, right? They may be playing arguably the worst team in football at home. And we've looked at that. This is a team, as I said yesterday, they have played 2 games this year where they have fell short of cracking 100 yards. And to be honest with you, it's not like they were at 99. They haven't really been close in 2 of these games. They lost 31-0 last week. They threw for 29 yards in a 4-quarter football game, and they ran for 46 yards in a 4-quarter National Football League game in which they were losing the whole way. Hell, you just back off a little bit and allow a prevent defense, and they still couldn't complete passes. So this is a game where you're not playing against the competition that the Texans are going to have to beat moving forward. But to you, Clint, if you're going in this game, if you're Nick Caley, if you're D'Amico Ryan, if you're C.J. Stroud, what are the things that maybe you're trying to accomplish in this game from an offensive perspective?
Well, I mean, one, you've got to make sure that you handle Max Crosby. Because it's Max Crosby, and like I said, I think the biggest matchup in this game is Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, and how he handles Max Crosby.
That's interesting. You say Nick Caley and not Trent Brown or not Ursery.
Look, if we think Trent Brown or Ursery are going to handle Max Crosby by themselves, then we're going to lose before we get there. And that one-on-one, right? Nick Caley's got to get this screen game going. He's got to get the quick game going, and he's got to be able to handle Max Crosby with the running backs and the tight ends chipping and making sure that they know exactly where he's at. It's not a normal chip game where usually you know he's going to be on the right side of the quarterback. He's going to switch back and forth, and so you don't know exactly where he's going to be. So I think the matchup is Nick Caley handling Max Crosby. And so with that said, I think offensively what they got to do first and foremost is handle him. And if you handle him, I think it helps you moving forward, because moving forward you're going to run into teams that have dudes And so, I think that's the one thing that they can, I guess, execute this weekend that they can move forward, that they'll be better for moving forward with.
Yeah, because Max Crosby, maybe the Raiders suck, but he doesn't. And he potentially can be a problem. And there are teams potentially in the route that the Texans may have to take that have players like that.
Well, the other part of it is you don't want to get overconfident here. I love what Trent Brown's been able to do. I love what Ursery's been able to do. But bottom line is if we expect him to go out there and survive on an island with Max Crosby type, T.J. Watt type guys, if you expect him to do that, then I think you're setting yourself up for failure. So getting reps at finding different ways to help your tackles when you do have the elite player out there, I think will go a long way moving forward in the playoffs. I think a way that you counter Max Crosby is you have a screen game and a quick game. I think that will help the Texans moving forward. For whatever reason this year, man, the screen game and the quick game has just not been a big part of what they do and what they do well. So it'd be good to have a good week. It'd be about the right time to have a good week in that department.
Yeah, I do like how you specified this is Nick Caley as the one that has to come through and put together a game plan that doesn't allow him to take over this game and to get away from him. With that, I also in the football with success again. Like that to me, I don't know positively right now if they can do that against really good teams, but can they get confidence and build on what they have done, especially last week? They're coming off their best game in terms of rushing the football this year. Can they build on that? They're having a matchup against a team that maybe they should be able to do that. Can they build on that? I think that is something that could be something worth accomplishing, right? Well, if they get out of here and they come out here and they rush for 156 yards or something like that, that's a good thing that you feel good about.
They should run it well.
Even without Woody Marks.
Yeah, I mean, they should run it better than just in complimentary fashion, which is what we've seen them do. They've ran the ball well, timely over the last 6 weeks, but they should run the ball well this week, I think, consistently. And if you want to pull a silver lining out of that, if you will, I think Jawar Jordan having another good game where you gain more confidence that he can handle the offense and potentially maybe even make big plays. Boy, that makes you feel that much better about your running back room going into 2 monster games to end the season as well as the playoffs. So that's definitely one thing they can move forward with, is not just the run game specifically, but the fact that Jawar Jordan, you get 2 games under his belt, that's a little more convincing.
Yeah. All right, as we continue here, coming up on the other side, you can get involved in this too. By the way, congratulations to John in Houston, who won a 4-pack of tickets. So this week, who were able to take home some tickets to be able to head to that Kinder's Texas Bowl. Will be a great event, as it always is. By the way, congratulations to Alfred in Houston as well, who won a 4-pack of tickets. So John, Alfred, everybody who won this weekend, congratulations. You can participate this as well. Text in your scores, your predictions this week for the Raiders and Texans game. Spoiler, I don't think it's going to be close, so my score is going to represent that. And also, as we do each and every week on our Football Friday final, Texans win because of what? Texans win because of what? We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Final days of the Ford year-end sales event is going on right now at
LegacyBox.com/value for last-minute shopping. LegacyBox.com/value.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in LaPorte, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Congratulations to all of our winners. Clap up as we've had a good time here. As we just hooked somebody up with some Colts Texans ticket. We do not come empty-handed when we have Football Fridays, and that's why you should join. And you should join for a good time at places like Walk-Ons here in LaPorte. And it's a great spot to be at. And we generally go to great spots every single Thursday and Friday, especially on Fridays for Football Friday. Come on out and have a good time with us. Shout out to everybody who has helped put this together. The staff here at Walk-Ons, our promo staff, our engineering team, which is a lot of people on that team working together to keep us going. Tyler back at the station.
I think I know what you're doing.
Tyler back at the station, holding things together as he has kept us on the air. YouTube and Twitch, everybody. It's always a great time to be had here. Coming up behind us as we continue right here on Sports Radio 610 Texans All Access, as the head coach D'Amico Ryans, he will join the fellas tonight on Texans All Access. They're going from 6 to 9, so stay tuned for that as they will talk with the head coach and preview this game against the Raiders. And then Area 45 tonight. Chris Partee in the building with Sean Bijani. They'll take things over at 10 o'clock tonight, 10 to midnight. They'll have it for you right here, live, local, late night sports talk for you to be right here on Sports Radio 610 Area 45. Again, usually, folks, if you're looking forward, we do T-Mill's Best Bets around this time. We did it earlier today. If you do not know what his bets were, and by the way, he's hot, 4 for 4 last night. Go ahead to @T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have them listed right there for your weekend bets to make some cash. Usually, I know some of you would come right on in here to hear that, but we've already done that earlier. But you can go to @T-Mill Real Deal to catch those best bets. I told you about the move, the 3-team deal the Astros made to acquire Mike Burrows. They gave up Jacob Melton and another prospect, 2 top 10 prospects in this 3-team trade. Astros general manager Dana Brown has commented on it. DB said he called Mike Burrows an upside play, quote, that the Astros feel, quote, can be a pillar in our rotation. Brown said the Astros plan on adding a 2-seamer to Burrows' arsenal. There you are.
Yeah.
Pillar.
I mean, them big words right there. This is next Hunter Brown?
I don't know, but he said he's an upside play and can be a pillar in our,
you're betting
rotation.
You're betting on the upside, which means you're betting on the
26
potential.
years old, yeah, and he wants to add a new pitch.
Yeah, we're going to add a new pitch. Well, the Astros, look, over the years, they have done a hell of a job of getting the best out of whoever. Now, they may blow their elbow up in the process, but they get the best out of pitching-wise, typically stuff-wise, they get the best out of them. So to handle whatever it is the Astros typically do to elbows, if they can handle that, they'll produce and put up some big numbers.
Yep. No, I'm hopefully that is the case. Hopefully that is the case as the fellas this posting rotation, boy. I'm with you. We talked about it earlier. I just hope they add another proven piece. Another proven piece where you can sit there and say, all right, I've seen this guy pitch for multiple years, and this is what he brings to the table, right? They have a mixture of Hunter Brown, who is arguably the best pitcher in baseball. They have a mixture of Hunter Brown, and then after him, guys that, as you said, well, we hope he can regain the best that he pitched or upside plays, right? And I think they could at least use one more. Like, I think Spencer Arrighetti right now is upside. I think this guy is upside. they could use another, all right, know what he's going to be. Know what he's going to be, because they have a lot of guys that I don't think you can completely pinpoint exactly what they're bringing to the table. And if you're going to compete for the AL West in a playoff spot, I think you need to have a little bit more.
Well, look, I trust that if they don't do something before the season, they'll do something before the trade deadline and get another arm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with that. All right, 713-572-4610 text line and YouTube and Twitch. You can go ahead and join us. Text in. The Texans will win if they do it. I'll start off with this thing. I've talked to you how I feel about the Raiders. If they just go in here and take them halfway serious and get out here and play with a certain level of focus, especially early, I think they'll just be fine. I think the Raiders are a mix of a bad football team. I am legit worried and concerned about Geno Smith if he's going to make it through the game. But they are a bad football team, also combined with low talent, and there's a throw in the towel of ability quickly. All right, man.
Late season, nothing to play for.
Yeah, nothing to play for. I feel like they did that last week against the Eagles. And to me, if you get out there and take them halfway serious early, I think the Texans should be fine.
Well, I said this all week. I think the only chance that the Raiders have is Max Crosby making a play in the first quarter that swings the game in a major way. I'm not talking about a sack. I'm talking about a sack, fumble, turnover, give your team points immediately. Make this thing, kind of interesting early on. And I think the only guy they have that can do that without the Texans doing it themselves is Max Crosby. And so I think the Texans handle that. I think they take care of business, and I think the Texans win if they show up.
So you're in the range that I've been thinking all week.
Look, I think that they got a lot to play for. They got a ton of momentum. They've won 6 straight, and it's an AFC game. If you're D'Amico, D'Amico doesn't ever need any extra his team, but if he ever did need it, boy, you got it now. These next 3 games, you got a chance to win the division. You win versus the Raiders, and Jacksonville loses versus Denver. You're in the driver's seat for a home game and a lesser opponent in the first round, and so
the 3 seed.
Yeah. So look, they don't need any help motivating this group right now, but if they did, they got it, and so. I think this is a show up, handle your business, which D'Amico's team is very good at doing. Show up, handle your business. I think you win convincingly. So literally, I don't think you have to do anything schematically. I don't think you have to do anything sack-wise or statistically where it's like, oh my God, great day. I just think you got to show up and play solid football, and you'll beat the Raiders convincingly.
Yeah, I don't know. Danielle and Will, they could really run up the sack numbers.
Yeah.
They could really run up the sack numbers in this game. And also with this, D'Amico has set the tone earlier this week with his what appeared real disappointment in his defensive team's performance.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So this is an offense that is literally 32nd.
Yeah.
32nd in total offense and 32nd in points. They averaged 14 a game this year, and they have struggled even more down the stretch. There is clearly D'Amico has an expectation for them to play to a standard, and they didn't meet that standard. He made that very clear multiple times through the week. In this last game, we could really see this defense really try to clamp down.
Like I said, I don't think they need any extra any extra reason to be motivated, but that's another one. That's probably more real than the big picture, which D'Amico refuses to look at. The here, the now is, hey man, defensively we let a bad team score 20 points against us last week with a backup quarterback.
Yeah, we let a tight end just go off on us.
Yeah. So that's a good point, man.
Yeah. All right, let's get our predictions in. 713-572-4610. How do you see this game going? I see someone on the text line 21-0. I see someone on the text line 17-3. Tyler, let's go with you. Where do you see this? How do you see this game going?
Big Texans win. Long as Clint said, they take care of business. Texans win it 34-13. I expect another big game out of Nico Collins. We'll see who's playing running back. But, 34-13 is my final score.
34-13, huh?
Mm-hmm.
34-13, okay. Yeah, they scored 40 last week.
An ass whooping.
The 30-30 burger right behind the 40 burger. I like it.
Well, that's not that's the 13 for the Raiders. I'm trying to get the Raiders to 13 in this bad boy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find. That's right. I am the 34. It's that 13, man. I mean, they threw for 29 yards last week. I just like I'm sorry. Clint's never done that in his life. Pee Wee, nowhere. 29.
Had some rough games, but I don't know if I ever hit a 29 spot.
Man, Kenny Pickett better start going into flipping houses, whatever. Like, this is it's just ridiculous. All right, where are you at in this game?
Hang on a second.
All right, he's got to take a drink. I think it's Coors Light.
I'm gonna go 30-9. They're gonna muster up 3 field goals.
3 field goals.
Okay. I think the Texans go 39.
30-9. I had 27-3. I wanted a shutout. I know that is hard. I think they get a field goal in there. 27-3. I think the Texans score some touchdowns, but they're going to kick some field goals like they do. But this thing will never be in doubt.
Who you like in the playoff games?
I like Alabama. I like Oregon and Ole Miss, and then I like A&M.
My guy.
I like A&M. I think A&M should be. I think it's ridiculous that they're the 7th seed and they're at this part of the bracket. But yeah, I think they've been the better team all year long. They've got dudes. They're at home, which I think will be a big part. They've got to me the better quarterback. They've got the better maybe the better coach, and they've got the home field advantage. So I like A&M.
What if you throw the spreads in there? 3.5 A&M. You like A&M to win by more than 3.5?
Yeah.
You like Ole Miss to win by more than 17.5?
No. And then
Oregon by 22.5.
Oregon, I would go under both of those.
You take the dogs on both of those.
Yeah. Just to keep it. To keep it that close. Man over here said Ole Miss going to beat the hell out of them. He said they super motivated in this game.